Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. It's good to see you all. Oh, man. I had to take a day off yesterday. I did warn you guys, though. So knew that was definitely a possibility. Unfortunately, yeah, life. But anyway, hope you guys are doing well. I am monitoring the live situation with the press conference with Trump and Putin. They are getting everything ready right now, so we will be going to that. As a matter of fact, no, I'm gonna just pull that over here. There we go. So then I can kind of see what's going on. Anyway, did I miss any big news yesterday? I feel like I did. Everybody was kind of focusing on the summit. So I think that yesterday was kind of a good one to miss. So, hey, Pinkerbell, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I haven't had a consecutive day off in a while like that. I actually got the notification today. Yes. All right, that means that I think I'm out of timeout. I think that YouTube is finally just like, oh, you weren't that naughty. No, I got a email that they had gotten notifications of, reports from my channel, which that just tells you that those guys got really bothered. So I hope that everybody over on this space is pretty happy about that Tim Dillon thing, because that brought the heat, man. I haven't had that much heat on my channel since I pretty much started. It's fun though. I gotta admit, whatever. If anybody's got to do it, I'm probably the guy for it. I really don't care. Whatever these guys got to say. So, but yeah, I'm actually doing pretty well. Got to spend a lot of time with my dog yesterday. That was kind of the big thing. Yeah, I'm kind of coming to accept what's coming. It's gonna suck regardless, but yeah, having an old dog, it is definitely one of the worst parts about owning an animal is when you get to that point. So, but it was beautiful. Got to spend a lot of time with her. I like a lot. Actually, my back and my legs, they hurt a lot right now because I was sitting on the floor pretty much all day. So, if I do a lot of and just kind of adjusting, yeah. Feed went black. AP feed went black. Oh no, I'm turning into Steve. Pinkerbell, I'm not sure if you have gotten to enjoy us making fun of agenda-free TV. So, yeah, the guy Steve, apparently he used to write for Mad TV. He is he's a bit of a dingus, but I love making fun of the guy. It's good you took the date. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I needed to. She's such a good girl. I wish that she could come down here. The thing is, even if she, when she was healthy, I don't know what it is about sub-levels, but she does not go in basements. Never has. She'll go upstairs and downstairs. That's not the problem. It's sub-levels. It's I don't know, maybe she just knows. I just saw a trailer for this I think it's called Good Boy. It's a horror movie about a dog that sees all these apparitions that are haunting its family, and it's apparently a heartbreaking horror film from anybody that's gotten to see it. which I'm like, no, because if there's even a chance that anything happens to that dog, I am not watching that movie. If I find out that the dog's fine, then cool. I had to do that with I think it was called Sisu. No, that was Sisu. Because he's got a dog in there. I'm like, oh no. Because somebody said it was like a Norwegian John Wick. I'm like, and then they mentioned the dog. I'm like, oh no. No, I really appreciate that though. I appreciate you guys understanding and also just kind of listening because it's nice. It's nice knowing that you guys care. It sucks though. Like I was just saying, she is the best girl. But yeah, you know what? Like I said, it was a beautiful day. Like it was. If I get like one more day like that in my life, I'll be happy. Like holy shit! I can't believe. Like I really couldn't believe like how it kind of came together like that. So, anyway, like I said, I do appreciate you guys understanding that I needed to take the day off. Boy, I'm actually dead serious though. I don't think I missed anything because everybody was kind of talking about like what might happen at this summit. So as far as like the news was going, like I was kind of saying, it was a good day to take off. Oh, you know what? I did miss the Jank verse MR drama again. I guess he read a comment on TYT and he's blaming the Majority Report for, like, apparently they're the meanie bobinis that just will not talk to him and debate. And then it was even funnier because their own audience turned on him where he started reading his comments and they're like, Sam Cedar has said that he would debate. What are you talking about? Jank, he's a silly goose. But, some coffee today. Need some caffeine. Man. I hope everybody else got the notification. Because if you got the notification, that means that I should be good to go. Let's see. I did get, like I was saying, I did get the email. And I also got a update about it where they said I'm in good standing. So. Oh, you know what? So there was that guy last week. It feels like it's been a week. Sorry, guys. Take one day off and it feels like it's legit a week. I was reading a comment about that guy. He's like, I'm quitting your channel. Your stream's too long. I would like to hear what you say, but it's just your stream's too damn long. After like reviewing it, I'm like, oh, was he like actually saying that like that's the critique? My stream is just too damn long. I'm like, wait a minute, too much content? That's the problem? Okay. Which, kind of thought about it, that that merits a little, more time off, I guess, but what am I going to do? I'm going to just go upstairs, play some video games. I like hanging with y'all. I'm one of those streamers. I actually enjoy what I do. I had a conversation with somebody that was they legit were just like, oh, do you see this like as a job or like, I mean, kind of, but is it the kind of job that you love? Because even if you're, that whole thing, oh, if you do something that you love, you never work a day in your life, blah, blah, blah. I happen to know that that's not entirely true because I've done other jobs that I really enjoyed. The big one was when I started doing like art commissions and stuff like that. I realized that that's not what I wanted to do. I kind of lose my passion for drawing when doing some like a topic or like something that I'm not into. So that's unfortunate, but I figured it out. Hey Fred, what up, dude? How are you today? I was just telling everybody that I had to take a little day for spending with my dog and just kind of resetting with that. But thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for understanding, guys. But let's take a look. What's going on with the press conference? Oh, we're back. We got the feedback. That looks like a Russian journalist. Okay, so they're starting to let people in as far as getting these seats filled. Cool. Oh boy, guys, I'm gonna do the Steve stuff. Like I said, if you guys don't know who Steve is, maybe I should just pull him up. I think he's live. Let's see. We love us some agenda free here. Come on, let's just admit it. He's entertaining as hell. He may be annoying, but he's entertaining. All right, let's see. Oh boy! Wow, his feed sucks. There he is. There's our guy, Tinkerbell. Well, thank you for becoming a member to the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you. This is a little cool aside. Anytime you become a member, the dog gets some treats. Say thank you. Alright. Will you actually catch this one? Or you just let it hit you in the face again? Oh, got it. Alright. It's 50-50 with him, man. I've watched that dog just cross-eyed, just bonk. So, he is one of the funniest damn dogs I have ever had. I have to say that. I'm not sure if you, like, once you have enough animals, you really do recognize that they all have, like, very distinct personalities. Like, I had a very, I used to call him Debonair, because the Debonair dog, because he had this attitude where, like, he would always have his chest out, but it was kind of like a defect, because he was like a little terrier that had like bow legs, but he always looked like, but his attitude was that way, where he's just like, yes, I am Debonair. I'm very, like, he was intelligent. He knew how to ask, like, for anything, like, by walking up to it. If he wanted to go outside, he'd give a double tap. If he needed to pee, he would give a single tap. Like, he was a very, very smart dog. He would also, you know, kind of fight you anytime that it was like, it's time to eat. Posh doggy. He really was. Yeah, his brother, it was his brother. And then he got a little bit of it, but he is just, for lack of a better term, he is a spaz. Like, he's all over the place. Sometimes he can be the calmest dog on the planet, but, like, say, for instance, there's just a random knock at the door. It's immediate. Like, he's just got that alternate personality. It's very funny. Also, like I said, sometimes he's like dead on, like target acquired. I will not miss any food that comes my way. Other times I've done the cheese trick to him and it worked, where I just threw the cheese and it just, meanwhile, my other one was just like, oh shit, and like caught it midair. So I don't know what that says. Hey, is he muted? Oh, he is. My bad. No wonder I couldn't hear him. It's just like, was he talking at all, or has he just been staring at this the entire time? Man, I had mine like behind here. Come on, Steve! Steve! Read your comments, Steve! What are you doing, Steve?
It's interesting.
Oh, there he is!
We have nothing yet about what's been going on.
Thank you. It's very interesting. Nothing yet. His commentary. All right, let's see. 24,000 people are watching him right now, though. So I just gotta show respect. Gotta show the respect. Say one for upstairs doggy too. Ooh, yeah. You know what? When I go up to the to use the restroom, I will give her a. I think. He got some marrow treats. She's getting a milk bone. You make him sound like the tiny robot from WALL-E. He kind of was. He kind of is. Oh, Steve. I thought you were talking about my dog back here. Yeah, he is. I love those clips. But no, oh my god. Dude, I found him during the India-Pakistan thing, and for some reason, he was like the only guy that had like a live feed that was going on. So I was kind of simultaneously like through watching him helping other people. Like I had a really good stream that day. Learned a lot about that conflict. But the way that he would like gleefully be like, oh boy, oh, there's another boom, it just became an instant like bit here where I was just like, okay, dude, you're not living this one down. Here, you know what? In interest of keeping, oh no, I still have his feed, my bad. I actually wanted to go back to the AP feed, which is better. I'll just admit that like my Steve impression is essentially like my Jordan Peterson impression. What up, Big James? Big James is here. How you doing, dude? You're still Rome Dog, dude. I really wish, like, there's days that I'm just like, go back to your old name. That was such a... Why'd you change it? It's a good one. All right, here we go. What do you think they're talking? All right, so these guys is that a Russian? I don't want to be mean, but it's like, but he looks kind of Russian. It's the haircut. The haircut's straight from 1970. Holy shit, dude! I was about to say you put a larger collar on him. He literally looks like he is straight up out of the 70s. Yeah, I'm good, enjoying the summer. I'm at my new place in the Rocky Foothills. Dude, I am still so happy for you, man. I'm so happy that stuff, you know, didn't end up turning into a bad situation, because I know that it could, like, when you first started explaining it, I'm like, oh boy. That kind of wrapped up pretty quickly, so. Still. I think I've congratulated you before, but eh. It's always nice when things are going well for people. Is there a little teeny bit of jealousy? Sometimes. But if you can manage, like, that's a big thing. I've noticed that, like, managing jealousy is, like, realistically how you can be a chill person or not. Because you got people that becomes their personality. I've watched this happen. I remember when I watched one of my friends get a really, really nice house, and it became like a pissing contest between him and another friend, where I was just like, huh. I was just happy, where I was just like, oh, dude, fucking nice place. Hell yeah. It's also like, I get excited about the random stuff where I'm just like, okay, so if you find a good like contractor, let me know. You know? So, hey, what up, Try? How you doing? Pepper Bear's back. Yes, I am. Also Bloodstone, welcome. Hey, 420. Thank you. I should have known when you popped in here. Do you just wait? Oh, never mind, different one. Yeah, you just missed it. We got a membership, and Mr. Stan got a treat. All right, 421, because you know me. You've dropped 60 pounds in the last 3 months? Congrats, dude. That's fucking awesome. Quit smoking too? My guy, you found inner peace. Holy shit. I kind of figured. But no, that's awesome, dude. Oh, yeah. I know that I always feel bad for this for the people that show up right away, because I'll kind of recap, but I was just saying that yesterday was really nice. Got to spend some time with my older dog and just sit on the floor for pretty much, you know, the entire day. Yeah, dude, my hips, my knees, that like they hurt. I finally learned. I'm like, oh, that's when you figure it out. It's when you're just sitting on the floor for too long. Cool. Man, I went from oil field driver to a effing tree hugger, and I'm okay with it. Hey. I like seeing growth like that. That's nice. Actually, you know what? I think I can talk about this a little bit. So you guys remember that bug bite that I had? Yeah, I have to get some blood tests and stuff because of it. Because since I didn't see what it was, they're not sure if it was a spider or a tick. And if it was a tick, they want to make sure that I do not have the Lyme disease. So it looks like I have to go through some tests. This sucks. When you said tree hugger, for some reason, immediately thought about that, where I'm like, oh yeah, guys, if you're out in, the fields, yeah, just make sure that, yeah, oh no. Yeah, oh no. Yeah, it sucks. That was not a phone call. I was like, I got it. I thought it was going to be good news, and they were just like, oh no, we need more tests. I'm like, oh shit. But I'll keep you guys posted. I'm pretty open about this shit. But also, yeah, keep on those bug bites. I hate bugs. They suck, man. They really do. Because I also have spiders here, too, that are, when people talk about the large spiders everywhere else, like, yes, Australia has some freakishly large spiders, but we got some big ones, man. I don't know. Not so mean. Really? Man. Yeah, it's the fact that it left that little rash that I was talking about, and the fact that it was about the size that it was. Immediately they were just like, oh, that's not good. But then this is where it is a little confusing, and where I'm like hypochondriacing, but at the same time trying to talk myself down, because they even said they couldn't find bite marks that look like tick, like a tick bite. So that was where I was like, oh, cool. Yeah. All I'm gonna say is pay attention. Like, I didn't. I didn't pay attention. I'm pretty sure it happened while I was mowing my lawn. Which, I hate doing that, man. Can we talk about, like, how mowing lawns are... It's, like, one of the dumbest things. I've always thought that if I could just completely permaculture out my lawn, I would. But... Oh, dude, I got a bear here a couple weeks ago. A little jerk tore my bird feeders up. Got in my neighbor's trash and got... Damn, dude. Bears. All right, man. There's one thing that I don't have to worry about, and that's I actually know. I was about to lie there. Because, no, we just had a situation where in one of our parks, there was a fucking black bear. So, you know what? Yeah, that, here. Let's see if I can find that story, because that was crazy. Yeah, Illinois residents were asked to report armadillo and black bear sightings. The fuck? And that's like southern Illinois. But yeah, here. Where is it? Ah. This happened a year ago. It was in a park in Chicago. Oh, they don't have a news story for it? Come on. Really? A little AI blurb. You need to mow your lawn like Hank Hill, enjoying the out. You know, I hate it. I did one time where like I opened a beer and then I did. I was awkward because I'm like, you can't just. You're pushing and you're like trying. oh, well, like trying, and so I'm like, no, I gotta put that down. Then I forgot about my beer, and then it was warm, and then it was not worth it. It was not worth it. And it's the same when you're like, you know, doing a little bit of the smoke, and same thing. You're just like, damn it. I just hate it though. Like I have a neighbor that, I don't know how they did it. I think that they just ignored certain ordinances because they took half their backyard and it's all just native plants, which I gotta say, it's freaking awesome. Yeah, that's... And we take kind of pride in our yard. Oh, Pep, a lot of S has gone down in the last few months. Been wondering what the Pepper world is thinking about all this. What do you... Well, yeah. Shoot, what's your first one? Yeah, because you haven't been here for a minute. So, what take would you like me to give my 2 cents on? Probably HOA has some rules again. We don't have an HOA. It's a nice part. Can't really do HOAs like, you know, in the city. It's kind of hard. You can do building. I know that there's like building HOAs, but glad that I don't have that. Got the best of both worlds there. No HOA. But no, we do have like city rules though. So like for instance, I know that like we can't just put up like front yard, like in our yards, like in our front yards, we can't put fences. Like that's a big one. I guess like, I'm not sure if that's an ordinance or actually like a law. I don't know. Because I know that there was like a big fight over that. HOA got snitches. Oh, dude, HOA is the worst. Yeah. No, I've lived where there's an HOA and it sucks. So stupid. Cannot stand them. Again, so I had a situation where city ordinance. There are city ordinances. So apparently, if you have a garage, right, you can't have your trash cans in front of the garage. You have to have them to the side of it, either inside or on the outside. Like, it doesn't matter if it's literally city property. That's the fucked up part. I was like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, that was a weird one. I have to admit, because that one I did get, like, I got one of those little yellow tags where I was just like, it was on my trash can. I'm just like, what is happening here? I was not aware that this was even a thing. I live in country. We can do pretty much anything here. We can be bad if you got it. Which can be bad if you get a lazy neighbor. Yeah. Trying to run over the garbage man. I just don't understand it. Like, because it doesn't. The only thing it impedes is me. Like, from walking out of my garage if I need to, but. I don't. Whatever. And it's the entire city. I may have gotten a little Karen-ish about that one, where I was just like, oh yeah, we'll see. Freedom. No, I have the freedom to put my garbage cans where the fuck I want to put my garbage cans. And it turns out you don't. It turns out if you live in the city of Chicago, that, yeah. It's a big get fucked and live in peace and harmony and put your damn trash cans to the side of your place. You also have to have them like locked up in a certain way too. I know, like, my favorite one is like if you don't have a certain type of lid, you can they'll also come to your house and just be like, this will not do. I'm from the country. We don't have anybody telling us what to do in the yard, not even the city. My boyfriend bought a house in the neighborhood with an HOA, and it's a pain in the ass. It is. I'm telling you, no, the HOAs are alone are a pain in the ass. But yeah, I don't know. After now I'm talking about this, it's weird because realizing the city pretty much has like it is HOA adjacent almost, where it's just like, no, dude, they're just as bad. And they enforce that shit. Like they really do. That's the worst part. Is like if you just miss, oh my god. Okay, so parking in Chicago is already a nightmare, right? God forbid you have your car out there 1 hour past the like they have a car curfew essentially where they're like, you have to clear this off so the street sweepers blah 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 blah. Whatever. Yeah. They will come and give you a freaking parking ticket on your own property. But apparently that one is just like living in a metropolis. Excuse me. Oh shit, I don't need water. I forgot my water bottle. I'm gonna have to grab that. I'm also gonna give the older dog her treat for Pinkerbell. Appreciate that again. Thank you. I mean, action is happening, so we're just gonna also keep with this. I have a lot to get to tonight, but not until this is over. Then I'll just retitle everything and essentially be a new stream. Nah, must be a liability for... That's what... it must be. No. Oh! I think you're right. That makes sense. It would be a liability issue for them. Because the way that they also have to, like, hang off the... Oh! Okay. Huh. You might have something there. All right, whatever. Fine. Some of it, let's be real. I just accept it. I mean, otherwise I probably would have moved to the country where it's just like, fine, I'm going out to live in the cornfields. I did look. I actually found this, like, really nice place. It was, like, mid-19th century. Looked like it was well taken care of. I just remember, like, when I was in the housing market, I was just like, hey, let's take a look. Let's see how bad it is. My freedoms. The thing is, I also have to be real. I'd be out there for... It's, like, it's fine for vacation. But, man, the second that I can't just, like, go get some, like, whatever the fuck I want, nah. I'm sorry. That's one of the benefits. That's the major... What am I talking about? That's the major benefit of living in a city. Is you have everything. I have everything. I have every concert that I want to go to. I have every freaking sports event that I want to go to. I have every freaking restaurant I want to go to. Like, no. I'm sorry. Also, you get spoiled when you grow up here. Like, I'll never understand Tim Pool, where he's just like, I'm gonna go get a compound in West Virginia. It's like, I don't know, man. I kind of like this. I like this city. I think a lot of people that haven't been here either, especially leftists, would fall in love with it immediately. Putin has a black belt. Trump better watch out. Oh, yeah? Trump has a black belt with a red bar on it, so... What up? Also, what up, dude? How you doing? Seem like you're new here, so welcome. Hey, golf. Now we wait for Donald to tell the press. Well, Putin says he did not invade Ukraine, which I don't see why he would. Dude, my favorite one was not the Inquirer, what was it? Like the Weekly, what was that, here, I posted it in the Discord here, which I'll link, here, fuck, I'll just link the Discord. Join the Discord if you guys want to join a fun-ass channel. The Weekly World News, so that's the one that used to report on Batboy. So, they were reporting on him selling Alaska, and I think that I may have covered this a little bit, where on Wednesday, somebody kept asking, like, is he going to sell Alaska? Is he gonna sell? Is he trying to trade Alaska for Ukraine? I was like, huh? Wait, where the fuck is this coming from? I couldn't even find the conspiracies behind that one. And then I found it from the Weekly World News. I was just like, wait, this came from the Bat Boy publication? No. That's also why I posted something else from there, too, because I ended up going down a rabbit hole where I was like, all right, let's see, because I didn't know that they were still posting, like, a whole bunch of stuff. Dude, they had a random story where they're just like, the new Bat Boy pinball machine is available, which it's not. So, Tim is rich and afraid of minorities. That is true. Which it's so wild because where he grew up, like, yeah, there were, but I'm pretty sure that, like, he was fine. The thing is, if you were a skateboarder, they didn't fuck with you. Like, for some reason, they always like thought that we were like the crazy guy. Like, I remember some dude said that. He's just like, man, I don't fuck with skateboarders. You all are crazy. Like, I've seen y'all get up like from taking some massive hits. It's like, we ain't fucking with you. It's like, huh. Little did they know. It's just like, no, I'm just gonna skate away from this. There have been moments, I'll just say, because I remember like with this whole crime like talk bullshit. It's just like everybody's, oh yes, there's no crime. I'm like, wow. It's not that there's none. It's just that it's super manageable and it's not that bad. Like, honestly, dude, for like that big balls guy, what the fuck did he say to get his ass kicked like that? Number one. That was the first thing I asked. I was like, what did he say? Like, you don't catch fists like that without like throwing like some lip. Also, like, I've talked about it here. I've been mugged before, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. If you actually keep your head too, like, my favorite one was where I was just like, can I just have my phone and my ID? I just don't know. Please. Here, take my money. I don't give a shit. What am I eating today? I had a protein bar. I haven't been good about that. I had a really big salad yesterday, though, so. But yeah, no, I was not good about planning my meal today. So, about halfway through stream, I'm probably going to have to get up and get a snack. But wait, I just saw the PED. I'm like, uh-oh, wait, I hope that's a misspell. Like, what? No, what is, you call me that, I'm out. Bang. He has nice hair. He has hockey hair. That guy looks like see, like, now that's how I started this, was by having, like, it was called the helmet thing. Protein and beer. I'm not gonna lie, I've had those meals. Like, where it's just like a protein bar and, a few brews, but nah, I gotta try and, like, be better about eating properly. Specifically, like, actually eating, because I'll say that for, like, stream. I've had that. I have had that issue. Because then I'll get off stream. It'll be about 10:30 my time-ish, and I kind of have to choose between either eat and stay up all night or just go to bed, which I usually do the latter. So yeah, one thing I gotta get better is about my sleep schedule too. But anyway, no, what I wanted to talk about though, where I was going with that whole city discourse, was just like Benny Johnson and how it shows, like, not just Benny Johnson but the guys like him. It's showing, like, all the pussies, like all these people that just have never apparently been to any metropolis, let alone DC, which again, I love the people, and thank God for them on TikTok, that just keep making these videos of like, well, here's DC, look, so it's just like, yeah, kind of sad, but this whole coming to a city near you situation, that is something we should not just like laugh off. That's something to be alarmed about. I hate to say that, but ooh, shrimp spaghetti. Ooh. Let's not talk about food right now, because I am a little hungry. Gotta be careful with not eating. I'm pretty sure me not eating led to me having to go to the emergency. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Now you guys got me like thinking, okay. Well, all right, I'll get a snack ready and then. Okay, why is she She's monopolizing this entire space. Which, good for her. But what is going on here? When is this happening? Does anybody know? Like, is this happening at like 5? Or am I just gonna be watching this for like a few hours? Let's see. Let's check in with Steve. Ooh, Steve's actually got some here we go. Got some protest stuff. Trump summit underway.
So that's what I'm going to do. I know it's not the greatest question because it's, I mean, how clear is it between positive, negative, and neutral? Will Trump and Putin at press conference be positive, negative, or neutral about what happened? Okay, that's what I'm asking you.
All right, let's see. What'd you just say? Because, yeah, I saw a video about skipping meals is manageable when you were young, but better to get 3 meals when you're older. Healthy meals. Ugh. Yeah, number one, I'll admit getting healthy meals is kind of hard. You know, especially you put so much time in. It's like, all right, fine. What do I got? All right, fried chicken? Fine. That happened yesterday. Yeah. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. That's why I ate a huge salad for dinner, though, because I kind of felt like shit, or I was just like, man, shouldn't be eating that garbage. Prolonged not eating and long time between meals, not deliberate, but my brain is spicy and hurts. And that's the thing. It's overwhelming to be alive sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I actually understand that a lot. And then on top of it, it's like when I'm doing this, and I'm also like doing pretty much anything. When my brain is locked into anything, it's easy for me to just be like, oh, what time oh shit. Yeah, I recently was just doing another project like that where I was just sitting there for damn near 8 hours, just didn't even think about it. I did better when I did meal prep on Sundays. Yeah, I got to get better about the meal prep thing. I don't know. I got to try. Maybe I got to reach out to, Factor or something. I reach out to my sponsors where it's like when I need something, it's like, I could use Factor. You guys want to help? It's like we could go on the journey together, guys. Code Pep Talks when you join Factor. 10% off. They come in and they see my Tim Pepper bit. They're just like, what is he doing? Is that a puppet? Is that a puppet? It's like, oh God, what have we done? Okay, what? These boomer motherfuckers. I'm loving it. They're all doing this. And I'm not sure, he's taking pictures of it. Are they aware they're on camera? I don't think they're aware. Are they aware? He's got to be aware. Pick your nose. You're making spaghetti right now? I gotta eat something. You guys are kind of hitting that point for me. Alright. What do I got? I like Doritos. See, right now this sucks. I got awesome in between like frickin' shopping, so. Ooh, I got cheese though. I got these like little cheese blocks because again, I'm a Midwesterner like a mofo, so I always got some cheese. So you know what? I'll do that. I'm gonna go upstairs, for a bathroom break in a little bit here. Give the dog her milk bone and yeah, cheese. I wonder what the caption is. That selfie would be pursuing peace. Aggressively pursuing peace. Oh no, he went live. And he's not vertical. Oh man. It's kind of painful watching this. This is like boot. You guys, I'm here in my garage with my cool Lamborghini and all the books that I read. Like, he saw that video and immediately was just like, that's how I film things. You remember that guy? Ty something? I think he was a fake it till you make it case. He like just rented that nice car and he just happened to like have a bunch of books. He went to an estate sale and was just like, hold on. Yeah, I've read all these. That's why I have one single bookshelf. It's because, yeah, that's all the books that I've read. Meanwhile, the bookshelf takes up a whole wall. It does, pretty much. Oh, that's what I'll do. You know what? For the members, I promised you guys a little cribs kind of situation. I could, that's what I'll do. I'll show you guys my my bookshelf and some of the collection that I got. I promised that, I think, last week, so we'll go with that. I wonder what the caption for that selfie would be. Putin is a former KGB agent. He manipulates Trump as he wishes. Yes, he does, Fred. He totally does. The selfie isn't enough. Turns. Hey, what's up, chat? Oh my god! Yes! This guy. All right, well, that was a gift. Glad we got to see that. I don't know why I enjoy that so much. I'm enjoying this. It's like, yes, let's get media ready. All right, let's go. Anna, what up? Hey, you are first over on Twitch. Check it out. Also, what's going on with Twitch? Oh, wait, I'm registered as politics. That's what's up. Oh, shit. Okay. Hold on. You gotta change that. Yeah, that's a real thing, by the way. Here, I gotta also use that Joe Rogan thing. Because it's totally a real thing that Twitch is trying to bury political content right now. Because apparently they might have some not financial, but some legal issues going on. So, and they are trying to avoid lawsuits with that. So, I also know that there's something going on with Kick too. So it's really weird. What up, Tragic? Welcome. What do you think she's saying? Is the mic on? No, so they don't have mics on. This is interesting to just watch them mosey about and do their own little live streams. I mean, that one is kind of... Do you think she's recording and sending that off, or do you think she's live? Nah, they have to have pretty good... Well, number one, I would not trust the Wi-Fi in this place at all. Man. I just thought about that. Could you imagine what the Wi-Fi password is? I hate to be like kind of, I don't know. She looks like she might be Russian media. I don't know. I mean, she just looks very Eastern European, so. Your link for Twitch? Here. Yeah, my Twitch link. Sorry about that, man. Spacing out over here. Here you guys go. And also, I got to get you my Discord link, too. And then, yeah, here is the Discord. It will only be live for the next, I think, 24 hours. Not even. Whoa. Whoa, meta. There's my... See, and here I am boomering out, where I'm just like, there. But no. Oh, shit. Sorry. If you guys are over on Twitch, here you guys go, too. Yeah, gotta be fair, right? Heard my name. What up, Meta? You did. To be fair, that Trump type, and so any outlet, or that's Trump's type, so any outlet that wants his attention should send an Eastern European hot lady. Ooh. You think that's the play? Wearing all red? You make actually a compelling point there, where it's like, it's ridiculous, and it sucks that that's even a thing, but yeah, they just do not have. She's recording, because I think that she keeps re-recording this. All right, so how long do we have until this damn summit thing? Come on. Are we waiting for these dudes to eat? Like, ugh. All right. There we go. We're going to go to Steve. Let's see what he's got to say.
Scotsman. And hang on a moment here. Guys, as soon as I have an update about what's going on, I will certainly let you know.
He's doing the same thing, where it's just like, God damn it, this is boring. Because I'll be honest, I thought that this was they kept saying that this was gonna start like an hour ago. They said that they were gonna do the press conference first.
The 3-on-3 meeting could go on so long that they'll just cancel the wider lunch meeting and go straight to the press conference. That I don't know.
Hold on, come on, Pootie. I brought something for you. Here, we call it a Big Mac.
Thanks for your support on Twitch.
And I'm going to tell them to name it the Big Don.
Thanks, Cope Ascetic. Thanks so much for the gift subs.
This is refreshing to see, though.
Thanks to Belliq on Twitch for subscribing. Thanks, Yappo the Clown.
What happened to MAGA since 1492? I still wonder that. I lament his fall. Yeah, we'll chill on that for a minute. Maybe I should just do another segment. Because honestly, this is getting a little annoying. Alright, so yeah, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this up here. And once they go live, I will go back to that. So let's see. What do we got? Hey, Fred. Look at you popping over there on Twitch. Hey, dude. Yeah, hit that follow button. You're going to be 425. Look at that. Pretty cool. All right. There we go. And sweet. Appreciate that, Fred. Thank you. We're going to the end of the first hour, which this works. We'll just consider that like the hangout. I want to go give the dog her milk bone real quick, and also grab a piece of cheese. Actually, it's like a little block of cheese. Expert. We'll go to Steve real quick. Take it away, Mr. Steve. Oh, wait. It's now at the 2.5 hour mark. Happening now. Trump said if he didn't have an agreement with Putin, he would hold the press conference alone. So if they both walk out, then we know what's up. Interesting. I mean, we have to remember that this is like, no matter what they agree to, we are not in the position to be agreeing to peace for Ukraine.
How do I say this in the headline?
Like, this is insane. In the membrane. And with that, I'm going. All right. Start rhyming. Here. You get one. I'll make a mess. There you go. It's you. Learning how to eat milk bone.
Trump and Putin have been meeting for over 2.5 hours in their 3-on-3 meeting. I don't have an exact clock when it started, but no, we need that. Yeah, maybe 2.5 hours. The 1/2 doesn't really read right on the headline. Revuelto says, I predicted 6 to 8 hours. Oops, sorry, I gotta take this off and do that. Okay. I mean, that's newsworthy in itself. It could have been a short meeting. J.K. Senar thinks it may be an overnighter. Our viewer Romulo thinks they will waste a whole day for nothing.
Need to be heated up. What time is it in Alaska? That's a good question.
Remember, Trump is supposed to, he was scheduled to leave at 5:45 Alaska time. I mean, you're already running up, well, if they're going to have a lunch and a press conference, I don't even know if Trump would leave by 5:45. You have to have a
This
lunch
guy's
and
so
a press
focused on
conference
them having
before
their lunch.
5:45?
Wait a minute. I want them to have their lunch.
That is a big flag. Adam
it's two?
says, how big is that flag they're holding?
That's a very large flag. Okay, so sorry about that. Again, Pinkerbell, thank you for the treats. She really appreciated that. It was funny. She was sleeping and she was just like, immediately wide-eyed and ready. Well, we're gonna keep the press conference thing going, but we're going to update the title. Let's see. Trump Putin press conference. There we go. Cool. No deal, pickle? What? All right, let's see. Let's do a segment now. We are into the first hour, so that means we can do some politics and look at the yield news, even though this is the biggest story right now. Bassinet makes first visit to IRS as acting commissioner. I thought he was up there with Trump. That must be an older story. Staying in Coast Guard, coming down to residence for security reasons. Oh, wait, is she like saying that she's being targeted because of the South Park thing? Hold on. No way, right? Can't be. Man. I'm not sure if it's like because this is the main thing going on, but there's like not a lot going on in the news right now, which this would be a good time for other outlets to start reporting on the Epstein stuff that was going on. Like, all right, I kind of brought this up at some point. God, I have so many streams at this point, but I remember talking about this where I was like, the whole speed in which these stories just come and go is fucking insane. Where, Emma actually talked about this today, where she even said, she was like, yeah, we don't even have time to cover some of the stuff that's like, this should be like the biggest story for the next few weeks. But this is just like, we don't have time to cover it today. Which, there's the flood the zone thing, but there is also the fact that this has been happening for a while now. Like, this isn't just Trump shit. This has been happening for, God, since they started doing politics on fucking Facebook. Was that the start of like the true decline? Like, it all just, your mom joined Facebook and all of a sudden it's just like, oh, the algorithm is gonna try and fool them, and it did. It worked. It did. Oh my God, this guy's using a selfie stick. Hold on. Oh, he put it. That was all right. Not worth it now. Come on. Selfie sticks are fine. They totally are, and trust me, like if you're trying to like keep a steady. What is up with these guys? Do they? All right, is vertical out now? Can somebody tell me what the new trend is? So I like, because I already just keep everything, boomered out. I never fucked with it. I don't like. I'll only do like vertical shorts and like the occasional live stream, but. If you're expecting this, because somebody said, oh yeah, AG told me to do that. Because he's like, yeah, man, you gotta go vertical. I'm like, why? Why? Oh no, it's just YouTube apparently likes you better if you do. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I just like the layout here. I'm good. Rather that's my sacrifice, I guess. Whatever. Let me know what you guys kind of think about that. I don't want to do a a poll, but let me know what you guys think. Isn't vertical mainly for TikTok? That's what I thought. So is he like is he streaming on TikTok? I should ask him that. You know what? I will ask him that when the time comes. We are trying, like, I can just say this. He's going to be a guest on the show coming up. All right, hold on. I want to try this. So, check it out. You know how I just said I was trying to eat healthy? Well, fuck that. Doritos. All right. Queso. I want to see how this, if this is good, I'm going to be very happy. If this sucks, I just wasted a whole cup of queso. Let's see. And I think I need to heat up this cheese a little bit more, but that doesn't matter. Oh, we're good. Oh, fuck yeah, we're good. Alright, I feel like trash eating this, but it's fucking delicious. Hell yeah. Alright. I do need to reheat it. No, it needs to be heated up a little bit more, but... Oh, people are rushing in to get their seats. Here we go. Oh boy! Oh boy! It looks like they're coming into the room. Everybody's coming into the room. Better than an empty tummy? It is. Thank you, Bloodstone. No, thanks guys for looking out for me. I appreciate that. I really do. This is why you guys rule as a community, is because you also keep me, you keep me functioning. So, that's good. TikTok as a platform is just so overwhelming, I can't do it. A few of my favorite niche hobby creators cross-post their TikToks, so YouTube, or to YouTube, so I feel like I get more curated experience that's more manageable. I know that's what Dean Withers does for his debates, where he'll go on TikTok and YouTube, but he also gets banned a lot on TikTok, where he'll like on the fly just have to, you know, create a new account. I haven't watched a lot of his content though, like since a few weeks ago. I watched one video that was finally a turnoff where I was just like, nah. Like, he was screaming at this dude. I'm just like, dude, even if you're right, I can't stand the way he presents himself sometimes. And then somebody was just like, is he the Joe Rogan of the left? I'm like, why is everybody doing this? And then Kyle Kalinske saying that. It's like, dude, you do realize when I say that shit, I'm joking. God damn. Too many of these people are not joking. This guy... I do appreciate his, here, we got, still no sound, okay. Interesting. Let me move it in here in a minute. Oh, shit. That too. Here. My bad, guys. Just realized that my, multi-chat wasn't on. No, but what I was just saying about TikTok as a platform. So I have a TikTok for this channel. I kind of made a mistake in the early days, and I'll admit it. I thought I was smarter than the algorithm. I thought it would be easier to promote my channel if I did some of my hobby stuff over on TikTok. So like I would do, you know, Pokemon card rips was a big one where I was like, ooh, yeah, you know, like that's a trending, that's trending. I'll, you know, and I open Pokemon packs anyway, so I might as well just film me doing it. And then posting like, you know, my animal pics, my animal videos there. Which, yeah, apparently, if I can give one piece of advice to somebody that's trying to start their own YouTube channel, don't do that. Even on TikTok, don't do that. Like, be smart. Don't be like me. Like, make videos about politics and that lead to your channel and actually use the platform to promote. Now it's like you were just saying, Pinkerbell, like it's overwhelming. Like I hate the fact when I just like click it, it takes me right to a video that I never would have. Fuck that. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I want a choice. I at least want, like, that's why I like YouTube. At least you have the choice of what you want to watch. They don't just throw it at you. I hate that. I can't stand that shit. That's why I don't have Instagram. That's why I don't, like, because they started doing that garbage too. Facebook Reels. That's another one. Like, you cannot use Facebook Reels anymore, especially since the YouTube thing where they banned AI. It's become literally just every single video is just AI slop. So, okay, what is it? What is what is going on with this camera guy? Wait a minute, this is the Associated Press, guys. So this is kind of funny to watch. Wait. He has a paused feed. Okay. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. He uses that one service. Steve. Wait, Steve. What's going on, Steve? Oh. Oh, that's his channel. You know what? Let's back out of that. Do we have any breaking news updates from the conference? No. Okay. I mean, they're all rushing in to get their, like, seats, and I think. I don't know. I feel, okay, maybe I'm kind of conflating my experiences with, like, conventions. So when you go to a convention panel, and I'm talking comic book conventions, yes. But when you go to a comic book convention, or a comic convention, or Comic-Con for the non-nerdiest of us, I can just say Russian Con. But that's what I'm just saying, or Russian in. I was making another joke there. No, but what I was saying is, when they do panels, it's the same thing where you'll see a bunch of people just kind of, you know, moseying in and, hey, it's Caitlin Collins. What's up? That means that they are starting soon. Oh, where's my mic? Where's my mic? Where's my mic? Oh, CNN going live, so that means they're gonna get their quick report in. That's actually kind of interesting to see. I'm gonna just say a little behind the scenes media moment. But yeah, it's like the same energy as when you're trying to get into a comic panel, and then like the second that the guest like comes out, and then people just scramble for seats. It's kind of funny. Did he just go? Is that a media thing for CNN? Is gimme, need Mikey, gimme microphone, gimme microphone. Sorry, the hand signals are kind of a bit much. This guy is trying to get Caitlin Collins on video because he's just like, hey, she's like famous, right? Okay, so you don't need to float the entire time. There is something about just being stationary and just kind of being like this whole. Is she live? Who is that? Now I am curious. We've seen enough of her to make it kind of like a thing. Okay, now they're starting to take their seats. Here. Let's get this. All right, so we got the audio up. So whenever they start. Oh, she's back to it. Come on. All right, this is kind of funny. Now let me dip my Dorito in that queso, and that sounded not exactly, you know, innocent. Mr. Sailor Man looks like he's literally out of central casting and was like, we need Sailor. Oh. A little bit of hair right there. Where's that? Oh. getting audio. Oh. All right, I highly recommend this mix. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to go microwave this queso. I can just sit here and watch them and just munch. All right. I may have gone a little bit quickly there. Breaking news, my spaghetti was excellent. I made a bomb-ass sauce earlier in the week using only stuff from my garden. Ah! Some fresh homemade sauce, some gravy. We do call it gravy here, by the way. Which is confusing to people, I understand. All right, so she looks like she's just getting irritated because she keeps having to break in her video. Oh, all right, we're starting to get attention here. I feel like I need to go and yeah, I'm gonna go heat this queso. I'll be right back.
Just warning you.
Love is okay. It's your choice. Just to make you aware.
Техническая проверка. 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126.
120. What was he saying?
Good day. Just double checking our last minute translation booths, making sure everyone is getting everything as needed. Again, you should be having English in your English only modes. The floor will get both everything at the same time. On your headsets, it should be 00 floor, 01 should be English, and 02 should be Russian on your headsets. So again, just
Interesting.
doing a couple last minute checks, making sure everything is going through as it should. Thank you.
So it looks like Putin
Кремлевский
is
пул, у вас
there.
все хорошо, все нормально. Камеры, покажите, пожалуйста, большой палец, что все нормально. Все, спасибо большое.
All right. That guy's got some balls. Is he trying to get like the shot? And here they come. Hmm. Really? How are you gonna do us like this? In the middle of eating a chip. We're all like, we're all just waiting with bated breath. What's gonna happen? God, this was like, okay, this was an experiment that I didn't know was going to go as well as it did. My God, this is tasty. Okay, come on, guys. Let's get it rolling. I thought that I needed queso for this. Damn it. I sort of got if my queso's cold by the time they get out here. Flip shit. This was also what I was worried about, like the awkward part where I was like, I wanted to start a new segment, and I'm glad I didn't. She just did the church walk. I've seen, oh my God, that lady, she seriously just did the thing where she's just like, oh my God, it's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in so long. We'll talk after church. Queso gets cold so fast. I know! Why? Why queso? Why queso do you get cold so fast? Is it for the journalist, the translation? Yes, I'm pretty sure that the translation's for the journalist. I think that we're going to be getting English on the Associated Press. Must have a very low specific heat capacity. It does. I know that, like, these little cups, you can only heat them at, like, 15-second intervals. And you're only supposed to do it, like, for, 30 seconds to 45 seconds. Don't go that full 60. What's going on here? Come on, guys. It's starting to get cold again. Damn it! Why does this happen? This is so stupid. Man, how many times? Oh. Okay, so I'm assuming that, did she just like give away where they're walking? She is live. She's been live this whole time? Impressive that Putin is able to go these many rounds. You remember, what was it, like 2 or 3 years ago? They were reporting, like when he started the war, that he might have been doing it because he was at the end of his life. Okay. Get a little wax warmer. Put a little cup of queso on it. I have one. Actually, I have a candle warmer. Okay. Live this whole time, and she doesn't even get queso. Yeah, she doesn't. I mean, you know what is kind of funny? Yeah, they may be live. They may have prestige, but you know what I have? Doritos and queso. Cheers. This is what I call living the dream. It is pretty nice, I'm not going to lie. Guys, oh my God. What is with edging your freaking media here? In Soviet Russia, queso hit you. Do they have queso in Russia? No, see, I actually did. We have a guy who is, he was from Israel, well, is from Israel. And he said specifically, also, we deal with the whole complicated situation of that one. He is one of the guys that has a more left-leaning than most Israelis. But he was saying that there is no cheddar cheese in Israel, and I was like, what? I'm like, wait a minute. How do you guys have like relations with America and you guys don't get cheese? What? They have 24 hours to fill. Well, live and live. The cheese loca. Oh my god, I just Spanglished too. That was a double ding there. That was an appropriate time to do the shock pika. I will say that, Fred. Also, thank you for the heads up on the 420 a few minutes ago. They're tragic. Again, I got moved out of multi-chat because I reset this for this specifically. What is happening? Come on, guys. And here they come. Maybe not. All right. Well, we're all just waiting here. Could you imagine like being there and being live, just like, all right, well, they told us to, like, why is this guy? Okay, I want to know, why is he so special? What does he have that these guys don't? Just balls? Like, he's got the balls to just be that guy where he's just like, I need the shot. I need the shot. Is that Stephen Chang? I think that's Stephen Chang. Oh my god, what is happening? This is so weird to see them all like fighting with their stupid... This is what happens when you let them be their own camera people. Do you think, like, ex-cameramen, like, the guys that used to have to come, like, and do this, like, I don't know, with some form of decorum? Because holy shit. I bet they long for the days where they just sat there patiently waiting. All right, we got an influx in viewership, so there must be word that they are coming out. I don't know, maybe. Fuck it. I'll just do it. Okay. Thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you. Me and Mr. Putin, we had a very productive talk. Guys, just hold your questions until the end of the press conference. I will get to you. Me and Mr. Putin, we had a very productive talk. Very productive. I didn't understand a lot of it. It was a lot of... it sounded like he had something stuck in his head, stuck in the back of his throat, but I tried to give him the Heimlich, and his people said no. But I'd assume that it's just because my hands are so small that they don't want me to accidentally reach into his ribcage and pull out his heart. Because I mean, I gotta be real. I would check. We would all check. Things got weird here. You know what, guys? Why don't we go to some questions, huh? Oh, fuck. Mr. Standy Man. I actually want to take I have a question for Standy Man. What makes you so special? Hey, Caitlin. Just gotta do that shit. All right. We're going for it. You know what? Let's do this. Dog in the up corner. Chat. There we go. We are now ready for whenever this starts, because maybe, just maybe, this will be interesting enough to break into a segment. Who knows? Appreciate you guys hanging out either way. Oh, my queso. Damn it! See? And that was also part of it, where it's just like, there's nothing, so I have to sit here and talk, and no queso.
It's a 3G, 4G
Oh, good.
phone. It'll work better. You don't have the adapter. Can't break it now.
It's funny, your imitation of Mr. Pumpkin.
No worries. I usually do a USB-C hardwire. Does that work on USB-C?
I'm looking at the person with the little Burberry thing, because it looks like she's got a Burberry like tether, but that looked like it was an iPhone 7, which I'm not judging as somebody who rocks an older iPhone model themselves. So. What do you guys think? Where are they? Huh? Where are they? Dude, everybody. I'm awkward. They're awkward. She can't sit down. I mean, ants in your pants, lady? Come on. Like, those chairs don't look that uncomfortable. I mean, Mr. Chang hasn't gotten up once. I don't know. My man from the back looks like Big Pun. Just saying. Like 2 people got that joke, by the way. Oh my god, that guy just like dork. Okay, now I'm at that point of feeling like, or like, I'm watching them, it feels like that whole thing where you're waiting for somebody where you're just like, where are they? Where are they? You ever do that when you absolutely do not need to? Like, you can totally see, but it's just like, you feel like it's just like, I'll see them if I... Probably staring into each other's eyes longingly or afraid to look away. Oh my god, they're having a staring contest. We tried to get out here, but I had to win the staring contest. It's kind of hard to beat me when my eyes are always closed. You can't tell if I'm sleeping, you can't tell if I'm awake, you can't tell if I'm pooping, or you can't tell if I'm not. That's kind of the point. Staring contest, go. Can you just imagine him doing the little point? Fuck it, I'm gonna do the press conference again. That's fun. Just gotta make myself a little smaller. Here we go. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Have a seat. If everybody can have a seat, Mister. Excuse me, sir. Sir. Can somebody tap him on the shoulder? Sir. If you could have a seat, please. Sir. Sir. No. Do not use him as an example. Sir, please have a seat. Do you not see the impact you are having on the room, sir? I am not okay with this. Please sit down and be good little children. We can all wait for the big boys to come in and say their piece. But I need you to have a seat, sir. Sir. Well, I don't think he's sitting down, folks. Oh, he got the special permission. Got it. Oh, okay. Which one gave him the special permission? Any of you who? Oh, Mr. Trump did. You know what? Oh, wait a minute. Ninja Poof. Ninja Star Poof. Look at me coming in like Snake Eyes. I always like Snake Eyes from the G.I. Joe. G.I. Joe, great idea, except we're going to call it G.I. Ice. That doesn't technically work, but it's a work in progress, guys. Anyway, I would really appreciate it if you could sit down, mister. I did not give him permission to do this. Sir, sit the fuck down. Like a kindergarten teacher. I do feel like this. Actually, I mean, I'm looking. This is ridiculous. Wait. God, I wish I had like another guest on so I could put them on the other side of this podium and then we could just debate. I mean, this this would be a pretty good like just backdrop. I am legitimately curious what makes you think that you're so special there, dude. Because you keep going on with your little news report, but do you plan on wrapping this up anytime soon? Because perhaps, just perhaps, we are waiting on you. Dick. Anybody have a question? Anybody have a question? Did you guys at least try the catering? The catering was pretty good. Anybody? Well, the bit was supposed to end because they were supposed to walk out here. Is he from News Nation or OAN? I wouldn't doubt it. He looks like Jim from CNN. Is that Jim from CNN? That would... Clipping that for Fight Night. Hey, go ahead. I know I talked to Jake about doing that, so I'm looking forward to it. Didn't we establish that standing up looking for him doesn't do anything? She's doing the equivalent of just hitting the button on the elevator. She's like, I think I saw him. I think I saw him. Oh! Trump told that guy he was a terrible reporter for asking him a legitimate question during Trump's first term. He's from ABC. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Do any of you guys have Doritos and queso? No? 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 Well, too bad. You guys aren't awesome like me. Anyway, this is going to be political cinema. Trump and Putin going to be asked some tough... I know, Stutzy. Welcome to the show, number one. Do not recognize the name, so, yeah. Welcome. Yeah, no, this is going to be good. I'm just waiting so I can, keep... I'm sitting here keeping the podium warm. Also, they couldn't differentiate between my Trump impression and the man himself. I also got a little bit of orange on my fingers here from the Doritos, and immediately they just pulled me out here and put me and just said, can you do it? Can you just take care of this? And I just said, you know what? All right. You guys like Doritos, right? Everybody loves a good Dorito. That's how nobody knows this, but when everybody made the Cheeto jokes, it's because the only reason that we got mad was because it was actually true. Cheeto dust, it's all delicious. So in the tanning booth, I said, why not? I got sick of it, tasting like dirt. Anyway, does anybody have a question? Why do I have my hand on my head? I don't know. I'm announcing Medicare for all. First time you're hearing it, folks. Dude, that'd be wild. I decided with one talk, me and Putin, we talked about this. He told me a little bit of Russian history. He told me about this guy named Lenin and a little thing about some stuff about some communism. Listen, I might have been a little too harsh. Zoran Mondani has some good ideas. What's up, Seth? Oh, I thought the... Does anybody have any questions? You? Yes. What is your... Do you have an opinion about the droning of Kiev this morning? That's bad. All of a sudden I turned into RFK Jr. Ask me a question about vaccines so I could just say how bad they are. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Guys, yeah. I have black teeth. Anyway. My fingers are orange. That's so, like, if you guys saw the other night, that's why I tend to use chopsticks when I eat such snackage, because, yeah, who needs Cheeto fingers? CNN's Caitlin Collins is there, Trump's favorite reporter. Oh, Caitlin, we all heard what you did. We all heard you took a little limo ride with the president, which we all know what that means. Ew. Okay, guys. I feel like they're kind of leaving me up here just to hang. Do you think they're arguing? Do you think they're arguing? I feel like they're arguing. Hooten, you're making me look bad here, pal. Come on, buddy. You gotta give me something here, dude. Do you see Trump berating fake news in front of Putin? Yes. My chip broke. Damn it. Again, Doritos and queso. You guys, you in the audience, well, not my audience. You guys should have this, by the way. But these people, they shouldn't be allowed to enjoy what this is. This bliss, this working class bliss that I have found. Who's that guy? Who the fuck is that guy? Uh-oh. God damn it. God damn it. Guys, I think they want me to move. Hold on. I got, let me pack up my stuff. And without further ado, now, if everybody would take a seat, Miss Collins, you know what? Screw it. These two, I'm done. Thank you all who sat down and can behave, unlike two certain people here who think they're better than all of you. You guys can deal with that in the press pool. I don't care. Now, without any further ado, we've got Donald Trump. Jesus Christ. Now, I'm sorry there, folks. Sorry,
repeat that.
What's the CNN anchor tax bracket version of Doritos and queso? Oh, no, they're getting theirs, like, from, On the Border, and it's like, yeah, it's like, the Cheeto dust, or, like, the actual, like, queso dust is, you know, made from real cheese, and it all costs, like, I don't know, $700 for no reason. I got that right? Feels like I'm back at my first day at the Krabby Patty. Wah! I actually cannot do a good, SpongeBob. That was like the one impression I tried. And realized where I was just like, oh, nope, just can't. All right, there is a limit. I do see you. I do see you. You are now standing up. I told this man that he was going to be a bad influence. You sit down already? Wait, sit down. Go. Or just stare at your phone more, mister. No, for real. Okay, so if he's from ABC, I do think that he's trying to, like, this is his big dick moment. And now he's embarrassed because he's been standing there and he already did his report. Oh, there we... No. No, still nothing. Oh. Yeah, they got me sitting at this podium. I'm kind of uncomfortable, guys. I mean, I'm kind of coming at you from... Wait, this is like the way that they would... Well, I mean, we did this during COVID. Guys, there is no reason to panic. We're doing this virtually, just so you know. Immediately, they're all like, I have to admit, if that happened and they just wheeled out a TV, it's like, oh, I am so out of here. Oh, I just put way too much whiskey. Oh, well, I mean, unless you have a funnel, that's unfortunate, you know? It's almost like you can't let that go to waste. But also, do not, yeah, let's not power. Let's not do that. Imagine it's canceled. Sorry, no, that is funny. That was one of the funniest things that has been said while we were here right now. Because I would laugh my ass off. All right, what is happening? Did Stephen Chung move? Stephen moved. They moved Stephen. Where's my man, Big Pun? Wait, if Big Pun's gone, does that mean that they actually canceled it? Guys? Huh. This is kind of funny. Watching them all awkwardly just like, so what do we do? Like, we were told that this is happening. Putin hasn't had the balls to do a Western press briefing. All I know is that I am waiting for this to start officially so I can go and reheat queso number, for round 2. Yes, I have round 2 because it was legitimately, I wasn't sure if it was going to be a success or not. So I was like, well, if it is a failure, at least I got 1 bag of Doritos. But if it's a success, I got 2 bags of Doritos. Now, I think I can move off the podium, guys. All right. Bye. Oh, look. I made it. Just in time. And here they come. Coming at you live from WWP. We've got Putin. Boo. Boo. And your man Donald Trump. Boo. Wait, we got double heels going. Uh-oh. Oh. Caroline Levitt is there. Excellent forethought. Yeah, right? It really was. It was the way to plan for things where it's just like, ooh. Because, again, if it wasn't success, then it is good to go back upstairs. But it's not. It's going to the belly once Mr. Trump decides to get the fuck out here. All right. More waiting. Dude, this really does feel like a fucking Comic-Con. Holy shit. Like, this is the Comic-Con experience. Oh, there's Marco Rubio. All right. I swear to God. Oh, that was a guy for them to tell him to sit down. I wonder if ABC guy's going to get in trouble. Yeah, they don't want him on there. You put a parlay on Little Marco being there? Well, it looks like you won. Although they announced... Wait, how was there a parlay on Little Marco being there when they announced that he was going to be there? Like, that was in the news. I don't understand that shit. I gotta be real. If they're doing that where it's like they announce it and then you're able to collect on that for him popping up on camera even though they announced it, it's like, come on. Dude, the betting market stopped making sense when they started making wrestling something you could bet on. This guy
Ladies
really...
and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America and the President of the Russian Federation.
All right, guys, I want a good, clean fight. Go.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at him, that stupid smile. Well,
Уважаемый господин президент, дамы и господа,
cold queso's fine.
Наши переговоры прошли в конструктивной и взаимоуважительной атмосфере. Были весьма обстоятельными и полезными. Хотел бы еще раз поблагодарить моего американского коллегу за предложение приехать на Аляску. Вполне логично встретиться именно здесь, ведь наши страны, хоть нас разделяют океаны, на самом деле близкие соседи. И я, когда мы встретились, вот, вышли из самолетов, я так сказал: добрый день, дорогой сосед, очень приятно видеть вас.
Oh, sit down, you fucking... Oh my God, get your little selfie.
И по-соседски это очень звучит, по-моему, по-доброму. Нас разделяет только Берингов пролив. Да и то, там два острова между российским и американским островом всего 4 километра. Мы близкие соседи, это факт. Важно также, что с Аляской связана значительная часть общей истории России и США. Многие позитивные события. Так здесь и по сей день сохраняется огромное культурное наследие эпохи Русской Америки. Православные храмы, множество, более 700 географических названий, имеющих русское происхождение.
We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot
Jesus
of,
Christ, is he actually like giving him part of fucking Alaska?
Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. the Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times.
He really is not good at not being the center of attention.
Advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia
So nothing's
and to
changing.
reinstate a just balance of security in Europe.
This is a
and
lot
in
of
world
words
on
just
the
for
whole.
to
And
say
I
that
agree
nothing's
with President
changing
Trump,
and that he
as
just
has said
ate
today,
Trump's
that
lunch.
naturally,
I
the
mean, dude, he is
security
big dick and Trump
of
hard
Ukraine
here.
should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress.
Like you just did? Wait.
Incidentally,
That was
when
rich.
the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called
So this is
international
us
date line.
forming the new axis of evil. Cool.
I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the US. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact.
Putin's doing this on purpose, too.
And I have
It is
every
funny.
reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up
There's
NATO
no deal.
in a little while. I will call up the various people
Dude,
that I
he's
think
so
are appropriate.
dejected.
And I'll,
He's
of course,
so
call up
mad.
President Zelensky and tell him about
You got
today's meeting.
fucking
It's
played there,
ultimately
dude.
Up to them. They're going to have
Good
to
job.
agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe. Thank you very much.
Trump administration. He doesn't even say
some of
U.S.
our really
anymore.
great
You know,
leaders. They've
the
been doing a
United States of
phenomenal job.
America.
We also
The
have
Trump
some
administration. That's all that
tremendous
matters.
Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And,
there it is. All right.
We look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get
Deal,
this over with. We
hottest.
really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship.
He really
with
does look like a
President
putz
Putin,
now.
With Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax that made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax.
He's a
He knew it
fucking
was a hoax, and I knew
KGB
it was a
agent,
hoax, but
asshole.
What was done was very criminal, but it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it,
We are
very
being
quickly,
run
I'm
by
gonna
our
start
country is
making
being
few
run by a
phone calls and
mongoloid.
tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant.
What?
But we have a very good chance of getting
You're
there.
so
We
full
didn't
of
get
shit.
there,
That means
but
that
we
the
have a very
main
good
one,
chance
you know,
of
the
getting
big
there.
one,
I would
Ukraine.
like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, otherwise, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No questions. No questions. How about that? All right. Wow. Well, we
Are
didn't
you
get
happy
many
about that,
specifics.
Steven? Are you happy
There you go.
that your man, that your guy doesn't have to answer
Wow,
any hard
no questions.
questions?
No
wow! no!
Thank you for
boy!
joining.
Trump
All right, hold on.
gets
Let me go
out
back to the other video.
scot-free!
Hold on. Hold on. Wow. Well, there's no deal, but I mean, there wasn't going to be a deal without Zelensky there anyway. So we didn't hear specifics really. Putin mentioned some sort of agreement. I don't know what that is. President Trump said they had made progress and they agreed on a bunch of points, but there were some points they still hadn't agreed on, some major points. And he said one specific point was the most important they had agreed
He said a lot of nothing, Steven.
on, but no specifics.
Yeah.
So again,
Oh boy.
look, we talked about this before, and I said my big question is
This is the first time I'm seeing this Steve dork.
Are they gonna be-
He's a mainstay on this channel.
specific about anything in the press conference, and surprise, surprise, they weren't. But,
Oh, really?
I mean, you know,
Steve.
President Trump did say that they made some progress and there were points they agreed on.
can't
but
stand
there were
this guy
several
sometimes. I
important
really
points
can't.
They had not yet agreed on. He also said he was going to discuss it with NATO and Zelensky.
Yeah, no shit. But then we hope that the Europeans do not interfere. Yes.
You know,
No,
President
NATO will stay out. Yes.
Putin talked about how he wanted to improve relations between the U.S.
I've been looking forward to for a long time.
Hold on.
I just noticed you, Jim, you're standing there, and behind you is a very important document, Declaration of
That's
Independence.
an old video. President Zelensky, he said,
Dude, does he have Trump videos just like always on so he can remind himself? It's like, oh boy, this is who I'm a real big fan of, but I remember my channel's called Agenda Free TV, so I have to pretend to be agenda free.
Sorry. President Trump said he's going to talk to President Zelensky and NATO. President Putin talked about an agreement, but we're not sure what it was. So what can I tell you?
Dude, he was talking straight up
I
about
don't
how Russia once had claim to the land bridge over fucking Alaska, bro.
Really know
Like that. Did you not get that? Did you not hear? Like I heard it. I heard the whole thing that he was like, yes. Back in the day, we used to have good deals with the America. But we used to have Alaska before Alaska was America's, and then we somehow. After war, we lose Alaska, so now we make deal, Alaska deal. Putin put his dick on the table. He really did. He just went the whop. And then Trump tried to be like, all right, hold on. And it's like, I can't reach. Hold on. I gotta get my belly over. I gotta put my belly on the table to get my dick there. Hold on. Oh my God. And there it is. There Pep Talks thinks that Vladimir Putin's dick is bigger than Trump's. News at 11. Well, at least we can move on from that. That was nice.
what happened. That you can come out and claim, oh, we made a deal. They could have said, we made a deal. Well, Putin said agreement. But Trump could have said...
I'm sorry. The fact is, I just saw in his comments that his commenters are turning on him. Here,
we made a deal. And then it turns out later it's like a small business deal or something. But he didn't say that.
Was it worth waiting so long? No. Was it worth it?
Positive spin from Trump on
this was a whole lot of nothing.
Which was interesting.
I think the
Because
meeting
there's a
failed.
world
This
in
was a big
which
nothing burger.
They wouldn't have gotten a ton accomplished, but it would be spun as, oh, we did all of this stuff. And also Putin said, he talked about how the what is that? Is that the airport there? Maybe that's the airport. Putin talked about how the causes of the
airport,
war
dude.
in
That's
Russia,
where they're
as Russia
that's where they're
considers them,
taking
need
off
to
from.
be addressed.
You got people now, like, the way that they were doing the thing, where they're like, they're getting there. Oh my God. Yeah, that's how that goes. Alrighty. What happened? The real story will come out when all his aides start leaking to the press. Yeah, That will be interesting to see. Here, let's see if we can get some live coverage from one of the mainstream news agencies. Hate to say, because honestly, maybe Al Jazeera has something. Bro, you gotta stop. Hey. Stop. Stop. You gotta stop. You're licking yourself. I gotta go get you medicine, then you gotta let me know, okay? There isn't like nobody live. Oh, here we go.
To, you know, cities of Philadelphia and New York City, it's DC where he has even more authority because of federal law.
Yeah, and as I said the intro, it's like
that is not them covering anything about this. Damn it. What the hell? Oh my god, really? TYT is the one that's actually doing some coverage on this? Nope, I ain't having. Sorry. Hassan did a GQ magazine spread. Good for him. Aw. Kaya? Aw. Well, you know that there's going to be some crashing out because of that. That's going to be funny. Didn't they cover the inauguration? Or they didn't cover the inauguration? I mean, this is weird. I have to say, like, you'd think that... Oh, wait.
Good news for the sandwich slinger. Hello, everybody. David Schuster here. A
Hell
judge
yeah.
has now agreed that felony charges are not warranted in the case of Sean Dunn.
Haha.
Recently in Washington,
Janine
D.C.,
Pirro
the
just got...
37-year-old started yelling at
That
federal
means that
law
Janine
enforcement
Pirro just
officers,
got put on
and
blast.
then
That's
went
amazing.
even further to the expletive-filled delight.
I did not watch the video. I was not aware that the guy that did it was wearing like the most dad outfit ever, and it was like, I mean, like he threw a sandwich at a cop wearing salmon. 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 Ah, the way it thuds. Oh, it's funny. Run! 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 Yes! Oh!
He cooked him!
Make that
Police
fucking work!
eventually caught Dunn, arrested him, and took him to D.C. Superior Court, where he was released. 2 days later, the Trump Justice Department charged...
Little did you know that was actually the crime that did it. Everybody said it was big balls. No, it was the sandwich.
Dunn with a felony. But back in court, Dunn got his freedom again.
It looked like a hoagie. It did look like a proper hoagie. I mean, if that was a Subway sandwich, I swear to God, that means that like the footlong is a footlong again.
Headline. Sean Dunn, accused of throwing a sandwich at a federal officer, is released on his own recognizance as the judge finds the felony charge excessive. Quote, a judge released 37-year-old Sean Dunn, a former Department of Justice employee, on his own recognizance, despite prosecutors pushing for serious felony charges that could carry up to 8 years
Absolutely
in prison.
ridiculous that they were even trying for
The
that.
judge's finding is a loss for the Trump Justice Department and its D.C. U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro. She had gloated about Dunn's arrest.
An individual went up to one of the federal law enforcement officers and started jumping up and down, screaming at him, berating him, yelling at him.
Wait, he was a DOJ. Yeah, he was a paralegal.
And then he took a Subway sandwich about this big and took it and threw it.
No, it was this big. It was one of the big ones, guys. Oh my God. The cop will never recover. Oh, his family.
At the
Somebody think of his children.
Officer. He thought it was funny. Well, he doesn't think it's funny today because we
It had salami from Boar's Head on it. We all know how dangerous that is.
charged him with a felony, assault on a police officer. And we're going to back the police to the hilt.
Back police to the hilt? This is the same Trump administration that
Well, too bad it's the hilt of a fucking, I don't, I have nothing.
pardoned every rioter who
What else has a hilt?
attacked police officers on January the 6th. Attorney General
Mm.
Pam Bondi's lack of self-awareness is
Oh, wait. Pooper scoopers. Pooper scoopers have hilts. Ha ha.
even worse. Following Sean Dunn's arrest, Bondi posted on X, "If you touch any law enforcement officer, we will come after
Technically, he didn't touch him. The sandwich did.
you." Really? So touching police is not acceptable, says Bondi, but touching children is just fine.
The Justice
Zing, bitch!
Department
Got him.
and FBI announced it would not release any more information about the investigation into sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Ah, nice. Rebel HQ coming in clutch with this
The
reporting.
president, like many New York celebrities, had some association with Epstein.
And back to January the 6th, rioters for Trump hit police with flagpoles, fire extinguishers, pieces of wood, and bear spray, among other things. Altogether, 140 police officers were injured.
Multiple capital injuries.
This is Democracy Manifest.
Multiple capital injuries.
You arrested me for a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Dude, it's one of the best videos. We need to find that here.
And again, Donald Trump, with help from the Justice Department, pardoned every January 6th participant, including those convicted of the worst violence. Now, maybe it's just me, but attacking police and raping children seems more serious than throwing a subway sandwich.
That's a mighty nice headlock, sir. Yes, dude. He's legit like critiquing their arrest. Their arrest form. It's just like, oh, that's a very proper headlock you've got there, sir.
Yes.
Ah, yes. Dude, I strive to be this cool, like if anything ever happens to me. Ready to receive my limp penis. Get your hand off. This is Democracy Manifest. Dude. Oh, I see you know your judo. Okay, man. Sorry, I had to. I had to find that just because it was so fucking one of the... No, it is. It's probably the best internet arrest ever.
Pam Bondi.
It's one of the
She went
funniest
on
shits
to
on the
post
web.
about Sean Dunn.
What is the charge? For having a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Learned that this defendant worked at the Department of Justice. No longer. Not only is he fired, he has been charged with a felony. This is an example of the deep state we've been up against for 7 months as we work to refocus DOJ. You will not work in this administration while disrespecting our government.
You're bludgeoning me. You're not holding the truncheon. You're bludgeoning me correctly, sir.
Government and law enforcement. Unless, of course, you work at the Justice Department for Pam Bondi.
The Justice Department has
Deep state sandwiches. Oh my god, that would be like, dude, somebody needs to do a pop-up cart deep state sandwiches like at outside. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? I make awesome sandwiches. I'm going to make chopped Italian sandwiches and call them
senior advisor, someone
deep state
who
sandwiches.
faced multiple criminal charges
Extra peppers.
due to his presence at the January 6th Capitol riot. His name is Jared Wise. You can see him in the blue jacket on
It's funny that was all mistaken identity too, if I remember correctly. Yeah. It's sad that he got I know that he recently just passed away.
the left side of your screen, yelling.
That was the last time I watched that video, was the day he died, because like the internet was just like, you remember the succulent Chinese meal guy?
At police officers. He's heard in this video calling law enforcement present there, defending the Capitol, Nazis, and yelling, kill them. Not just once, but repeatedly.
And I bet he has a Back the Blue sticker somewhere in his house, if not on his truck. Yeah, These dudes are the ones that are cheering to have the military come and police our streets until they get a DUI, and then they're gonna be like, "This is tyranny."
In an article titled "Video Shows Department of Justice Official Urging January 6 Rioters to Kill Cops," a Department of Justice spokesperson said in a statement, "Jared Wise is a valued member of the Justice Department, and we appreciate his contributions to our team."
Interesting. But throwing a sandwich gets you canned from cool. I mean, it does kind of suck that like this is this obvious, but at the same time, do we just laugh at it? I don't know.
Dunn. According to court records, he confessed to police immediately. Dunn told Officer Thandi, "I did it. I threw a sandwich." Dunn's next court appearance will come in September. Legal experts believe that prosecutors and Dunn will eventually agree to some sort of plea deal involving a misdemeanor. That's because Dunn's intent was clearly not to physically hurt the police officer. And throwing food has long been viewed in the courts and by juries as a form of nonviolent protest. As countless incidents have demonstrated.
Literally, like the oldest thing is throwing tomatoes at a person that they don't like. So, like, yeah, felony charges, people.
The goal is to humiliate, not injure. And in this case, Dunn could argue he was delivering a moral objection to the federal police on
You could argue that, honestly, it was,
the streets
you know,
of D.C. Still, Pam Bondi, Janine Pirro,
he was trying to serve him a sandwich. He just wanted him to have a sandwich.
and other
He didn't want to take the sandwich, so he said, "Fine, take the
Trump
sandwich."
administration
How do you know he just wasn't trying to help a hungry officer? Come on, man.
goons are not exactly known
Soup and sandwiches for my family.
for sophisticated thinking. And Bondi, in particular,
I like soup and sandwiches.
seems to have
That's like my comfort food.
embraced her role as the queen of hypocrisy. Her vision of justice is as crooked as a dog's hind leg and twice as useless. One cannot help but
Hey,
suspect
my dog's hind leg. Leave her alone.
that if the January 6 rioters had hurled cold cuts instead of crowbars, well, Bondi might have finally found the courage to object. In the end, Pam Bondi reminds us that the loudest champions of law and order are often
Everyone remember when Bush dodged a shoe?
first to trample it
Yes, it was very funny.
when it inconveniences their friends. Justice, of course, is supposed to be blind. But Bondi is like a weird seeing eye dog trained by MAGA to only sniff for liberals. Bondi is another reminder that if our republic fails and falls, it won't be due to tanks in the streets or because of a tyrant like Donald Trump. It will be thanks to enablers like Pam Bondi, the Trump sycophants who treat the Constitution like a napkin and wipe their hands with it after a feast.
I mean, they wiped their ass with it after taking a shit. That's a little bit more applicable there. I know you're trying to be, like, have some form of decorum there, but I don't have to do that. Because that's exactly what it is. Whataboutism on full display. Wrong deeds, no matter what, for whom, should be prosecuted. Whether you were an effing idiot on January 6th or harassing federal officers, don't be an ass. Are you dead serious right now that it's like the crime, like, but so you agree with him having a federal offense for throwing a fucking sandwich? If he threw a rock, maybe. But like, dude, you're literally like, you do realize that they have a game at like at our Ren Fair, there's an entire thing where this guy insults you and you pay to throw tomatoes at him. So apparently we're committing just like felonies all over the place at the Ren Fair. Jesus. All right. Wow. Let's see. I can't use that. Oh shit! Really? Oh, that sucks. Hold on. Well, apparently, my title. Huh. For some reason, my title caused an issue. What? I'm just reporting on Trump and Putin. What the hell's going on here? Really? Huh. I think they're already suppressing news about this because it's not flattering for Trump, is my guess. There. A little sensationalism. Let's go. Yeah, if you guys see the title of the stream, go with it. It's fine for him. Literally, littering and calling a day. People really want to stick him with something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, littering. I mean, they're gonna claim it's damage to federal property because, you know, he got emotionally damaged by it. He'll never recover. The meanie bobini sandwich thrower. Here. All right, so we're gonna go to something a little bit more serious. Mehdi Hassan had a interview with these two doctors that are in Gaza right now. So let's watch this interview and see and get some on the ground reporting.
Hello, I'm Mehdi Hassan, and you are joining another Zeteo Live Town Hall. We're live on YouTube, we're live on the Substack app, we're live at Zeteo.com. I hope you have subscribed to support our media company. We are talking about Gaza today and the ongoing genocide on the ground in the Gaza Strip, where international media has been banned from entering and where local Palestinian journalists continue to be murdered by Israel, the latest being Anas al-Sharif and his team from Al Jazeera, shockingly earlier this week. The only real insights, therefore, we get from foreigners in Gaza are the doctors, who are still barely allowed to go in from the US, UK, Canada, and elsewhere. Right now, there are two...
The thing is, it actually is worth it because it brought up the absurdity of just what they're trying to charge people with, where you have people on the right going, really? This is who... Like, so you guys bring the FBI and you guys say that there's this crime wave. Notice how they're not focusing on any crime arrests and that the biggest crime that they are focusing on is a sandwich throwing. People are not that stupid. Like, as much as I say that the American populace kind of is, every once in a while, collectively, doesn't matter what, you know, politics you practice, you see something like that and go, huh, well, that's interesting. Why would they need the FBI there with this crime wave when it's literally they're arresting sandwich throwers? Odd.
Two American doctors from Dallas on the ground at the Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza City. Dr. Umar Birni is on his second trip to Gaza. He's a founding and managing partner.
By the way, there is a bit here where it gets fuzzy, so I'm going to try and fix that.
Dallas, and Dr. Mohammed Khalil, who's on his third trip to Gaza, who's an ultra minimally invasive and complex spinal surgeon and medical director of orthopedic spine surgery at Medical City Frisco. They both join me now from the Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza City. Doctors, thank you both for joining me. First question, what is it like right now? We're Friday. I believe you just got there a few days ago. This is your third and second trips. What is your instant reactions to being there on the ground again?
It's heartbreaking. There's every time we come back here, we're surprised to see that things have gotten worse. I know when we came together in April of last year, the hospital at European was overcrowded with 35,000 refugees living on the hospital campus. When I came back in November, I came up north to Gaza City here at Ali Hospital, and
what up, Etch?
The scene is post-apocalyptic with the destruction around the hospital, and then now
we are watching Mehdi Hassan's interview with two doctors that are in Gaza right now.
The added factor of the humanitarian aid distributions and the massacres that are happening there are just another level of how bad it can get.
Omar, Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israelis say there is no starvation, there is no hunger in Gaza, it's all made up. What's your response to that, being there on the ground?
Yeah, no, there's definitely starvation. I mean, this is, like Adil said, this is an absolute humanitarian crisis at all levels. Starvation at levels that we've never
They do fix his audio eventually too.
experienced, even though both of us have, like you said, been here before. So yeah, I mean, it's starvation. That's the only explanation for why people keep going back to those, food distributions. Just to give you an idea, I mean, majority of the casualties and the injuries
There we
that
go.
we're seeing are, I'd say, well over 50% of them, don't you say, would be coming from the food distribution. So it's only because people are starving. I saw a case a couple nights ago. This young man lost both of his hands from an explosive injury and one of his legs. And instead of being worried about the fingers that he was missing, he was 16 years old, he was more worried. He kept pointing to his mouth and telling me to feed him. He had no fingers left on his hands that had been blown away. And his dad was trying to explain to us that he escaped the house. He said, I've been holding him into the house for the last 4 or 5 days not to let him go to the food distribution centers. And he somehow, like any teenager, got away and went to food and said, look what happened. So, I mean, starvation, that defines starvation right there.
And I should point out to people just joining us that Dr. Bernie and Dr. Khalil are in Gaza City. They're at the Ahli Hospital. Obviously, the internet isn't great. We appreciate them making time for this live in between treating patients. If you have questions for our two doctors, if you're on YouTube, if you're on the Substack app, stick your questions in the chat. I will try and read them out to our doctors. Let me ask you this, Mohammed, you've been there before, right? It's your third trip. What are the other doctors and nurses, the Palestinian healthcare workers on the ground, what are they going through? Because they're treating patients, but I assume they're hungry too.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, just the same people, you encountered the same people that you met before, and it's remarkable how much weight they've lost. They come in for a hug when they see you again, and you can feel their ribs and their spinous processes on their back. Like it's everybody has lost a significant amount of weight. It's actually kind of it's one of the things that they do socially is kind of show you pictures of what they look like before. Almost, so many people actually have their home screen set to what their family looked like before.
Jesus.
And
Wow.
the amount of weight loss is really remarkable. Like it's, they're exhausted. It really is incredible how organized a system they continue to run and how high quality the care is that they provide, despite being incredibly limited in resources and incredibly limited in energy remaining.
And that question about how the staff was reacting to starvation policy came from Ghazi Qureshi on YouTube. Aubrey Harris on Substack asks, are the doctors, Umar, still having to operate without anesthetic? What are the resources like there when you're treating patients?
Extremely limited. They have these emergency rooms that essentially have no anesthetic. So this kid that I was telling you about with his
Jesus.
fingers blown off that we're trying to cast and treat.
It's another thing, yeah,
emergency
man.
room. I mean, there is nothing there. We're doing that completely without any pain medication.
Every new detail I learn is more horrifying than the last. I was just kind of wrestling with that because I didn't even think of the anesthesia problem.
Even after surgery, they really have the most basic pain medication. Surgical procedures are being performed with proper anesthetic, but that also very, very limited. So like Adil said, I mean, these guys are operating on extremely minimal resources. Just to add to Adil's answer, we just came upstairs about an hour ago. The guy that we're working on, the anesthesiologist was working on a 22-year-old kid just shot up and unfortunately just passed away. We just went to the ICU. He was the cousin of the nurse in the room that was working on it.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
dude.
and so the nurse himself was at the bedside as this young man passed away in the ICU after his surgery. So, I mean, the healthcare workers are just as affected, even personally.
And whenever we do these town halls, we spoke to Nick Maynard and Umbreen Salimi, two doctors who just come back from Gaza a few weeks ago. And the same question a lot of our subscribers ask is, what can we do to help? We're watching this. We're watching people like yourselves go in there. What can we do to help? Daniela asks on Substack, I'm an anesthesiologist in California. I cannot stand this is happening. What can we do to help? Are there ways that people can send supplies into Gaza? There's not, right? I mean, what were you able to take with you into Gaza?
No, yeah, I mean, that's actually one of the biggest challenges. There are a lot of, donations that have been collected, a lot of the food that sits at the border that is not allowed in. That is one of the biggest challenges in trying to support in any way is.
I was just wondering if they're able to bring in any food.
Not being allowed to bring things in through the borders themselves. When we come in, like when we came together in April last year, we went through the Rafah border. As a group of about a dozen surgeons, we were able to bring in 90 suitcases. We went to Cairo, bought a lot of orthopedic equipment, spinal implants.
These doctors are angels, truly the best among us. Yeah,
on
these guys are
basically
heroes.
minibus.
Like they're legitimately heroes.
Now, the last time I came in November, as well as now, it's you have to go through different crossings because Rafah is destroyed, and it's just you're limited to personal items. So you get one suitcase and one.
Jesus, that's what I was worried about. Then
one carry-on or backpack, and it's only personal items allowed. People have had things thrown away or confiscated.
What kind of things have what kind of
That's
things have you seen
great.
confiscated or thrown away that they weren't allowed to bring in?
So yeah, there actually was one of the teams had baby formula confiscated. There are definitely medical supplies that are maybe sharp because I think they're considered dual use. So a number of medical equipment has been confiscated. When you use these butterfly ultrasounds, which are kind of these portable ultrasound machines, those are these handheld units that are attached to an iPad. So people have tried to bring in extra iPads, but those have been confiscated because electronics are limited to only personal use items. So I mean, these can be pricey items that get taken away upon entry. It's actually risky sometimes.
Nope, here it is. Yeah, I just remember
We
that
still got you?
the connection kicked.
Not sure if we've lost the doctors or if they're still with us. This is the perils of doing a live from Gaza City in the current situation.
Yeah. So what he does is, so he ends up, so Mehdi just ends up reading some of the questions, and then, it actually does lead to
Check
something
with my
more,
team and see if they're still with us. Have we lost that? Have we lost our doctors?
to some good alternative questions too. Yeah, no, they come back though.
We're just checking to see if our doctors are still there. These are Doctors Mohammed Khalil and Umar Berni from Dallas, Texas, who are in Gaza City at the Al Ahli Hospital. They joined us. They've been speaking to me for the last 10 minutes. Internet seems to be having an issue, as you can imagine, in Gaza City. It's not the easiest place to get Wi-Fi. Imagine what it must be now. Premature babies were dying. Thank you, Aman, for going out there. We've got Mohammed. Looks like he's back. Mohammed, can you hear me? We can see you joining.
Can you hear us?
We can hear and see you. You're a little bit frozen, but we'll take it. Thank you for
Are the doctors working with the UN or on
joining.
their
I know
own?
there are internet issues in
I actually don't
Gaza. Well, let's just keep going. I don't know how long we're going to have you for. Danielle Thomas. Oh, yeah, it's still there. Danielle Thomas asked on YouTube, how does the malnutrition hinder the recovery process for the patients that you're seeing?
Oh, it has an incredible impact. Like we just operated yesterday on a 26-year-old female. She had a femur fracture, and our Palestinian colleague told us,
This might have been easier had they had the ability to call in.
The bone's likely osteoporotic, and we were like, no, she's 26, like it'll be fine. And he was definitely right. The bone quality was terrible, and he's like, yeah, everybody's, she's bedridden, malnourished. There's been no food. So he totally predicted that her bone quality was horrible. It takes a lot of protein and calories to heal bone and skin. So we're dealing with a ton of infections. One of the wounds that we saw day before yesterday actually had live maggots in it. The nutrition is having an incredible impact on the healthcare.
And just to add to that, Mehdi, for your view.
Mehdi really brings respectability to streaming. He's so professional, even in a hoodie.
That girl Adil's talking about.
Truth.
She's 26. She lost her husband.
Love me a good hoodie, brother.
Parents, and lost her child, her only child. So she's by
Never mind.
herself.
I said
Probably
hoodie.
why she's malnourished, been laying in bed without much attention.
Oh God.
I'm sure a lot of viewers caught what Mohammed just said, which is there were maggots in the open wound. You guys have been to Gaza before. I don't know where else you've been to in terms of humanitarian crisis and war zones. Is this the worst thing you've ever seen in your careers?
I would say, probably close to. I was in Sudan about 3 months ago. Situation there is quite bad.
Yes,
Not to put a plug on Sudan since we're talking about Gaza, but certainly that
Well
was
said. I'm glad.
pretty miserable over there, and I think the world has really forgotten about that catastrophe as well. But yeah, certainly, Mehdi, this ranks up there
do.
as far as some of the stuff we're seeing, both emotionally as well as, the medical side of it. But really, I mean, just to give you an idea, we're on the third floor of this hospital building, and we have a direct view. Our window opens up to the emergency room access, and all we see basically all day is martyrs being carried in and out of there, mothers screaming for their little children that have died, or children screaming for their parents that have died. So yeah, I mean, certainly this is the worst we've seen, probably, or up there from a clinical perspective, medical perspective, but certainly from an emotional perspective as well.
And Ahmed Hamid asks a quite personal question, but I'm going to ask it because I'm sure a lot of people are thinking it. For you and for other doctors, do you feel guilty if someone can't be saved? How do you deal with it? And I think it's an important question because a lot of people you're unable to save through no fault of your own, given where you are, given the nature of their injuries, given the limited resources you have. You guys are from Dallas, Texas, one of the richest cities in the world with some of the best medical care on planet Earth. How do you go from a hospital in Dallas, Texas, where everything's there, and the survival chances for someone coming in to see you there are very high, versus Gaza, where I'm sure you're losing a lot of people you could save in Dallas? What is that like for you as doctors?
Go ahead. Man, I might take a little bit, a little different approach on that. Honestly, I don't think we feel guilty. I certainly can speak for myself here. I don't feel guilty. I know that this is the most that can be done for these people at this point in time. I mean, other than praying for them wherever we are. But I think one of your viewers asked the question earlier, what can we do? My answer to that is step up. Was it an anesthesiologist who asked? Try to come in, try to help. If you can't come in as a healthcare worker, then change the narrative of the people around you. I mean, that's the real only hope we have for the West, is really if we can change the narrative. And kudos to you, Mehdi, for what you're doing. But really, this is what needs to be done. We need to change the narrative, the world's opinion of this. So frankly, I don't feel guilty because, I mean, we're taking a step. We've taken a step away from, like you said, the comforts of Dallas, Texas to come here. I mean, life and death is not in our hands. We believe in that, right? And so we're here to make the utmost effort. I know myself and Adil and the rest of the guys that are here on our trip. I mean, this is obviously, this is it.
Yeah, and I would say, like, honestly, a lot of the people here won't make me feel guilty. Like, I mean, I'm not an emotional guy. I think on the last couple of trips, this one.
We're losing you a bit, Mohammed. If you want to, I don't know, slightly, you want to speak up a bit? You're cutting in and out.
Can you hear me now?
It's not great, but keep going. I think everyone understands the situation we're in.
For cleaning and stuff, I think the filtered water is very limited. It's actually kind of...
Oh, okay. So I remember this. He just asked him if there is potable water and
remarkable,
like what the water situation is.
They prioritize us as guests and try to make sure that we have water available pretty generously. But as far as water available to people to drink is quite limited. Water to clean the supplies and stuff like that seems to be coming in with some regularity, but still quite limited. A lot of the things are being cleaned with just the betadine solutions that they have and not necessarily rinsing it back off.
Omar, you mentioned God and what power we have earlier. You mentioned your faith. Abdullah...
It has been confirmed. It was a Subway sandwich, not a hoagie.
Zinni says on Substack, this must be a tremendously trying time for your faith. How is the faith or morale...
Sorry. Somebody just hit me up with that. They're watching and not in chat. And they were just like, by the way...
...of the Gazans themselves. This is obviously destroying their psyches as well as their bodies.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, that's all they have to hold on to is their faith. Every one of us has been genuinely impressed by their faith. It really is very, very impressive. I mean, they lose a family member, they lose a child, and they say, this is what God wanted, and the person is returned. We've, like I said, we have this really strange vantage point. I really wish, Mehdi, you could see where we are, and like yourself, many international journalists could be here, because you guys have a much better eye and for this. But I mean, we sit here and we watch these mothers crying over their dead children, and literally the consolation is that, oh, he's returned to God, and that's the end of the story, and there's no more consolation. And then, so their faith is at a completely different level. Honestly, we come here to maybe just get a piece of it, just to see it, and maybe kind of take some of those lessons home with us. But yeah, these people are extremely resilient, man.
Ava says, you mentioned kind of if only international journalists could come in. Ava says, Western doctors are the new journalists. And it's true. I mean, we are getting eyewitness testimony from you both, and we appreciate you giving us that. Nandini Srinivasan says on Substack, she reminds me that I interviewed Nick Maynard from the UK recently, who talked about children being targeted in their testicles, being shot in the testicles at some of these aid sites. Nandini says, can you ask them about the targeting of children? What has it been like seeing children who come in with injuries?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the majority of patients that we're seeing are actually children or very young adults. I think, you know, one of the earlier trips we noted that probably a lot of the
What are you in for?
elderly patients
I threw a cold cut at a cop.
have already passed away. They probably don't have the reserve to survive this. So then it's younger patients that are younger people that are able to survive. And now when you go to these aid distribution
Wait, you cold cocked a cop? No, a cold cut.
sites or the Zaquin border, it's usually you know, teenagers or preteen children that are there trying to grab what aid that they can. There were 3 orchiectomies just you know, in the past 2 days, like 3 kids who had their scrotal injuries from gunshot wounds or their testicles removed, and that's the urologist was saying that, you know, that's specifically what's being targeted. I think, you know, there's this sense that when people show up to these aid distributions, they know that they're going to be shot at, and you just have to take a risk and get out there and get what you can. But it's almost target practice for the people that are I think they're using live ammunition for ground control.
Horrific. It's interesting because we hear, I deal with pro-Israel propagandists all day online who are telling me that all the people are adult males are fighting AIDS. Those are the death toll. Women and children, it's all exaggerated. And then we speak to people on the ground in the hospitals, and you're saying the majority of patients you're treating are children. Who are we supposed to believe, the propagandists or your lying eyes? Blake Aaron asks a couple of questions related. One is, do the doctors fear for their lives? For example, an airstrike, God forbid, at a medical facility they're working at. And he also says, how did you get access to Gaza? Did you need to have an NGO sponsor you? How long are you allowed to even stay in there for?
Yeah, okay. So, Deke, this is going to answer your question.
Yeah. Do we fear for our lives? Most of these interviews that we've had, the actually interviewer has gotten some live version of what we're under. We've seen an increasing amount of attacks very, very close to us. But you know, I mean, thankfully we're here and we're alive and we're working. I think you kind of leave fear behind when you come here, I think, and so that, you know, not an issue. And I think honestly, we take strength from the people we serve. These people, as I told you earlier, are extremely resilient people. How do we get here? Yes, you have to sign up with NGOs. There are a couple different NGOs that have access through the World Health Organization as a registered entity through the World Health Organization. And so we come in as what they call an emergency medical response team through the World Health Organization. And so we come in on UN convoys here, and they allow UN convoys to enter Gaza twice a week, and it has a certain number of seats assigned for medical personnel. And that's how we got it.
Yeah, and one risk, one of the caveats is that you do need approval. You get first approval from the WHO, and then you need approval from COGAT to actually enter.
That's the Israeli military authority.
Exactly, and so that's had about a 60% hit rate. 40% of the doctors get turned away the night before entry.
No shit.
To Jordan. Actually, one of our colleagues who's with us right now, Dr. Irfan Ali, we came together in November to Amman, and he got told, you know, at 11 p.m. the night before entering at 6 a.m. that he was not going to be on the convoy.
Okay.
And so it does make it very difficult to plan, especially for American physicians. I think, you know, if you're
We got an update on some of the stuff that went down at the Trump press conference after this, so you guys know.
System in Europe, you can kind of play with the schedule a little bit easier, but for a lot of American physicians, it does add additional challenge, and I think that's part of the process that's you know, making a difference.
Just remind us, you're in a group of how many American doctors right now in Gaza City?
Four of us.
Four of you, okay. And Mohammed Barakat asks, given Netanyahu's announcement of, you know, invading Gaza City, the total reoccupation of the Strip, do you feel safe after that announced invasion? What are you planning to do in the case of a total takeover, an invasion, if Israeli troops turn up at your hospital? Do you guys have protocols, plans, plan Bs, Cs, and Ds?
I don't think there's a plan per se. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I think, you know,
Awesome. Thank you for showing. Thanks for showing this Medi Town Hall. It was great. Yeah, I watched this live this morning, and
leave things up to chance and leave fear, at the door.
if he keeps doing these, then these are going to be the most important part of our viewing experience. Because honestly, like,
If it does get invaded,
not only is he platforming like heroes, and obviously anybody that was in Gaza doing journalism before is like, again, they are also heroes, and I would dare say that the ones that were killed in that were working for Al Jazeera, they're martyrs at this fucking point.
I'm sure that there will be
But these guys, man,
some protocols that will be communicated to us.
did you see the smiles that they had immediately? Just like, because they're not afraid, they can't be.
By the WHO, but the reality is, anything could happen. Yesterday there was an airstrike right behind the outpatient building, and our Dr. Ellie, our anesthesiologist, was downstairs meeting with the hospital director, and like a lot of our colleagues were running around looking for him because they thought there could be shrapnel that might have come into that building. But I think the reality is, talking to people on the ground, an invasion could happen at any point. I think the discussion sometimes is, what is the point? I mean, much of the city is destroyed. Coming in for a ground invasion doesn't seem to serve a lot of purpose, so we just continue working. Honestly, a lot of the physicians here, when they hear a strike, it's just you hear
that?
There's a strike that just happened, but you hear some people say a prayer, some people just laugh. There's not a whole lot you can do.
Wow. Just to add to that, let me answer a little bit more to your viewer's question. Listen, the people here on the ground are looking at us to see what we do next. I mean, we don't take that lightly, right? So the minute we get evacuated from here, something's about to happen. So just keep that phenomenon in mind.
It's a good and depressing point. Abdullah Zini also has another question. He says on Substack, the American Medical Association, you talked about narratives earlier, Umar. The American Medical Association has declared itself medically neutral and issued a fairly milquetoast statement. What are your doctor's feelings on that?
I think, honestly, you asked about guilt earlier. One of the things that does make you feel guilty is the reaction, or the response of our colleagues in the international medical community, and quite frankly, the international community at large. I mean, I think the world has largely failed Gaza here. The day that we arrived, everyone, a lot of our colleagues have a really good sense of humor. But it's partially a joke, partially not. One of the docs was just
Medically neutral, fuck off. Yep.
like, thank you for coming. You guys back at home, pay your taxes.
That just tells me that if we do have a famine, and like, God forbid, and we go into a depression, God forbid,
To pay for the bombs,
that like, they're gonna remain medically neutral too.
bombs that are being dropped on us. But thank you for coming for a couple weeks. And
God, I've already seen so much inhumanity with the way that they're handling like the homeless roundups, where they're just like, well, you know what, fuck them. They're homeless. They're you know what, they should be locked up.
it's partially
It's
a
like,
joke,
wow.
but there's a lot of
Honestly, I have not had like
a lot of truth behind that.
like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I've had this vitriolic feeling where I want these people to, like, I want people like the people that say that shit to just suffer. Like, I don't have that thing anymore where it's like the high road. No, fuck them. I want them to be home. Like, anybody that's like has that callous reaction to like homelessness, I want them to be homeless and experience homelessness. Usually I would, like, back before the fucking world just tanked, I would have had that attitude of, yeah, you know what, I don't really want them to experience that because that would be bad. And honestly, that's like, it's antithetical to everything I'm trying to obtain here, where we all have homes and like we all have a better attitude about it. But no, they're like, realistically, I've come to terms with the fact that some people just fucking suck.
It's time for the medical community back at home. See, the thing is,
Righteous empathy for the powerless.
I've been in practice.
Meanwhile, they just ignore that and say that they brought it amongst
For
themselves.
20 years, people trust us. We're both respected amongst our colleagues back home. Adil, as Leslie mentioned, has got accolades up the wazoo. And that's the case of all four of us here and many, many others that have come here before from the Western world. If we can be trusted there, they should, our medical people we work with, our healthcare colleagues, at a minimum should realize what we're sitting here and telling them eyewitness accounts. It's time for them to change their perspective on this. It's time for these interviews that we're doing to change the narrative back home. It's hard to understand why people trust us with their family members back home, but yet won't believe our narrative here today.
Right.
Such a good point, Omar. Thank you for making that. The idea that we believe doctors on everything except this. Before we finish, Rafina asks, what is happening with the orphan children? If they have no surviving family, who is looking after them, or are they on their own most of the time? Do you guys know?
There always seems to be somebody. So if it's not extended family, there have been a number of cases where a neighbor will come by and pick up the child. The community comes together here in a way that I've never seen. We dealt with a number of children that are the sole survivors of their family, and someone comes along and takes them on. I mean, there's been kids that have no family, and the mother next to a patient in the neighboring bed just ends up, giving that kid some candy or some food.
That's bleak. Yeah. Also, I don't know how I got to this, but it's also a major plot point of Godzilla -1.
I assume ends up taking over some role.
We had a situation where a child,
where literally it's about a guy and a woman who have absolutely no relation to they just find a kid and then they raise them together and not together.
Under the age of 18 months, lost their mother and was crying, and
or not romantically together is what I mean.
The uncle,
like it's about a community coming together after post-war Japan and trying to bring a semblance of normalcy back.
Brought him in to show us one of his arms that was injured. He almost lost his arm, and we thought that he was crying.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna be watching that movie with a little bit of a different take now.
Because his arm's injured. He literally almost had an amputee, but he said,
or not different take, but different outlook.
That he's crying because his mother is gone and he needs he needed breast milk, and the uncle was spending the 24 hours after this arm that we had successfully saved. He was worried more about where this kid's going to get fed because he had lost his mother, and was looking for a breast nurse for him, milk nurse for him. So the challenges are there, but there's a glimmer of hope. I don't want to since we're ending this, I want to end this on a positive note for just a second. Me and Adil and the rest of the guys, we actually visited a rehabilitation facility yesterday, which acts like a pseudo orphanage. They're taking in all the elderly who don't have family members. I think some elderly people that are there, and then a bunch of orphan children also at this facility. It's called the Wafa Hospital. Quick plug-in for those guys doing amazing work, completely charity-based, locally funded, locally sponsored. You would think that kind of thing doesn't exist in this society, but believe it or not, they've come up with systems that there's orphans, but also
Amazing.
on the other spectrum, elderly people who've lost their entire family and have nowhere to go, and so they've taken in the elderly as well.
Wow.
I got to ask one last America-related question. You guys are American.
Okay. I'm kind of glad that he did that. As far as just there's in all of this horror, there's a glimmer.
Americans, we know there's a lot of censorship, a lot of pressure on anyone speaking out on Gaza right now. People are asking in the chat, how worried are you about your return to the US? Angela Pinto says, do you fear traveling back and forth between the US and Gaza now? Being detained by DHS or ICE on your return, even if you're citizens? Have you had any issues traveling back to the US from the previous Gaza trips?
On the first one, I got pulled into like a Customs and Border Patrol office and just asked to kind of go through some of the pictures that I had taken, but nothing too heavy. I mean, I think we feel privileged in the sense that we are American. We believe in freedom of speech, kind of say what we want and try to speak the truth. I don't anticipate any significant difficulties. I'm not. I know there's always that fear of being a naturalized citizen, but we were both born here, and I don't think we have any. Hopefully, there's not too much to worry about.
Born there. We were born there.
Yeah, born in the US.
And I have TSA pre-check and global entry. I'm getting back home.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Dr. Umar Birnie, Dr. Mohammed Khalil, I think I'm speaking on behalf of everyone watching right now when I say thank you so much, not just for taking time out from, I can't imagine what the crazy schedule you must have to talk with us all live from Gaza City, but thank you for being there and doing what you do and doing the medicine that you do and also providing us with the journalism that we're not getting from international journalists. Thank you for being eyewitnesses, and please do stay safe.
Yeah. Yeah, see, Palestinian teen with hands blown off just wanted to eat. These, like, again, man, these guys. When you see heroes, that's it right there, man. Like, those guys need. All the credit in the world. Holy shit, dude. All right, so here we got an update on the Trump Putin stuff. Give me 1 second. I do want to do a quick just reset here because that was a very, very that was heavy, man. But it's kind of nice that at least the world is catching up. It's too little, too late, and like it feels that way a lot of times. But I don't know, man. Yeah, these guys need medals, not fucking big balls. No, it's insane. Like every time I look at and like the pure insanity of the world, the fact that that's a real thing, like big balls more than likely is gonna get a fucking medal, and these guys are gonna get ostracized and somehow fucking demonized. Like it's insane that this is the world we're living in, but here we are. All right. All right. Somebody had taken shots at me for using mainstream media sources for some of this shit. Really? Okay. Oh, wait. Is that the guy from the other day? Somebody else was in chat the other day that was just like, oh, you're using MSNBC? It's so fucking weird. Reuters. Trump says no summit deal reached with Putin over ending the war. Yeah. Okay. This can't be the only thing that they... There's no deal until there's a deal. Blah, 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 blah. There was no immediate reaction from Kyiv. No ceasefire. That's it. Oh, so it was just literally like a summary. Why would you... Oh my god. They packaged that as breaking news. Sorry, folks. I might have bought into a little bit of a clickbait there. Oops. Wow, they really are going for it, though. So we got Emma Vigeland was on Kyle and Crystal Kyle and Friends. She was the friend. So we will check that out. Also, we have a Bernie rally happening live right now.
He works for the corporations that killed our loved ones and has gutted our economy. And okay, so this has always been personal for me.
She looks like a female Dylan Burns when she looks down.
Comment on a post that I made in honor of my dad, telling me that...
Who is this? Joanna Vance.
I was misguided, and that I didn't know the facts, and that I'm... Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, your audio's... Okay, so I'm going to leave this playing in the background the same way I did the other one, so when Bernie comes on, we will check that out, but right now, yeah. Give me 1 second. Let's do the Emma thing here. Oh, Dylan's actually live. I was wondering about that. I was wondering if he was going to be live for the summit. M majority. It is the M majority. Lots of Emma. Lots of Emma. Emma Vigeland. Came back from vacation trying to jock my style. I'm not appreciating it. Her tan is much better than mine. Hers isn't fake.
We are back.
Oh, shit. Nope, go back. There we go.
Emma Vigeland. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you. Thanks so much for having me on.
Of course. How is life? How's life? How's the show? How's the world?
Life is good. I mean, the world's insane. It's like oddly, it's slower in the summer. I feel like every right-wing show that we usually make fun of, they all take like 6-week vacations or something like that. I mean,
do they really?
Yeah.
I don't really pay close enough attention, but
Really?
I like when we
I've
even
noticed
take
that they
a
all
little bit of
do.
time off. I feel like we get punished in the algorithm. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Crowder like takes a month-long vacation every summer or something like that. So it must be nice. It must be nice.
Yeah, I don't even see that. Like, I feel like that guy has really fallen.
No, it's really bad.
Am I right about that?
I have
or is
the
that just
it must be
my
nice
sort of-
attitude,
shot.
specifically with the fact that I haven't taken a vacation in so
at
many
the
damn
Daily
years.
Wire. No, I think he took a shot at the Daily Wire a little bit too early, right? Like he missed the opportunity there where he was trying to say that the contract that they were offering him tens of millions of dollars to be on their program was somehow exploitative. And then he kind of just faded into the background. Plus, you know, he's all tied up in this probably court case with his ex-wife, who he was caught being
Who's
not so nice
Joanna
to on
Vance?
camera.
That's
So,
right.
and all the sexual harassment. It's all coming back to me now. All the allegations of teabagging at the office, you know, as one
Who
does.
could forget the old bagging allegations?
I think I had repressed that one, honestly.
Have you been following this like spat between a bunch of sort of like trad wife type MAGA
West Virginia,
right-wing
okay.
influencers? Have you been following this?
I haven't really, but I did just read the very good Michelle Goldberg piece in the New York Times that you sent me, and I followed the Lauren Southern story a bit, but they have all these little subcultures, so enlighten me on this.
I know. Well, the Lauren Southern one is almost like a separate
Oh my God, they're covering the MAGA girl fight. Hell yeah!
thing. There was this wild spat that broke out over one of them posted a picture of her hand with her engagement ring and said like, I won. And then another one came in and was like, oh my God, look at the size of that ring, like making fun of it, saying it's basically too small. And then that just opened up the floodgates of like, well, you're ran through and you got fingered in the TPUSA lobby and you
Oh my God.
It was the messiest, nastiest drama you could possibly
It really was.
imagine.
And it's funny because it's expanding.
From this
It's funny because now you have you have outliers that are kind of taking sides, and then on top of it, you got the special Laura Loomer versus MTG 2
group of women.
Like,
who
dude, it's
positioned
been like as
themselves
far as them
like,
taking like the summer off. That is true with like Crowder and all those guys, but man, the content's still coming.
the arbiters of female moral.
Wow, that kind of superficial shit tracks. Oh, Etch, I mean, if you got to see some of the tweets where I forgot who it was, but I know that Just Pearly things got involved in. At one point she was just like, you're on your knee, you've been on your knees for a bunch of married MAGA men and blah blah blah. Like it got messy.
So I highly recommend, just for your own edification.
Although, you know who got spared in all that? The MAGA dudes who were, allegedly with these girls.
And cultural.
Notice how none of them have even been like, I have receipts, I can name names. No, because they understand what that would do.
knowledge. I'll send you some TikToks that break it all down for you.
Yeah, I need to get that into my algorithm. It seems like something I've sorely been missing here.
How did you miss that, Emma?
Because like it's almost reflected and I know we'll expand our conversation, but the juxtaposition of the trad wife like back to the 1950s aesthetic with the complete vulgarity of it is reflective, I think, of like, how Andrew Tate is so exploitative of women's bodies, for example. Like, even though the trad wife movement is aesthetically, we're in some sort of flowery meadow and it's back to the 1950s or whatever the case is, it's quite modern in the way that it is both like violent and capitalistic as well.
Well, I really was thinking about this for a while because you had this whole Andrew Tate when it appears the Trump administration intervenes in his court case in Romania. He's allowed to travel. He comes to Florida. Then you had Ron DeSantis who was like, I actually don't want you in Florida. And then Andrew Tate leaves and it opens up this whole discussion. We actually had Allie Beth Stuckey on Breaking Points to talk about because she was like, I think this guy's a disgusting creep. And what I realized though, because I'm thinking about how do these two groups, like the total degenerates and the like prim and proper Christian moral virtue groups, how are they coexisting in the same coalition? And then maybe this was obvious to everyone else, but for me it was a light bulb moment. I was like, oh, both are committed to like the total control and degradation of women.
Yep.
Like that's the overlap.
Yeah.
Right.
And then you mix in like the authoritarian like church regime too.
Both are like, you know, whether you're on the
Like the Charlie Kirks.
hardcore Christian,
Like you got the ones that will like not even use the religious undertones, but then you have the ones like Charlie Kirk that will use only religion to be like, this is why women should be subservient.
Christian, right? And you're like, women should be in the house, women shouldn't vote, women should submit to their man. There's no such thing as spousal rape, like total retrograde.
I mean, Crystal is ignoring the fact that this all comes from evangelical Christendom. I wonder if there's a reason for that.
Views, or
I'm legitimately wondering, is there a reason for that? Like, is she, I don't know her religious like background,
you're
so
doing the red pill Andrew.
I've just noticed that most people that are still in the church that are really good people, they kind of miss that one.
Tate version of that there actually is a lot of overlap there when it comes down to it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a fascinating phenomenon in all the ways that you talk about. But I think what's interesting is that like past patriarchal systems, they had this emphasis on women being in the home. And yes, that's for control, but it was also about them being mothers or caretakers. And in this other kind of flavor of reactionary anti-feminist patriarchal sentiment that I think Andrew Tate really personifies, is it's more leaning into the women as property angles. So the soft edges of keeping them in the home so that creates this nuclear family and the values that engenders is discarded in favor of a much more transactional relationship where it is also reflective of our economic moment and the precarity under capitalism currently.
Yeah.
Where like Andrew Tate collects and abuses and discards these women proudly, as opposed to say like marrying a woman and keeping her as a kept woman in the home like other patriarchal systems had. Like almost as if they are, you know, it's a crypto coin that you can pump and dump, or it's a gig economy job. Like Clown World, around a year ago, there's a book that's written about Andrew Tate that we interviewed the authors of, and they kind of embedded in his little pyramid scheme camp with these men that had been recruited by other men who were recruiting women. Often they were women from the global.
Let's be real. This is something that needs to be looked at like all over America. Because after I saw the fucking Jack Doherty thing where we have normalized, so like OF, right? Totally fine with it. What I'm not fine with is the fact that like for every female creator out there, there's a pimp out there that is collecting a mass majority of their money and then giving them payouts. Like the Jack Doherty situation was really, I mean, it exposed the whole thing because, and you know, sucks for him that his girlfriend, who he was pimping out to OF and collecting her money, realized she was getting fucked. Because she realized at one point that she is way bigger than him. So she took the rest of the girls that were under contract with him, and then we're like, why aren't we doing this ourselves? Why do we need this middleman? But then you think of, like, you realize this is literally like a huge industry like in OF, and this is something that happens regularly. They just reported on a guy who he was squatting in a house that he had registered with his wife, but then it turned out that he was using it as like a harem house essentially, and they said that there was a bunch of sus stuff, like there was so many parties, and these girls were like in -0 or like negative weather, wearing just like skirts, and they were just like, yeah, there's something sus going on there. Yeah, it turns out it was literally an OF farm.
Global South or from economically developing countries, or women in the
Potty.
United States who were down on their
You're like-
luck, who were enlisted into doing kind of like virtual sex work,
Just cut a fart.
and that started to escalate. But it's about, and then they're basically discarded, right? So
Right.
instead of locking a woman down in a marriage, this modern form of like patriarchal domination is about exploiting people, and you can see that reflected in like how in our economy previously, you could be a man and have a job at the same company for 40-50 years, retire with them, have a defined benefit pension or whatever, and
My queen. My queen, she's here. Do you know that I still have her sushi? It smells a little, I mean, I kept it as fresh as possible, but it's still waiting for her if she ever wants to actually enjoy some sushi and poker with the boys. I'm one of the boys. Did you guys know that? Kickflip.
largely things were working for you, and now it's not the case. So I find it fascinating, I guess, how these systems of exploitation and domination recycle, overlap, replicate themselves in our social and relationship dynamics.
Well, it's like we never actually learn from the past, unless I
Yeah.
guess, like as a culture, we directly experienced it.
Thanks,
so
Squish.
you have to have all of these women who are rediscovering, like, oh, actually being just completely controlled by my husband. It didn't turn out that was that great of a life. Lo and behold, giving up all my power to another human being and like making
Take
that
the
the
plate.
center of my existence, that like I'm powerless at your feet. It turns out I didn't really enjoy that much. And that let me pull up this Lauren Southern thing that you were referencing, who, by the way, to tie it in with Andrew Tate, she accuses him, and in my mind, pretty credibly, of rape back in, I believe, 2018.
Okay.
She says
Okay.
that, she
All right.
produced
I
in the New York
caused
Times
a problem. I gotta go take this upstairs,
hospital
otherwise he's gonna be
accounting
obsessed.
of her coming in at that time, and having
created a
said she was
monster.
raped by a Romanian 30-year-old man. She had friends who said yes, she said this at the same time, and she kept quiet about it because it didn't fit with her narrative at the time. But she also wrote this memoir that just published recently, and Michelle Goldberg did a write-up of it. I haven't read the book, but I thought this was pretty interesting. And she talks about it. And Lauren Southern, I'd seen, I think she did like a long, I don't know, it was Twitter post or something when she first got this divorce. But basically, she decided, okay, I'm going to go all in on this like married life, and her husband was abusive, and she blamed herself, and she just tried to like, marriage and perfect wife harder. I'm going to cook for him. I'm going to clean for him. I'm going to, sew. I'm going to be wearing the heels and the dress when he comes home from work, and all of these things, and none of it worked. And so now she finally decides to get out of this marriage. And I guess that's the thing that's just sort of perplexing to me. I almost sort of understand the male side of it more, of zooming out from the individuals and their individual agency, which is always something you should not completely erase. You do have this society that said what it means to be a man is that you can provide, and then we're going to deny you that ability to provide. We're going to make it so you never can own a house, and then we're going to sell you a bunch of like crypto scams and scapegoating of women or immigrants or whoever. Like, I almost understand that more than the women who look at this bargain and say, this is something that I want to be a part of. But I guess if I can, try to be as empathetic as I can, it's because there's
I missed the smoke. Damn it.
hollowing out of meaning and modern life for women too, or
You know
when
how it
feel
goes.
like, this deal that modern society is offering us of like, you can work your ass off, and by the way, if you want to be a mom, you're probably going to still be doing all the housework and all the responsibility for the kids. Like, it didn't really work out the way that maybe it was the feminist dream was sold to us.
Yeah, and there's so much there. I think, you see this split among women who are maybe were younger during Hillary Clinton's age or the Bill Clinton age, where she was seen as this feminist icon. We can go back to some of our wars with some Democratic Party voters in 2016. Like, why the Bernie bro thing stuck with folks was because there is this divide. And it's reflected on this. It was reflected in party divides of professional class women who identified with Hillary Clinton and women who weren't a part of that, or maybe were, but didn't like things like when she said, she was saying very second wave feminist things about like not wanting to be in a home, wanting something more from her life. And there was a conservative media jumped on that, and you had like the outgrowth of the feminazi thing from Limbaugh, and that came a little bit later. But there was an exploitation of dividing working women from women that were in single income households. But that's been increasingly difficult to even achieve. Of course, you need dual income in this economy, and we don't have free childcare, so basically you're screwed, or you have to take on this immense financial burden. Hopefully you live by some family that can help you out, but that creates anxiety in women too. So it seems like some of them have just like basically opted out and were sold a bill of goods about what this life would actually look like. It reminds me of like gay Republicans, where you can't handle some of like the internal complexities of what you're dealing with. So I'm just going to opt out and go full into the thing that is discriminating against me, and maybe that will allow me to like have some control over my life in that way.
As long as they're one of the good. Yeah.
On your point about men,
one of the good ones theory.
Something that like socialist writers have written about before,
There
where domestic violence is often a way for men who are out of control in the workplace or economically to exert their power in the home. And I think that's definitely
Pinkerbella, thank you for the membership. I
True.
forgot to add that to the goal there.
Although sometimes I worry that is oversold. Like, there are also just sometimes biases against women that are not just like Kamala Harris's campaign. I want to reiterate, this was not the number one thing. It's her run to centrism, this out of touch focus on democracy when democracy doesn't work for people, the support for the genocide in Gaza. Those are the big problems. But we would be lying to ourselves if we weren't like clear-eyed and intersectional about this. And I think bringing Black women in the Democratic Party into our fold by being honest and acknowledging the very real biases that she faced, while still having, as I've just said, a class-first analysis for all of it.
Yeah. I just have this feeling like, I don't know that in my life I've ever been cognizant of this sort of normalizing of just outward hatred towards women.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if you feel that too, but I just feel like this is like a mainstream accepted view now of like, women are bad and evil and you should never get involved with one and they shouldn't be allowed to vote. You've got the Secretary of
I can say this much, because of my school being as chauvinist as it was within the religion, and they use the religion to be chauvinist, this doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Pete Hegseth sharing a video.
And honestly, I kind of saw like the seeds that were planted for that.
Of
Trust me, like the mixture of social media and then the white male angst of being told that they're bad, and like, you know, the perceived victimization is what I'll call it.
His pastor, by the way, being like,
because they're not actually fucking being like, that's the biggest thing. And I shouldn't have to say this, but dude, white dudes were not victimized. Stop it.
yeah, we should probably repeal the 19th Amendment. That's the thing we should probably
We called out toxic masculinity, and immediately they're just like, they're calling out the way I live. It's because I'm white and male. How dare they?
do. And, you know, sometimes
It's like, oh, way not to see you as, way not to see the problem there, dude.
you're painted as sort of like hysterical when you point these things out. Oh, who cares? He just shared a video. What big deal is it? This is a man with an immense amount of power over already how many women's lives as the head of the military, as the Secretary of Defense. So, and I guess I've just learned the lesson over the era of Trumpism that there's nothing too wild or seemingly off the table or out of bounds that it can't be pulled back in as a real question mark in society. So now when I see the Secretary of Defense suggesting that women shouldn't have the right to vote, or at the very least, they should just vote however their husband tells them to vote, I'd say that's something I have to take pretty seriously at this point as a real possibility for the world going forward.
Sam mentions this all the time, to the point that some of our audience kind of make fun of it because he repeats it. But it's striking that when he was growing up, his mother couldn't get a credit card in her name. So like these are not things that are that far away. And I think it might have been easy. Like you have these moments in history that are moments of contraction and expansion in terms of like how societies
Parody is reality.
things. And
been spending most our lives living in an Amish paradise.
Obama era, despite his
We're talking about the same thing, right?
failings as a president in many ways, and like not running much more progressively than he ended up being as a leader, it was a moment of like cultural expansion of like RuPaul. I saw RuPaul talking about how like this is how
Hitching up the
drag
buggy,
race
churning up the butter, raise a barn on Monday, soon I'll raise a nut.
got greenlit during that time period, and that would never likely happen. Maybe, you know, if Trump were president during that day, I'm not exactly sure because I think they really overstepped here culturally. But like,
If you don't know what I'm doing, that's Weird Al. I'm sorry. I just realized that people might not get that.
what also is scary about this reactionary moment too,
Which is-
first of all,
yeah.
Hegseth has talked about how the
Everybody should know
feminization of the
that, but
troops is a
yeah.
major problem.
Yeah.
So it's this conflation of femininity with weakness. It's also why they obsess over trans women and
Think you're really righteous? Think you're pure at heart? Well, I know I'm a million times as humble as thou art.
obsess over them because it is a rejection in their mind of masculinity towards the lesser sex of femininity. So you don't hear much about trans men from these freaks.
It's
but you'll
also
hear a lot about
policing what it is to be a woman and what
Yep.
a woman can look like. And, you know, I mean, that's part of what it is, as well as like, we've got to keep everybody in these narrow, rigid boxes so that you have many, you know, cis women who have been challenged, accosted in, you know, for us allegedly going the wrong bathroom when they are cis women that just, you know, look more quote unquote
That happened literally in a town that's like right next to the town I grew up in.
masculine.
Remember all those conspiracy theories about Michelle Obama being a man?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like-
yeah.
And it's so racialized too. Like, so it's not new,
completely.
but it's also just at this
Yeah.
fever pitch here. And Andrew Tate and these manosphere guys, they actually there's all this talk about male loneliness and alienation, and I was getting mad at people on Twitter after Kamala's loss because it's like, do women get to feel lonely and isolated too when we just elected a rapist? Like, I mean, do we have
How about the fact that women probably feel like they, like, all right, for every lonely guy, they could also do the thing where it's just like, oh, maybe I have a flaw in my personality that's also causing a woman to be lonely because I'm a piece of shit and I'm not a good partner. Like, I'm not a, you know, good perspective partner. So maybe I need to change.
have that luxury, or is it just about, you know, how men feel? But like,
Just an aside.
like, the manosphere guys, they are commodifying loneliness by exacerbating it. So like they create these
That's
are
right.
pickup artists that have gotten some sort of platform here, and they speak to men who are lonely enough to seek out their content. And that is that makes me very sad, because in part we're so lonely as a society because capitalism is alienating us, and because this amount of like incoming wealth inequality is so insane that we can't have social cohesion because everybody is on a razor's edge about their next paycheck and
Yeah, but we've almost gotten there. I don't know.
And all of that.
Last, November, December?
we don't have the free time to connect with people. So Tate exploits that by basically
My
selling them
brother.
literal products and pickup artist-esque teachings that they can buy. And the more that you consume this, the more, and you buy into it, and say you go on a date with a woman and she finds your incredibly rigid rules about how you guys should be interacting with one another, she finds that off-putting and maybe ghosts you. what do? Oh, I got to buy more of this snake oil. I've got to
Yep.
buy more from this.
Yeah, and then they also will do like they'll sit there for an entire day and or have a podcast and they'll just talk about how they are the victim of that
This guy who says he's going to
of that woman, not how they are the victim of their shittiness.
alleviate my
As I was saying earlier.
And in fact, it is quite a
gotta go let my
lucrative
dog out.
business model for the manosphere guys to continue to make young men lonely and give them tips that create those rigid hierarchies that you're talking about, Crystal.
Yeah.
Because hierarchies in and of themselves are alienating. They
It's just
make
like-
it so that, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it reminds me of the way that like the fashion and makeup industry exploit women by creating insecurities that they can then sell you the product that is going to, fix whatever they're telling you is an issue with you.
Yeah. And we're not, I mean, I'll speak for myself. I'm 100% not immune from this at all. Like, I mean, I wish I could have the courage to go on air without makeup, and I just don't do it. I do it, at least, I mean, I do it pretty badly, but I do it every day because it's like, I that's how I was taught or whatever. I don't even leave my hair up on camera. Maybe one day I'll have the courage to do it. But yeah.
Me too, Emma. Me too.
I mean, the other element of it too that I think is really fascinating is when you also then once you get these guys hooked on this loneliness hamster wheel, you make it so that actually connection with a woman is weak. Like a certain level of connection, an emotional connection, which
The best first date question is, what's your favorite Joe Rogan episode? If you have an answer, you're wrong. I saw that on a YouTube video somewhere. That's not fair because there's a lot of prospective guys out there who watched Joe Rogan before he turned into a total tool bag.
require vulnerability on the end of
Again, I say this a lot. This is how I knew who Kyle Kalinske was, is because of an episode of JRE.
of the man. Again, we're just talking about
And yeah, he used to have actual like comedians and like be kind of funny. And well, actually, he was even kind of like what you would say leftist
heterosexual relationships in this.
when he would talk about politics, which, God, the good old days where he, yeah, you do talk about politics. Just kidding.
Male vulnerability, emotional.
No, he was more like, he's always been a sponge, but again, he used to have like, people that would challenge those, right-wing thoughts.
Well, that's weakness.
Joe sucks though. Like, make no mistake.
You got to be tough and don't have emotion towards the women. Use them
But I don't necessarily agree with that.
as a commodity. Use them as a gig worker and then discard them.
The pandemic broke him. It did.
She can't be your friend.
Absolutely.
Right. That's
So I'd say that's a good answer.
strength.
the question should be revised. Pre-pandemic Rogan or post, or do you still watch Joe Rogan? Or like, just ask, do you still watch Joe Rogan?
So loneliness
Should be
is
hanging
strength.
out with her. Yeah, exactly.
So loneliness
Then I'll allow it.
strength, but aren't these guys supposed to be alleviating the male loneliness epidemic? Well, it really makes you think, huh?
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, related to this made me think. I saw this chart. I don't know if you saw this about how much just basic views of gender equality among American boys have fallen off a cliff. Just in the
I think I
past
may have
several
sent
years.
this to you because I was so, or we talked about it or
You may,
something.
yeah,
'cause
we may have that. That is
yeah,
very possible.
It was
But,
depressing.
I mean, these questions are so basic. Okay, a woman should have the same job opportunities as a man. Only 45% of these 8th and 10th grade boys completely agree with that. And I don't know what it means to like kind of agree with that. What does that mean to it seems like a yes or no question to me,
Yeah.
but
Through 10th grade. Oh my God. When
anyway,
male adolescents, when they're at, they're definitely at their most rational.
only 45% are like, yes. Men and women should be paid the same money if they do the same work. Only 57%
We are failing the
agree
youth.
completely with that,
Yeah.
which again, I don't
I
know
agree.
how you sort of like kind of agree with that. You either get paid the same amount or you don't get paid the same amount. It's a pretty binary question. And you see the way that this is just absolutely plummeted. And it's
Sorry, guys. Hold on. It's time. We were waiting for this. I'll go back to the end of the video, but we got Bernie going live.
Thank you, Charleston. In case you haven't noticed, there are a lot of people here. Let me thank, love you too. Let me thank Whistle and Fish for the music. Let me thank Joanna Vance, Morgan Fowler, Maria Gunno, and Zach Shrewsbury for their comments. So, some of you may be wondering, what is the senator from the great state of Vermont?
Somebody move the mic! Move the mic!
In the great state of West Virginia.
This is why you usually have two.
I will give you the answer. I happen not to believe in blue state, red state nonsense. In my state, Mr. Trump got, I think, 33%.
I'm so glad my kids never fell for this garbage.
In your state, he got 70%.
I was lucky. I got a few more years to go, and then I'll have to be on watch. Oof.
But you know what? What I have learned and what I believe from the bottom of my heart
Yeah.
is whether you're a working class person.
I don't have kids, but I lost a younger brother to Charlie Kirk.
In West Virginia, the
Legit.
issues and the struggles you face are exactly the same. In Vermont, we are struggling with inadequate wages. That's what you are facing here. In Vermont, we're paying some of the highest health care costs in the country. You got a health care crisis here. In Vermont, we can't afford to send our kids to college. Neither can you. We've got environmental problems. You've got environmental problems. So let us not allow the establishment people to divide us up. Not blue state, not red state. Not whether we're black or we're white, whether we're Latino, whether we're gay or whether we are straight, whether we're Muslim. We are one people. And if we stand together, we can do enormous things, because at the end of the day, and I'll talk about this.
I'm so traumatized by Biden. I thought he was going to start going, we're so powerful together that
But I am not, while I am not
we're like one of those giant robots from Power Rangers. Just starts trailing on.
It's a hell of a lot larger
Nah, dude,
than
Bernie's.
1%.
I should have had my Bernie bingo card though. The 1%.
Our job is not to allow them to divide us up. Now, let me just talk a little bit about who I am, and in a sense, why I got involved in politics, why I'm here today. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and I grew up.
Not one person. Brooklyn!
Who came to this country at the age of 17.
If there was, there definitely would have been one.
Worked hard his whole life, just never
You would have
made,
done
like
it.
most people, a whole lot of money. And we lived in Brooklyn in a rent-controlled apartment. That's the kind of apartments that are available to people who don't have a lot of money.
Trying to turn this up, guys. Sorry.
My mother's dream was that someday we would own a home of our own. She died young, and we never achieved
Dog's at the door.
that dream. And when I look back on my childhood and the events that shaped my life, it's not that we didn't have enough to eat, we did. It's the kind of stress and arguments that my parents went through. I think, when you're kids and you hear your parents arguing, it tears you apart. And that's what happened in my household, and it was always about money. We don't have enough money to do this. My mom wanted to do that. We can't do this. And what I learned then and what I know now is that there are tens of millions of families in our country today who are dealing with that exact type of stress. And what our job has got to be is to understand that we are living not in a poor country. If we were living in a poor country, I would give you a certain speech. We are living in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And there is no excuse that in this country today, 60% of Americans, probably more here in West Virginia, are living paycheck to paycheck. So let me tell you a little bit what you're not going to see on corporate media, and you're not going to hear on the floor of the Senate or the House. And that is, right now in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of America. Today in America, if you can believe it, and it really is quite unbelievable, and I think a lot of folks don't believe it. But
I don't believe it.
Is that you got one man, Mr. Musk, who owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households.
Yup.
You got the top 1% owning
He's the real
more
star.
wealth
We know it.
than the bottom 93%.
If you guys didn't know, it is a $2 donation to give him a treat.
You got CEOs of
I should probably have that listed somewhere on my channel, but, you know,
50 times.
bare bones in this operation.
There was just a piece in the paper.
Actually, I used to have it there for the goal.
There's a big
Oh, and $20 for Cozy Pet means that, here.
zillionaires
You guys don't know.
are buying, this waterfront property and building homes
Full-size
for
hoodie.
tens and tens of
This is
millions
awesome.
of dollars.
It's also,
So the bottom
I
line
look ridiculous.
is that the people on top today
All comfortable.
are making money hand
Awesome.
over fist. They don't know what to do with their money. Jeff Bezos, the second wealthiest guy in the world, had a nice little wedding in Venice. And he wanted to give his new wife a nice little gift. He gave her a $5 million ring. Guy owns 14 homes. These guys are incredibly wealthy, but what is driving them and what is going to destroy this country unless we turn it around is their incredible greed. They are very religious people, and greed is their religion. They worship on the altar of money. And I got to tell you, they are not nice guys. They could care less
They're not nice.
about what
I like
they are
that.
doing
They're not nice
to
guys.
ordinary Americans. So that is one reality. People on top with enormous economic power, enormous wealth. Today in America, we have more concentration of ownership than we have ever seen. You know why prices are high? Because in sector after sector, you got 3 or 4 major corporations controlling what is produced and the prices you pay. These guys have not only enormous economic power, but what is even more dangerous is they now have incredible political power. So let me tell you,
Oscar,
what
are
I
you a
think
billionaire?
You already know, and that is the current
You got some monies?
campaign finance system in America is totally corrupt.
I don't know. I mean, you talk like one of them folk that have a lot of monies.
So what
Prove
does
it.
it mean? It means that as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme
If you have that much liquid income, then you can prove a streamer wrong.
billionaires are now able to
You got monies? Show me the monies.
money as they want on an
Wait, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's mine now.
So you can run for office.
Oh, Etch, thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. Here, that will
against you.
donate to that dog
Elon
fund.
Musk
All right.
himself, put in some
Ooh, actually.
$270 million to elect Donald Trump. Does anybody think that that is vaguely what democracy is supposed to be about? And
I
Musk
finally figured out how to eat these. He used to like munch on them and then they would just explode and he'd be like, oh.
where he exercised his right-wing extremist views through tens of thousands of federal employees off of their jobs, helped break the federal employees union, and took funding away
Make you laugh.
from USAID,
You clown.
which keeps millions of starving and desperate people around the world alive.
The only clown I see is somebody that says they got so much money, but they can't prove it. I love that. Love it.
Is not just Mr. Musk and the Republican Party, it is also true in the Democratic Party. Now, I want to give you just one example, and I could give you many. In my view,
Is that true?
Kamala
9 million.
should
Damn.
have won this election. And in my view, the reason that
That's
she
sad.
did
That's like
not
middle class
win
now.
the election is she was surrounded by a lot of moneyed people who told her not to speak out strongly on behalf of the
Ouch,
working
that
class
hurt.
of the country.
I just calls it like I sees it.
But I'll give you another.
I've also had a lot of crypto bros come in here that are just like, I have more money than you could ever see. It's just like, okay, then prove it, dude. It's like, so many people like to talk shit about that. And like, I've had one dude that just like shut me the fuck up, or he was just like, fine, here,
Because
shut
it's
up.
Not just when you talk about money in politics.
And you know what was funny? He was shutting the other guy up because he's a long timer here. That dude, it was so I will never forget that shit. I'm gonna just say it. I challenged a guy to give $420, and then somebody did it. It was hilarious. Crypto bros are clowns. That they are.
Big, beautiful bill is the
He looks like he brushes his hair with a balloon.
is, in my opinion, the worst and most
This is one of the times his hair looks good.
passed in the modern history of this country. It is going to be a disaster for the country, and especially for working class states like West Virginia. It is going to be horrific.
It was
You
awesome.
are going to see
It's so funny.
tens and tens of thousands of people who are now on Medicaid lose their benefits. You are going to see many people who use the Affordable Care Act pay significantly higher rates.
He has been responsible for many a dog treat.
You're going to see kids who are hungry go without the food that they need. Kids who want to get an education.
Oh wait, this is in West Virginia. Do you think that Tim Pool went and covered
Where
this?
did all of those savings go
Yeah,
in terms of cutting
yeah.
Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, nutrition, education? They went for massive tax
Well,
breaks
here I
for
am.
Trump's wealthy
Mhm.
oligarchic campaign.
Why couldn't I go on vacation?
How
I'm here
disgraceful.
with this
Shame is the
loser.
right word. We can argue
Kickflip.
about, we can argue about policy, but I don't think there are too many people in America who think it is a good idea to take food from the mouths of hungry kids, take health care away from working class people, and then give those savings in tax breaks to billionaires and large corporations. But that is exactly what Trump did. And that is exactly what wealthy campaign contributors wanted. They paid for that. Now that's one thing. Let me give you another example. Different issue. In my view, and I've led the effort in this direction, I think what is going on in Gaza now is absolutely horrific. What is going on now, what has gone on in the last period of time is not just the killing of 60,000 people.
Is he gonna say it, or is he still gonna play word games here? I mean, honestly, I'm kind of over it.
Not
But
just the wounding and injuring of 140,000 people, most of whom women, children, and the elderly. Not just the complete destruction of the infrastructure of Gaza, their schools, their universities, their healthcare systems, their water systems, their housing, not just that. And right now, what is going on is the starvation of children in Gaza. The starvation. Now, I took the lead on this.
Oh,
I introduced legislation that would stop funding Netanyahu's war machine. And I did that on a number of occasions. And I'm happy to tell you that we have seen a significant number, a growth in the number
You
of
an American?
Democrats who are now voting, a significant majority against funding of
Something interesting to
Netanyahu's
enter it.
war
Once
machine.
this is over.
But one of the problems, but also I want to say that we did not, in the last vote, we got 27 votes, we did not get one Republican.
Ooh, you think?
In my view,
Marjorie Taylor Greene all of a sudden is just like, you know what? Fuck it.
throughout this country do not want to spend billions of dollars to fund the starvation of children in Gaza. And I would hope that Republicans stand up and tell their members of Congress there are a lot better things we could do with our money than starve children.
Sounds like we've got a hell of a crowd there for a non-election year,
The
but
point that
okay.
I'm making here is that one of the reasons
But everybody goes to Trump's things and just, all right.
the funding of
I have the biggest crowds.
is not that people in Congress don't know what's going on. They do. But if they stand up and say, wait a minute, I don't want to starve children, on the next day you'll have super PACs like AIPAC saying, we're going to run against you and spend unlimited amounts of money. In terms of Trump's big, beautiful bill, you may recall there was a senator,
Holy shit.
Republican senator
Repentant man is here. And he said something that wasn't, number one, didn't attack me for promoting the weed.
made the mistake of actually reading the
He
bill.
actually made a comment about what we're watching.
And he
That's like
saw
the
that it
first
would be
time
devastating
ever.
to North Carolina. He saw it.
By the way, it's Repentant Man, by the way. By the way.
Literally the next day,
Groovy Hot Rod. We know who you are.
blasting him. Billionaires were saying, we're going to
Go back
spend
to your old
whatever
name.
it takes to defeat you. Day later, Tillerson said, I'm out of here. I'm not running for re-election.
Oh, I thought he was leaving. He's like, that's how he ends his stuff now. I'm out of here. Bye.
In which the billionaires
Gotta go.
call the tunes and members of Congress follow in suit. The most important political change that we can make in this country is to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. I want people, working people, low-income people, to be able to run for office, not having to beg billionaires for money. I want an election. I want to see elections where what matters is a clash of ideas. You disagree with me? Great, come on up, run against me. Let's argue your ideas versus my ideas. That is called democracy. Let us not have what we have now, is super PACs putting zillions of dollars into these ugly 30-second TV ads. That is not democracy. But our job now, brothers and sisters, is not just to take on Trump's ugly and dangerous agenda. His agenda is not only tax breaks for the rich and cuts in programs for working people. As I'm sure everybody here knows, in a very frightening way, he is moving us toward an authoritarian society.
All right, there.
He is usurping the powers of Congress.
What up, Rip?
He is challenging the responsibilities of the courts. He is suing the media. he is trying to undermine universities and law firms throughout this country. And what I say to Mr. Trump,
That's a understatement.
too
Yeah.
many people in Vermont and West Virginia have put their lives on the line and sometimes died to defend our democracy. We're not going to let them take that away from us. Now, Trump his politics, his style of politics is new to America, but it is not new to the world. He is playing the same old playbook that demagogues have always used. And what is the essence of what demagogues do? What they do is they pick on minorities, often powerless minorities, and they blame those minorities for all the problems that people are experiencing. In our country, it used to be blacks, used to be gays.
Oh, week's been all right. Thanks, Rip.
It was gypsies. You pick your minority group, they're powerless, and then you blame them for all of the problems society is facing. Today, the targets are primarily undocumented people and the trans community. So what Trump does, and I was there, it was a remarkable thing. I don't know if any of you recall it. I do because I was there at his State of the Union speech. This guy went on, wrote the longest State of the Union speech ever given. It was 100 minutes. He forgot to talk about the healthcare crisis, forgot to talk about the education crisis, forgot to talk about the climate crisis, forgot to talk about virtually every major issue facing the American people.
Well, he kept it to three. Like I've been saying that. The five that we've been talking about, but yeah, he kept it to the at least important three, the big three.
This is what demagogues always do.
The holy trinity of leftism.
You got a healthcare problem, you're not making enough money, your kids can't go to college. You know whose fault it is? It's all the undocumented. And we are going to come together to hate the undocumented, and then we forget about the oligarchs and the
That's
people
getting clipped.
who have the wealth.
Somebody, we already know where. See, he said it.
That's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah,
Trump
it is, Bernie.
invented
See,
it. That's
he's
what
calling
they
him out on
always
it.
do. And our
I
job
did not say
is
that.
to do exactly the opposite. Now, let me give you some examples. I get around the country a lot, and I ask people a simple question. I'm going to ask it to you right now. Does the American healthcare system work? That is exactly the
I'm like your
response
mom.
I get to
I get
every
around a
audience
lot.
I talk to.
Sorry.
So here's what you got in
He
healthcare.
just starts doing roast
You got a
comedy.
situation where we spend
Oh my God,
as a nation
Bernie, that's
almost
crowd
double
work.
what every other nation
Listen,
on earth
listen.
spends. You got that? We are spending the insane amount of $14,000 a year for every man, woman, and child. When you spend that kind of money, we should have the best
I like
healthcare
to talk a
system
lot.
in the world by far.
Hello. Welcome.
Well, we don't. According to all of the studies, despite all the money we spend, we have one of the worst systems. And the reason for that is the function of the American healthcare system today is not to provide quality for everybody. The function is to make a whole lot of money for the insurance companies and
Load up
the
for
drug
Portugal
companies.
coming up.
So when we go forward, and I don't care whether you're a conservative Republican or a progressive, the vast majority of the American people understand that health care is a human right, not a privilege. And what I want you to understand, and I think a lot of people around the country don't understand, this is not a radical idea. This exists in virtually every other major country on earth. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. You end up in a hospital in Canada for a month. You know what the bill is when you come out? Zero.
Yep.
They spend far less per capita than we spend.
Yep.
So our job together is to take on the greed of the insurance companies and the greed of the drug companies, who, by the way, charge us by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We got to take them on and move to a Medicare for all single-payer system. And I want you all just to think for a minute what it will mean to working people all over the world.
Too fast, too fast, too fast.
When you get sick, or your mom gets sick, or your kids get sick, you don't have to worry about how you're going to pay the bill. You go to the doctor when you need to go to
I
the
just got motion sickness there.
By the way, when we talk about healthcare workforce, we need to substantially increase the number of doctors we have, the number of nurses we have, the number of dentists that we have, the number of mental health counselors that
Rip,
we
the
have.
medical system in America is awful
This
too.
is a system broken from top
Trust
to
me.
bottom. Only
I was just in one of the nicest hospitals in Chicago. It was a shithole. So yeah, no, I'm tired of hearing this shit.
And again,
I just went through, like, I had to go through something medical. It was not fun. And honestly, like, again, the facilities were, like, disgusting. The doctors were unpleasant. Like, the nurse practitioner was pretty much the best part about it.
education for a second. Education is the foundation of a vibrant democracy.
We actually, like, have pretty high standards. Like, look up the best hospitals in the world and how many of them are in Chicago.
So what do we got today?
That's my whole point.
Look at education in the
If we have the best,
country in the world where the billionaires are doing phenomenally well. Start off, anybody here have little kids in childcare?
yeah, it's fun.
Okay. Cost of childcare is off the roof in Vermont, maybe $20,000, $25,000 a year. And meanwhile, the teachers, the instructors at childcare are paid starvation wages. Okay? So think about it. If we understand what every psychologist will tell you, that the ages of 0 through 4 are the most important years of human development intellectually and emotionally, right? And if
Dude,
we
he's literally talking off script and he hasn't, like, trailed off at all.
love America,
Hasn't
you
talked
love
about
the future
they're
of
eating the
America,
cats,
you
they're
love
eating the dogs.
children
I saw
of
it, I
America.
saw it. I played a great game of golf once with this guy named Dean Cain. Dean Cain, he's,
They are our
he was
future.
Superman once.
And we should love them and cherish them. And
Loves
that
Trump.
means, among other things, we should not have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth. We should not have kids going to bed.
Could you imagine if Bernie pulled that shit? And Chappell Roan invited me personally to the Pink Pony Club. I told her no. It was too late at night. I wanted to go home.
Here's another story. When you talk about America, there was a time, decades ago, when America led the world. We were the best educated country on earth. No longer the case. We had a higher percentage of our people getting a college degree than any other country. No longer the case. Right now, if you are the son or daughter of a working class person, you got to think twice about whether you even want to go to college. Because you're going to come out $50,000, $100,000 in debt. You want to become a doctor in America? Guess what? You're going to come out $500,000 in debt.
Mm-hmm.
A nurse, $150,000 in debt. Meanwhile, we need doctors, we need nurses, we need people in the construction industry to help us rebuild our broken infrastructure and to help us move to sustainable energy. So, for the sake of the future of this country,
That's in the
we
UK,
have
bro.
gotta make sure that
Parental rights are a little different there than they are here.
America gets the best education he or she can, regardless of their income.
Do you even have kids? Honestly, people
once
like
again-
I always have to ask guys
once
like
again, it
if
is
you have
not
kids,
a
I can see why you would be
radical
worried. But if you don't have kids, shut
to say
up.
that we should make public colleges and universities tuition free. And I'm happy to say that there are some states beginning to move in
You have two
that
girls?
direction.
Okay.
What our dream is, our vision is that every kid, no matter how poor, understands that if he or she does their schoolwork well, is disciplined, studies hard, they will be able to get a college degree or go to a good trade school or whatever. So in America today, again, richest country on earth, rich doing phenomenally well, healthcare system is broken, educational system in deep trouble. What are the basic necessities that people need? Well, last I heard, most of us need a roof over our heads. We need decent housing. In America today, 800,000 of our people are homeless, and 20 million households are spending half of their limited incomes on housing. Think about that. You're spending 50% of your income on housing. How do you have money for anything else? You don't. So why in the richest country on earth are we not building millions of units of low-income and affordable housing?
I like how you're like, no, you're straw manning for the fucking private insurance corporations that do the same shit. But you're using one example from a country that's not even ours. I will say that much. To say how universal health care is not good. Go fuck yourself, dude. Seriously, like I can't stand people that fight against their own self-interest is like just so ardently.
And guns, maybe we should build low-income and affordable housing. When we talk about where we are as a nation today, here is a reality that everybody understands. And that is that over the last 50 years, I want you to think back, 50 years, there's been a huge explosion in technology.
You're getting close there. Come on.
And every worker in this room is far more productive than the person who had a similar type job 50 years ago. Okay? One might think that when we are seeing increased worker productivity, workers would be making a lot more income, right? Here is the truth. And this is really quite an unbelievable reality. It's not discussed enough. But over the last 50 years, real income accounted for weekly wages for workers are actually lower today than they were 50 years ago. Can you believe that? So workers are producing much more, and yet in real inflation accounted for dollars, they're earning less. And a study came out a couple of years ago from the Rand Corporation, and it said that during that period of time, there was a $75 trillion redistribution of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. Got it? So that's what's going on. What we're seeing is workers are working long hours, they're more productive, they're going nowhere in a hurry, and meanwhile the people on top are getting all the wealth and almost all of the income. So what do we got to do about that? There are a couple of things. First of all, the good news is that all over this country, workers want to join unions. And this morning I had the honor, we were in Mingo County, and we went to the museum in Mattawan. I don't know if any of you have been there. And you have a hell of a history here of union struggle in West Virginia. And what the mine workers and the others have done has had an impact on the labor movement all over this country. But right now, despite the fact that workers want to join unions, very often they can't because their companies are acting illegally in preventing them from forming a union. And that's why we've got to pass a piece of legislation introduced called the PRO Act, which would punish any corporation that acted against workers' legal right to form a union. What's the minimum wage here in West Virginia? $8.75 an hour. Anybody live on $8.75 an hour? All right, you got to raise the minimum wage nationally to at least $17 an hour.
Oh, cool. Have fun.
We are one of only a very few countries around the world, including poor countries, that don't guarantee paid family and medical leave. Mothers should not have to make the choice about whether or not they stay home with their sick kids or get fired.
I'd be surprised at how many people don't get, like, actually take their sick days just because they know that they're gonna lose their position.
Paid family and medical leave and sick leave to every worker in America.
Or they put these workloads on you where it's just like, if you do miss a day, then you're gonna come back and it's not, like, again, it's not even worth taking the day off.
When I became chairman of the Health Education Labor Committee, it turns out, really, and again, all of this stuff is so astounding given that we are such a wealthy country. It turns out that over 20% of seniors in America are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less.
Mhm.
Got that? Half of seniors are trying to get by on $30,000 a year or less. And then you got people out there who are trying to undermine Social Security and cut Social Security. We're not going to cut.
You remote in on say that. I was just about to say it's the only time you can remote in now. Yeah. It's disgusting.
And the way you do that is not hard. Right now, somebody makes $10 million a year, they pay the same amount into the Social Security Trust Fund. Somebody makes $176,000. We're going to lift that cap and ask those folks to start putting the money into the system. Trump and his friends want to lay tens of thousands of workers off from the Veterans Administration. We don't. We're going to expand veterans' benefits, expand the health care, and get more doctors and nurses into the Veterans Administration, not lay off thousands of workers there.
He's campaigning for the DSA right now. This is the campaign right here.
When Trump ran for president,
and I mean, I'm not even like saying it passively. Like this, he's literally campaigning right now.
I want to just say to those folks in West Virginia or Vermont who may have listened to Trump, you know, he gave long speeches and went on and on. Let me tell you what he did not talk about during his campaign. In fact, what he did. I don't recall that during his campaign when he asked for your vote, he didn't tell you that he was going to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. Anyone hear him say that? $900 billion in tax breaks to large, profitable corporations. I didn't hear that. Trump did not tell the American people, hey, elect me
Bernie write-in campaign. I mean, I don't think he's running for himself. I think he's running for DSA right now.
off of Medicaid.
He's essentially doing the DSA placeholder until the primaries. Which, according to DSA, they just had the convention in Chicago. They have a candidate in mind. We're keeping it pretty close to the chest, though.
On telling people in West Virginia or Vermont that with these cuts in Medicaid, we're going to be losing rural hospitals, more pressure on community health centers. I don't think he told us that. He didn't tell us that he was going to double, or in some cases triple monthly student loan payments.
Mm-hmm. Energy costs.
Right?
Talk about energy costs, bro. Energy costs just skyrocketed, and it wasn't just in Illinois.
But what he ends up doing is not what he said.
Fuck, I just found out what somebody's paying in Texas.
Important issues facing our country.
I got to see him during his 2016 primary run. The crowd was huge, and the vibes were hopeful. He's coming to Chicago in, I think, 2 weeks. I'm gonna try to go. Let's see. It's not a Sunday, so I should be able to go.
Where our healthcare system is broken, Our education system is
Just more so.
very deep
I'm probably gonna have to ride solo.
all over this country.
you
We're
know.
facing environmental problems because of climate change. I just flew in from Vermont the other day. And in Vermont right now, we're breathing filthy air, which comes from Canadian wildfires. And we're going to see those kind of wildfires. We're seeing drought. We're seeing flooding. You've had flooding here in West Virginia,
4-minute warning.
in Vermont. You're going to see heat waves taking place.
For the
in Europe.
420.
And we have got to recognize, unlike Trump, that climate change is real.
I mean, the fact that we're even, it's 2025. We have to say those words when it's like, no, dude, we're getting like floods that happen in a matter of seconds. And like they're happening where they shouldn't. I don't know, bro. Like that's pretty fucked. You got a lot of like Republicans that are coming out and just being like, no, dude, like this is bad. The only ones that seem to go, no, what are you talking about? Work in the energy like sector, and specifically the fossil fuel energy sector.
Very, very difficult situations. And it's important to remember that because I think sometimes people get overwhelmed. Oh, we can't take on the oligarchs. We can't create a decent life for working families. Just you think back in American history. I don't mean to be overly romantic here, but think back when this country was first formed. You got a small number of people taking on the entire British Empire. You know what? They stood up and they fought back and they won. Right? It wasn't easy. You think about the struggle against the abomination of slavery and how many people in the 1830s, 1840s, 1850s, all over the country stood up and said, slavery is not what America can tolerate. We've got to get rid of it. And they were ridiculed, they were beaten, they were killed. And a terrible, terrible civil war took place. Hundreds of thousands of people died. We ended slavery. And then came the Jim Crow era of segregation in the South. And you have people like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and others. And millions of people, black and white, rallied and said, you know what? We're not going to accept apartheid in the United States of America. We fought that fight and we won that fight.
Close the borders. The fire can't come. They can't cover us. They can't cover us.
The position of women in American society. I can remember not so many years ago, a few decades ago, there was one woman in the United States Senate. And for decades, way back when, women fought, sometimes died, went to jail, went on hunger strikes to demand not only the right for women to vote, but to break down all of the sexist barriers that women face.
All right, I got one more minute. Actually,
and
really
we're still
once.
fighting that fight, but we've won major victories. When I was a kid growing up, there was nobody, no kid that I know who acknowledged being gay. And people suffered as a result of that.
Mm-hmm.
We have come a long way where people understand that people have a right to their sexual orientation. 30, 40 years ago, nobody would have imagined we'd have a black president. Nobody would imagine that we would have gay marriage in America. But we prevailed. People mobilized, they organized, they stood up for justice, and they won.
Let's go.
So I'm not going to tell you that the struggle against the oligarchs is easy. It is not. I know these guys. They have unlimited. You don't know what the word unlimited is. You think of money in a certain way. Do I have $10 for this? Shall I go out and do that? Money is for them a whole different world. $1 million means nothing. That's chump change. Hundreds of millions don't mean anything. Hey, you're running for office? I'll support you. Here's $100 million. Doesn't mean anything for them. They got unlimited amounts of money. They own the media. They control both political parties to a significant degree. They got a lot of power. But our job is not to hide under the covers. Our job is not to say, oh my God, there's nothing we can do. That is exactly what they want you to do. They want you to feel powerless. But you are not powerless. When we stand together, and that's what the trade union movement has taught us, when we stand together, we win. And I can also tell you, having been to every state in this country,
I guess you haven't seen the horticulture
we
page.
fight for, demanding that the rich start paying their fair share of taxes. Healthcare
Also, it's not
is
as
a
bad
human
as you
right.
think.
Raising the minimum wage, paid family and medical leave, making college available to all regardless of income. These are not radical ideas. They're supported by the majority of Americans in this country.
You live in a farming community and people know who actually work close to the land know what's up.
Virginia.
Yeah. I've heard the same.
West Virginia, you
And
have
Kowalski from Nebraska kind of said, like, he had a good summary where he said that, like, crops have had to move, like, by state because of the climate change.
And your job right now is to bring people together to make it clear that every person in West Virginia, Vermont, and all over this country deserves a decent standard of living.
Shit, we just
They
were
deserve a
told that
vibrant
we would
democracy.
be able to start planting lemon trees in Illinois.
So brothers and sisters, we got a lot of work to do. Let us not go backward in fear. Let us go forward. Let us take on the oligarchs. Let us win this thing. Thank you very much.
No, copyright music would be nice. I mean, it would probably like I don't want to be mean, but it is kind of like, you know, it should be more like ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Just kidding. Illinois is a citrus state. Yeah, right. No, dude. We never had that because I keep a pretty good eye on what we're able to grow and what will thrive. And yeah, they added lemon trees. I think it was like 2 years ago. They're just like, yeah, you're not getting much frost, like permafrost, any early frost. I mean, shit. I just mentioned how, like, what was it, 2 Christmases ago? We were barbecuing. That was wild. That was wild. But I do also remember Halloween was like -10 or some shit like that. Like, it was so fucking cold. -10. A bit of exaggeration, but whatever. I do remember it it went below freezing though, and it also snowed, so that sucked. That was one of those years that like everybody had so much candy because it was like post-COVID, so everybody was just like, woohoo, we get to do the Halloween thing. No. Which every time that happens, bad things for Pep. Get close to diabetes. I don't know. I've been pretty good lately. Like this last year I was pretty good. I have to say this though. I have to be completely honest. The older I've gotten, and for some reason I hit 38, and for some reason I don't have like the sweet tooth I used to. Like I don't crave sweet things anymore. Okay, not anymore. Like, barely. I would take savory over sweet any day now, which is, tell that to me 5 years ago, and I would have been like, no way, it's crazy. Not me who like loves Sour Patch. Oh, especially okay. I still love them, but I don't crave them. The Sour Patch Kids, but they have to be the watermelon ones. They're so good. I'm able to grow oranges, pineapples, and lemons and become vegan and not have to spend so much money on groceries. Well, that depends on how much land you have and how much of your like actual land is growable, because that's one thing that you learn with like the way that they created these yards, and also because they have so many ordinances with that shit. So one of the things that I actually kind of got in trouble for this a little bit. I planted some catnip, right? I didn't know that it was such an invasive species. So my neighbor complained after like it started taking over her yard. Like there were a bunch of like bare spots all over her yard, and every single one had catnip in it. So they we're looking for the source of it. Kind of looked over and figured out that it might have been my fault. So they literally came knocking at my door, just asking like, "Hey, is this your catnip? Like, you have a catnip plant? Can you make sure that you take care of that?" They're super invasive. You have to keep them. Like you have to have a very specific way of growing it if you're even gonna do it. I was like, "Oh, really? Damn." And I kind of thought about it. I'm like, well, why can't it just take over? But whatever. So yeah, something I have been cleaning up for the past few years because yes, catnip is, dude, it is invasive as shit. You know what else is? Mint. Illegal plants? I never. Oh. Again, I live in a state that's not a legal plant, which is nice. And I have candy around and try not to eat it. Like, I can say that one of my new favorite snacks is they have these honey roasted cashews that have a little bit of spice to them. I don't know, man. Chili. They're like chili honey roasted cashews. They're really, really good. Alrighty, let's get back to this Emma thing. I'm gonna go back just a little bit to where she pulls up this graph. Look at this graph. My favorite part about that is like when he's like this and he just stares. Look at this graph. Have you ever seen cashews growing? It is bizarre as fuck. Yeah. Yeah. You don't expect them to be like in a flower. It's kind of crazy. Are they considered a flower? Because they seed. So shit, yeah, I think they are. Look at that. Here we go. Let's get back to the Emma Vickman thing. As I said, look at the graph.
But, I mean, these questions are so basic, okay? A woman should have the same job opportunities as a man. Only 45%
Again, 8th
of these
through
8th and
10th grade boys were asked this.
completely agree with that. And I don't know what it means to, like, kind of agree with that. What does that mean to it seems like a yes or no question to me,
Yeah.
but anyway.
As
only
someone
45% are like,
who was that? Yeah, that was probably like my worst age range. 8th grade to 10th grade. Oh yeah, that was like, peak douchism. Oof.
yes. Men and women should be
I disown the person that Pep was. Oof.
paid the
Oofa.
same money if they do the
And the
same
haircut he
work.
had.
Only 57% agree completely with that, which again, I don't know how you sort of like kind of agree with that. You either get paid the same amount or you don't get paid the same amount. It's a pretty binary question. And you see the way that this
Prime shithead years? Fuck yeah.
is just
Oh yeah. Trying to impress all the wrong friends. Oh my god. Yeah, it's like so much insecurity.
And
yeah.
it's really disturbing to me. I mean, it's disturbing to me as a woman, as a human, as a mother of a son who's 12 years old, like all of that. And
Ooh, prime shithead years.
I was talking to Ryan and I co-hosted Breaking Points this morning. We had our commie takeover moment today, and his initial instinct
Excuse me.
was, "This is backlash to Me Too," and I think that's a reasonable thing to say and consider, and then there may be some of that, but the reason I don't
This is not looking well for the future of the human species overall.
really accept that that's what's going on is
No.
because I think
Doesn't make me feel
scapegoating
very good,
of
that's for
any
sure.
and all groups has just been made far too easy by the underlying economic conditions.
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us, welcome.
And
Appreciate
so
you stopping in.
if you're a boy or a man and you're worried about your future or you're struggling,
If you haven't
currently,
already, please hit that like
and
button.
It's like that
It really
person's
helps.
the problem. That
Appreciate it.
group's the problem. Women are the problem. Black people are the problem. Immigrants are the problem. Trans people are the problem. You're going to be much more susceptible to that kind of messaging. And so I'll tell you, Emma, like it really, I feel like a broken record because I keep coming back to this when I look at that chart. How is it possible that in 1990, when I was 9 years old, the
Thank you, sir.
country had more progressive
Thank you for the 45 bits.
views towards women? Like,
Right,
how
I
is
think,
that
right?
possible? And yet it fits with it fits with the lived experience.
I admit where it's like I'm such a pretender on Twitch, or it's like I just thought poggers.
You know, it fits with
Don't know.
the sense that many
like-
things which were generally, I thought, sort of like shared values that we'd adopted as a society that were pretty firm and pretty locked in are just thrown out the window. Now being completely and utterly shameless, remorseless, that's a positive. That's an alpha trait, right? Being greedy, being narcissistic, being cruel, being advertising how cruel you are, advertising how racist you are, advertising how much you despise women, how much you know, are like these things are just celebrated and are part of what make you like
know what's really
an
fucked up?
alpha who can ascend to the highest.
Back like in high school, we knew that a lot. Like, so if you said the F word or the R word or any of this stuff, it was all said without, like, you would never say it to somebody that, you know, had a mental illness or like a mental illness, or somebody who was gay. Like, that was always kind of the rule. And if you did, then you would usually get corrected by your friend group.
Sites, including, of course, the presidency of the United
And that's kind of like where it got lost on that. And then these dipshits, which I was one of them, except I saw how it hurt people. So I at one point had somebody explain this to me where they're like, what does it cost you to not just say it? Like, if you know that this hurts somebody, why, like, what is it that you get out of it? Like, you're hurting this person, right? It's like, yeah, shit. Okay. Yeah. And that doesn't feel good because I'm not trying to do that. It's like, okay, then why say it? It's like, oh, okay.
United States. And that's what is
I get it.
I can't say it's the most disturbing thing about this era because,
I wish more people like would have that conversation.
you know, the ongoing genocide is probably the most disturbing thing about this era, which connects, by the way, to these like basic values that I thought we all kind of agreed on more or less. But I'm just looking at this and I'm like, where does that chart that's like fallen off a cliff, where does that bottom out? When does that turn?
I think it's a reminder that social and political progress is linear. The pendulum swings back when we leave it
around?
unattended.
What does it look like if it doesn't?
Yeah.
And do we get to the point where that Pete Hegseth fantasy about, hey, let's just make it so women can't vote or they have to ask their husband's permission to vote? At what point does that sort of stuff get put back on the table?
Oh, right. I forgot it's on Substack. Okay, the Shroud of Turin thing. Screw it. I want to do this. I do want to do this because it is funny. Here, give me one sec. More Street Fighter stuff, huh? I watched one Street Fighter lore video and all of a sudden it's just like, you're interested in Street Fighter lore? Let's go! I'm gonna get into Street Fighter now! I didn't know that, like, the lore is all over the place, by the way. It makes absolutely no sense. As far as, like, where the games are placed and all that. Oh, yeah, I forgot Stavi, too. I wanted to... There's something really funny here. You know what? No, I'll watch that later. Ooh, we got a Stephanie Rule. All right. MSNBC can suck it, but they got Stephanie Rule, who, yeah, just...
It
bear
is
with me,
time for a
guys.
little money, power, politics.
All right.
The Labor Department published new numbers on U.S. wholesale prices today. And spoiler,
I'll just say it. I got a thing for
they're
her.
much higher than expected. The PPI
A little bit of a crush. It's whatever. It's
surged nearly 1% last month.
I know
That
you're
is
not
the
supposed
biggest
to, like, especially when you do this, you're really not supposed to be like, oh, yeah, but...
monthly jump
Dude, Stephanie Rule is...
in over 3 years. Now, if you are not familiar with this measure, what it is, what it means, why do we care? Well, PPI stands for Producer Price Index. That means the wholesale price of goods. We care because it provides unique insight into the real inflation picture that's coming ahead. Now, the CPI, the Consumer
What is with
Price
these
Index,
necklaces that I've been seeing lately that just look like they're safety pin necklaces?
that is something we hear a lot more about. It's basically the standard measure for
I saw Adam Conover was wearing one of them too.
inflation, and it usually lags PPI. So based on today's higher than expected PPI numbers, that means in the next few months, there is a very, very good chance inflation will spike significantly as those producers pass
Not an
those
insult, I dress like a
increased
cartoon.
wholesale prices onto you and me, consumers, which is precisely
I don't know. I've been so lazy that I pretty much stopped changing my style right around 21.
what Goldman Sachs laid out in their economic forecast.
Hell, I'm pretty sure that I bought these pants when I was about that age.
That we all saw a few days ago, just before President Trump called on Goldman CEO to
what up?
Fire the bank's economists. Do you remember why? For a bad read on inflation.
Yep.
All right, let's bring in Brooke Masters, U.S. Managing Editor for the Financial Times, and Barry.
And missing Muppet. Oh my God, no!
Riddles is back.
This dude looks like Ben Stein fucked the Falcon from the Muppets. Oh my God! If he has a deep voice, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Chairman and Chief Investment Officer of Ritholtz Wealth Management and host of the Masters in Business podcast on Bloomberg Radio. Madame Masters, let's start with you. What is your take on these numbers? Because PPI is not something your average viewer,
Sam the Eagle,
listener,
he literally
or consumer out there, voter, pays attention to.
I think it's probably an early warning shot, and it's going to make things much.
And now that I'm looking at him, he looks like Sam's. If Sam Cedar has an older brother, that's him right there.
More difficult for the Fed, which has to
It's Tom Cedar.
decide whether it should be paying attention to job reports, which show a bad economy, or it should be worried about inflation at
Wait, Tom Cedar. No, what's a big brother
a
name?
time when we've been worrying about the effects of tariffs.
Biff Cedar.
This could very easily be the beginning of the tariff showing up.
Okay, given that that is most likely the case, Barry, explain this to us.
Actually, you know what? Don't even have to change the name.
The market
Barry Cedar.
Barely.
Ben Stein's little bro. I mean, there's so much. How does he look like so many different media references in one male? Like, this is.
Why is that? Because the average person says.
I can't wait to hear him. All right. If he has a deep voice, I'm going to lose my shit. If he doesn't have a deep voice, I'm going to lose my shit. Either way, this is going to be fun.
I don't know. I'm not seeing all the prices go up. You guys are being alarmist. Look at my 401k. It's soaring.
So, without getting into a whole lot of
that's not what I was expecting.
Academic jargon, markets are a future discounting
Oh my God, he is Sam Cedar's older brother. This is wild.
mechanism. They don't have a perfect vision as to what's going to happen in the future. Essentially, markets are estimating a variety of different outcomes. And the good news is the president inherited a very robust economy.
I'm not even kidding. Can you imagine
corporate America's balance sheets are
Oh, did you know that in that scene they're talking about tariffs? They're talking about the Smoot-Hawley Act.
great, revenues are good, profits are at all-time highs. So the worst.
And there was two senators, anyone, Smoot and anyone, Hawley.
Hasn't yet come to pass.
They passed, what do they call it? Anyone, tariffs.
Kind of the canary in the coal mine. When you have American manufacturers like John Deere saying tariffs can cost us $600 million in 2025, well, either that's going to hit
Clear
their
eyes.
profits.
I met him at O'Hare Airport.
Or it's going to make.
I just had gotten back from somewhere. I look over and he is wearing a business suit and red Converse.
Prices.
I was just like, holy shit, that's Ben Stein.
Go up.
And then I just walked up and was just like, hey, I appreciate you. And it was just like, I said, I love Ben Stein. Win Ben Stein's money. He was like, oh, thank you.
And therefore for consumers, this takes a while to work its way through the
Oh, she got her serious shades on. Let's go.
Economy.
But Barr, a canary in a coal mine, one would think, would cause the markets to tank. because markets are predicting what's ahead. And if PPI is predicting that inflation is going to worsen, why aren't we seeing markets drop more?
So
can you believe how well that I know?
Three reasons.
I just watched Ferris Bueller not too long ago, and I was like, oh my god.
First, I mentioned profits are at record high.
Ferris Bueller, can I just say, is one of the best movies ever made. As far as like aging, like just an aging movie, it's so good.
Profits continue to drive things forward. Second,
and it's very, very like there's low problem, like the problematic scenes are at a low.
You know, the S&P
Blues Brothers
500 companies derive 50.
Love that movie, but there's a few where you're just like,
50% of their revenues from around the world. So if the U.S. is dealing with,
for real, if I heard an interview between him and Sam, I would just be like, this is crazy.
All this tariff
I don't know
mania.
why. And I know you guys probably don't see it. Like maybe it could just be the glasses and the shirt combo.
Yeah. Sending, look, tariffs are just a consumption tax. Ultimately, consumers pay for it. The rest of the world isn't necessarily importing a lot of goods from the United States. So it's not a problem for them. And then lastly, tax cuts and deregulations are another driving factor to the market. So what the Trump administration has given the market with one hand, they're threatening to take back with the other. And the real question is, people have talked about taco and other things. I really see the Trump market.
The taco stuff's hilarious. Shut up.
As
don't take taco from us, especially the Cankles McTaco tits. That one slapped, man.
As a Trump collar, when markets do,
his mannerisms are too close. I know.
Well, he's
if he says pause it, I'm going to lose. Like literally, I'm just going to shoot through this fucking ceiling.
Holden, and he puts forward a whole bunch of kind of discredited,
like Roger fucking Rabbit,
economic ideas. When markets sell off, well, that's when the taco trade happens. That's when he panics and puts a 90-day pause on things. So here we are at record highs in markets. The president feels his oats. He's emboldened, and he's pushing forward with tariffs.
And potentially investors know if markets tank, he'll do whatever it takes to get them back up. Brooke, new topic. Bloomberg is reporting that the Trump White House is actually considering a stake in Intel. Of course, this comes just days after the White House said NVIDIA and AMD.
Oh, yeah, it was Cankles McTaco tits. That was it. Cankles McTaco tits.
Would give the U.S. government 15.
No, okay. Like, the lib crowd is loving that to the point where, like, I've seen it get a little cringy, but when I first heard it, it was...
percent.
I'm glad that it picked up.
Of their chip sales to China. What do you make of this? Because yours truly, as a girl who sort of...
I mean, it does look like he's baking, bread in his shoe.
Grew up steeped in free markets and capitalism. This doesn't sound like any kind of capitalism I grew up with.
I think we have to call this capitalism with Trump characteristics. It's essentially a form of state capitalism, where the government is now saying, as part of your license,
I'm baking sourdough. Does anybody want some?
To operate, separate from income tax.
Shave a little bit off for your own starter. Come on, guys. It's like we're back in COVID.
Separate from tariffs. You're going to have to give us some money. Basically, buy us off in order to do your business. It is a really interesting thing, and we have not seen this in a proper Western democracy.
That's the one thing that I don't do with my impression, because, like, the physical mannerism doesn't really matter. Like, I could literally just put a picture of Trump up and that would be better for me. But his mannerism, like, he has pursed lips, but his bottom lip never comes back. It never touches his other lip. And technically, it's like he has a locked jaw, but he's always making kissy faces.
See, in generations, I think possibly ever. And so nobody really knows what this is going to do to the economy. But I think it's a testament to Donald Trump's ability to, like, put people in a position where they have to do something where he gets a victory. I mean, there's another way to do this. They could simply raise taxes on corporations if they want, or
big guy,
and do an excess profits tax if they think that NVIDIA or Intel is making too much money. But this has become a very personal thing. In both cases with NVIDIA and Intel, the CEOs went to the White House and sucked up to Trump. And so there's talk then he got something very specific. This is the Trump art of the deal Whether you think it's a good idea or a bad idea, it's very, very Trump.
It sure is. And the White House is now suggesting, Barry, that deals like this could expand into other industries. What could that do to private business?
So let's call this for exactly what it is. This is a 15% tax on revenue, full stop. I don't know if it's legal if you could say, we're just going to tax these companies and nobody else is going to pay this. Eventually, there's going to be some sort of litigation, some sort of clawback.
Do you think that it'd be like, I don't know, immediate?
I would be shocked if any of these
are his glasses fogging up. I think so.
Companies
I
pay any of this money.
I noticed that too.
You know, the time for the government
What is
to
happening,
take
Barry?
a piece of corporate America is when the government comes.
I think it's when Stephanie took her glasses off. His glasses they fogged up like a cartoon.
In and
he's got some Tex Avery going on there.
Rides to the
Next year, you'll
rescue.
see his heart just go.
The financial crisis, the government should have said, okay, we'll rescue you guys. We'll lay out all of the bankruptcy reorganization financing like we did with AIG, like we did with so many banks and brokers. But the
Oh no, sexy 70.
taxpayer gets a
No.
piece
My
of it.
glasses just fucking fucked up.
That's one example where it almost makes sense to see the government sticking their finger into corporate America's pie. This is just a one-off tax.
She's got the
Tax of 15%
I mean,
tax on revenues. Kind of shocking. Corporate tax cuts on the one hand,
it's hot
and
here.
again, on the other hand, here's a 15% revenue tax. Highly unprecedented in the history of American taxation.
All right, one more topic I want to cover. Big banks used to broadly be anti-crypto. I'm even thinking back a couple of years ago when Jamie Dimon was kind of like, we're going to kind of get involved in crypto, you know, to hedge ourselves, but I don't see it. I don't buy it. It doesn't work for me. Suddenly, the New York Times is reporting that banks are tripping over themselves to get in on the game. Brooke, is this just they are looking at this Trump White House that could not be more Trump friendly, that Trump himself is now making billions in the crypto universe, and they're saying, hate the player, hate the game. I just got to get in on this thing.
I think there's some of that. There's also a really important rule change. There were a bunch of rules in the Biden administration that made it really hard for banks to hold crypto. It basically they had to hold lots of capital against it. It was unprofitable. As the Trump administration is starting to change that, it is profitable. Whatever you think about Bitcoin, lots of people are putting money into it. And whenever there's a lot of money that banks want in. And, you know, Goldman has been lending against crypto holdings for several years now. And, you know, BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF has $80 billion in it. And they're, of course, collecting fees on every bit of that. They want in. And if the Trump administration is pro-crypto and is going to make it, you know, regulatorily easy for them to do it, they are absolutely going to charge through that door.
I hear crypto bubble. Me too. Let's just wait for it. Wait for it to burst. And then we can all feel, we can all have our sense of superiority. Until then, hodl, bro. All right. So I want to do the Shroud of Turin thing. This is going to be, I have to admit, like, this is going to be a little bit interesting because I have been literally having arguments about the Shroud of Turin since I was a Christian. And God, I feel like this goes back to pretty much middle school because I was one of the first people in my school to question the authenticity of that because I was just like, wait a minute. They found it when? And then all I did was just this was back before Google. You just do, we had this thing called World Book where you just look up Shroud of Turin and thank God for World Book for not having that Texas Instruments, little peppering of misinformation in there, where they actually not only questioned the authenticity, they were almost sure of it, where they were just like, no, this is a forgery. We have carbon dating. There's just no way. And on top of it, the way that it happened was with essentially X-rays. And it was just like, there's no way that this could have happened the way that they're saying it did. So I was always kind of pushing back against that, and I had a lot of pushback in my school because of it, where, you know, I had one teacher that specifically, like, anytime that the Shroud of Turin came up, he would just kind of give me one of these looks like, It's like, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare. So it's really interesting to me that Piers Morgan all of a sudden is just like talking to this, you know, expert that's now saying that it's beyond all shadow of a doubt that the Shroud of Turin was actually, you know, Jesus. Like, it was definitely Jesus. And it, dude, this always happens right around the time that there's like this Christian, like when they're in church, I can already tell you without even going to church that they're talking about end times, that they're talking about, you know, how if it does happen, you want to be prepared for your, you know, the rapture, but they never talk about it where it's like, hey, you know, for anybody that thinks they're going to get raptured, they never like want to just turn over their money. Like, I'm an open atheist. Hey, give me your routing numbers, bitch. Let's go. Like, why do you care? I'm going to be here. Like, God. Rapture happens in world peace. I've always said that. I'm like, you don't need it. So that means I can move in your house, right? They don't like it. And again, I did this as a Christian. You even look like white Jesus. I know I do. No, I know. It pisses him off. It really pisses him off. You don't think that I played Jesus in 1 or 2 plays? Come on now. I haven't always had the long hair, but dude, I had a beard, like I had a goatee. God, pretty much like by my sophomore year. So yeah, I played Jesus in the Easter play. It was fun. Got to get like I got rose up on a cross and everything. It was pretty funny. I gotta find that. I know that there's video of that out there. Oh God. Oh man, I don't even. Who do I get a hold of for that? Fuck. God. Some of the stuff that's out there, I have to like. There was a play that we did too. That was it was supposed to be kind of like modern day, like a modern day take on the Jesus story, but it kind of ended up being like Pulp Fiction, where like I don't think that they like in hindsight just saw what was gonna play out, especially when they had us do fake blood and we're all wearing white, like we look like the Reservoir Dogs. It was fucking hilarious. End of the world checks notes. 10 maybe. Guess we'll see. Try this time. I came from one that they for some reason appropriated like the Mayan calendar, which I guess they were hedging their bets because they didn't want to, you know, they were like, hey, maybe another one of these, you know, other religions or these other wackos got this right, so we'll go with them. Mayan calendar, right? That's thousands of years old. It's not just like one schmuck just saying now, maybe now. No, I kept up with that one too because I was just like, let's see. Did they pivot? They pivoted. They were like, oh, maybe they actually meant 2014. Oh, you know, my favorite one was they did a revision, and this actually like made like one of like the Christian magazine things where they were talking about how the Mayan calendar removed, you know, so many days, and the Christian calendar did the same. So they were just like, we have to add all those days to the days of the Christian days, and then that will give us the actual end of the end times day. Bunch of fucking wackadoos. Whatever. as I said, and I'm not even kidding, like as much as I'm trying to make like a joke there, like if you got someone in your life that is like a convicted, like they're strong in their convictions, end times type Christian, just make sure that they have you in their will. That's all I'm saying. Wow, the gymnastics to get there. Yeah. You know what made me not a Christian? I read the fucking Bible by myself. No joke. Because before we had multiple classes. Like, so we would start our day where we would have, you know, our devotional. And that was always like its own Bible thing. And then we would have like a doctrine class, and then we would also have something called chapel, where like it was like church in the middle of the week. Oh yeah, it was fun. It's fun. Don't send your kids to any religious schools, people. If you want to talk about indoctrination, that shit is fucked up. Changes. Jesus answered, if you want to be perfect, go, sell your possessions and give to the poor, and you will have treasures in heaven. Then come and follow me. Yeah, he also said that it's easier to enter or the pass through the eye of a needle, or for a camel to pass through an eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. God, I still remember most of the shit. Ugh. It's weird to like be so pessimistic about it too, where it's just like, whatever. Just in case Jesus decided to be born Mayan and instead Palestinian. Rapture comes in many forms, apparently. I mean, I remember being in like I was like in seventh or eighth grade when I got in one of my, I was talking about that a little earlier. My first like real debate with a teacher about that, where I was just like, so with the way that we respond to immigrants, why, like, because we were responding to immigrants poorly back then. And specifically Middle Eastern, like, because this was post 9/11, and we were just like, okay, so, well, no, sophomore. So this was actually pre 9/11. Holy shit, I just realized that. But I do remember like arguing about that, where I was just like, so you're telling me that like Jesus, number one, was like vengeful towards other people that didn't agree with us, and then we like there's so many like loopholes there. And then on top of it, I was like, okay, so you don't want these like immigrants to come in, so what if he was part of that? Which most of the time you're saying that he would be. So you're telling me you would just turn away Jesus? And I remember that was the first time I made a good point, like to a teacher, because they like looked at me and just went, oh shit, like, yeah, I never thought of it that way. You always remember those moments when you're a kid too, where like an adult straight up just goes, Jesus sold out. No, did it? I mean, according to them, yeah. I mean, seriously, you can be a Christian in the Republican like way if you don't read about the Sermon on the Mount and take it literally the way you're supposed to, or you know, kind of do away with those gospels, those pesky gospels. You know, don't need those. 2 Corinthians, who the fuck needs to hear anything about like the actual story of Christ? Like, so do away with all 2 Corinthians. Like, oh man, it really is kind of sad, like how they weaponize their faith and like the Bible itself, like where they're just like, yeah, but the Bible says this. It's like, yes, but the Bible, like, and it's been overused, but it's still so true, like overused or not. It's like, no, it literally says that if you were to like mix linens, that means wearing jeans and cotton. That means that you're going to hell. So, yeah, if you've ever worn jeans and a t-shirt, I'm sorry, your place is set. You ever eaten shellfish? Fuck you. You're going to hell. You ever eaten pork? You're going to hell. Bert. But if you love another man, you're going to hell. It's like, again, dude, these are all from the same passages. And they love to use Romans because Romans is a little bit of that Old Testament hatred mixed into the New Testament because they're just like, we are getting a little too woke with this Jesus fella. You know what? He's dead now. Fuck that. Like, I always read Romans like that, where it's like, that was like the book post Jesus's death. So it's like, you don't see how, like, I don't know, the Romans kind of appropriated this. I didn't even know about the Council of Nicaea until, like, after I was out of my religion. And it was funny because, like, I had always gotten an idea that something like that happened. Because I was just like, where the fuck is all this shit about, like, Caesar unto Caesars? But they, like, he literally was just, like, calling out Pontius Pilate. The fuck are you talking about? Oh, my God. That's, like, that's like Superman Lex Luthor, you know, going at it, but then all of a sudden Superman's just like, you know who's kind of based that Ra's al Ghul guy? Oh man. All right, so I'm gonna watch this Shroud of Turin thing. Well, we are going to watch this Shroud of Turin thing, but I did want to again, long preface, but this is going to be interesting. Because I know I'm going to get mad at this dipshit because he already has, like, the look of every fucking, you know, eager, youth pastor that's, or, like, not even youth pastor, like an associate pastor. This is the guy that, like, was on the B Squad when, like, pastor would have to go on his vacation. Have I seen the new Superman? Hell yeah, I did. I love that movie. It was really good. It's like a comic book. You're going to tell me that it's not like, oh, the plot was kind of thin. It's like, yeah, you ever read a Superman comic?
I used to be a complete skeptic of the Shroud, but I began reading these very recent scientific studies. I had a big change of mind.
Oh, boy. Oh, I hate his haircut. I hate his glasses. I hate his smile. I hate his eyes. I hate this man.
A radiation event occurs. So we're really not talking about it.
Dude, he's literally talking about it like fucking Godzilla. For real.
Death cloth anymore.
Oh my God. See, right away. I didn't even 10 seconds. 10 seconds. He brings up fucking radiation. I knew it.
Pierce, we're talking about a resurrection cloth.
Clearly, there's a lot of compelling evidence it was of a crucifixed man. But in terms of these abnormalities, what do you say to that?
Pierce, hold my ice cold Coke Zero while I answer these, will you?
If God wanted an image on there, he
my ice cold Coke Zero.
would have just
At least I'm being healthy when I melt my insides.
put it there. Okay, it was block printed. There's no mention of this. There's a glaring absence in the Gospels of this image.
Yes.
When I see mostly,
It's not just missing in the Gospels, bro. No. Can we talk about every other study? But this is just the intro.
Apologists are quick to brush it aside. The Bible is the same book that makes all kinds of claims we might reject in another context. Donkeys that spoke Hebrew.
Yep.
The God who is not the author of confusion, though, I would think would have parted the curtain of the sky, and he would have said to all of his
he would have, I don't know, had a divine editor.
Children, yes, it's me, or no, it's not.
I mean, there is that, but I've always said that one, but like Christians love to be like, that's a cheap shot. It's like, no, it's not. Come on. Your standard of evidence is right there with you. Like, you're right there with us, but you like, this is where it does get to, I don't question my faith. I need this.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
the Shroud of Turin is one of the most studied and debated religious artifacts in human.
You're gonna need to burn for this? Yeah, I think I need to as well. I'm gonna wait till that 20-minute, but still.
History. The 14-foot linen cloth bears the image of a bearded man.
I'm just telling you, man.
Many
Like,
Christians believe it lay on the top of the body of Jesus.
I can't wait to talk about religion with somebody on this space, by the way.
Christ
Like,
after his crucifixion, as a
who should
likeness, the
that be?
contours,
Would
and
be,
the wound
like,
marks
cool.
to match.
I mean, I would love to talk about to actually Pastor Ben about religion.
Researchers have discredited
I'd be very, very respectful, by the way.
that explanation, arguing it may be a scorch or a painting.
And a high-profile study released last week used 3D modeling tools to determine the shroud may have rested atop a statue, not a person. So are we any closer to understanding whether the shroud is proof of Christ or a medieval hoax? To debate all this, I'm joined
literally what it
by
is.
two scholars with very different interpretations of these significant.
Because also, when you think of the time that it was forged, it was for a reason.
Of all this, pastor and founder of the Christian Thinkers Society, Dr. Jeremiah Johnston.
Of course, he's a pastor.
And Dr. Joseph Aseta, who's a.
Why is it every pastor has like the best cameras, the biggest house? You know, they always practice prosperity gospel.
Member of the Shroud of Turin.
Even though prosperity gospel is bullshit.
Research project. Well, welcome to both of you. Dr. Jeremiah Johnston, let me start with you first of all. For people who are tuning into this, look, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, I'm very aware of the history of the Shroud of Turin.
You can't be both.
But for those who...
You can't be both. You can't be both. You can't be both. You can't be both. Was I in Catholic school? No, I was in a pretty hardcore evangelical sect.
Just give me a very brief.
But I did go to I was like my mom was technically Anglo-Catholic, so we went to a Catholic church when she, God, what is it? She went from being an evangelical to Anglo-Catholic and then back to some other, God, Adventist? Like, yeah, when I found out the last one, I was like, get out of that.
What we're talking about. What is the Shroud of Turin?
Absolutely. First, Pierce, it's such a joy to be on your program. You're a fellow seeker of truth. I'm a huge fan of yours and Uncensored, so delighted to be joining you. The Shroud of Turin is the most researched, as you said, artifact in the world. It's also the most lied about artifact in the world. Interesting.
Is he trying to go for a Charlie Kirk hairstyle? Yes.
Interestingly enough.
Actually, yes. That's kind of the thing. He's, hello, fellow kids.
I think that's because it does something that no other artifact does. It gives testimony to the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, and nothing.
No, it gives you a perceived one because you, like most times with the Bible, choose to ignore where evidence is evidence, and the rest of it is just faith.
Nothing outside of Scripture does that. And I'll just say right here at the beginning, Pierce.
Notice how they're so, like, I've always said this. They're so gung-ho for evidence that, like, they will prop up something that's completely fraudulent or something that, you know, it's 50-50 even. But they will just, again, with their faith, they'll be like, see?
I did my PhD.
Knowing damn well that it's like, nah, like the guy was saying, it's like, if you just, like, I don't know, split the clouds and cleared the air, it might be.
On the physical bodily resurrection of Jesus. I studied in Oxford in the Griffith Papyrology Lab. I've published
Let's get, hey, what did he just say? The papyrology? The grift of what now?
The death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. And nothing outside of Scripture does that. And I'll just say right here at the beginning, Pierce, I did my PhD on the physical bodily resurrection of Jesus. I studied in Oxford in the Griffith Papyrology Lab. I've published 250,000 words on the resurrection, and I used to be a complete skeptic.
I know all about papyrology
Of the Shroud. But I live by a motto, I learn from everyone, but I don't let anyone think for me. And it wasn't until a couple of...
Except for your imaginary friend and savior, he thinks for you because everything's preordained, so therefore he's thinking for you. You don't make sense!
Years ago that I began reading these very recent scientific studies that are truly breaking news that I had a big...
They want to be lied to? Yeah, that's why it's so easy. Why do you think they love Trump so much? They love being lied to.
Big change of mind.
And then they love wrapping their heads around those lies and then defending them. Like, it's their whole thing, man. But he's a seeker of truth. He literally led with that.
Talk about the Shroud itself. How big is it? What do we think it's made of? What kind of material?
Desperation of the credulous. Yep.
And where physically is it now?
Absolutely. I've been with the Shroud. It's in Turin, Italy, in the beautiful Piedmont.
I'm a total nerd for Jesus. Hey. Watch it. I was a total nerd for Jesus. You can watch it.
District of Northern Italy. It's
my very first concert was a DC Talk one called and it was when the Jesus Freak was a big ass song.
In the Saint,
which by the way, that guy, the lead singer of DC Talk, turns out that he was grooming, like 14-year-old boys.
Giovanni Cathedral in Turin, Italy.
Go figure.
Pilgrims can go see there today. It's held in a reliquary. This is really cool, Pierce.
Jesus would would ironically absolutely smite this shit.
Company in turn Italy.
Again, I have always looked at guys like him, and I brought up his church and just the way that he's dressed and his nice camera, all of it. It always reminds me of when he stormed the Temple of Jerusalem.
That builds all of the...
Jesus was kind of pissed that they were doing something, capitalism.
Facilities for the International Space Station actually built what's called the reliquary, the box that the shroud is preserved in. There's two huge enemies of the shroud today because we do believe that it's
enemies. Notice how they're enemies, and it's called science. And anybody that has a that knows how to carbon date
1,000-year-old artifact. That's light and oxygen. I just was with my friend Enrico, the chemist, who twice a year changes out the 99% argon gas mixed with 1% oxygen.
You mean when he whipped the shit out of those money changers? Yeah.
To preserve the shroud.
Dude, yeah, and they describe it. It wasn't just a whip. It was one of those five thread whips. It was like a bullwhip, or not a bullwhip. It was like one of the smiting
the shroud
whips is what I call it.
Fascinating, and that we have hundreds of burial shrouds from
he smited those motherfuckers.
The land of Israel that wrapped
I beseech thee
Jewish corpses. We have only one shroud.
One of them just is like harder, daddy. He's like, what? What?
That has the image of a crucified man that corresponds with all of the realities that we read in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Josephus, by the way, of how Jesus was brutally crucified under the hands of Pontius Pilate. And so that is my area of specialty. So if it's not a hoax, what is it? And without a doubt, because I'm not irrational, I believe that the shroud belongs to the historical Jesus.
Because you're not irrational? So, because you ignore contrarian evidence, you're... I'm sorry, that was a load of horse shit. This is why I don't like pastors, is they say they can make you believe that they're smart just by, speaking confidently.
Is it?
That's why Trump got to where he is. Honestly, it's the confidence. He doesn't know shit. He doesn't know shit about shit.
14 feet, 4 inches long. Pierce.
Yep. Thanks, dude. I mean, I didn't need you to glaze my dick, but cool.
I had to get this too. It covers a body like a pita, okay? It would wrap under the body, over the head, and then drape back towards the front of the body all the way down. And that's the Greek word that we get sinden from. And that shows...
I wasn't expecting him to actually, do the thing where he just adds to it, or it's just like, thank you. Thank you.
Up in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And then that singular wrapped Jesus's body. According to Jewish burial traditions, if the Sanhedrin condemned a criminal to death who was on the Sanhedrin to take care of their burial, they were not given honorable burial. They had just been crucified. They were given proper burial. What do we see? We see that Joseph of Arimathea, Nicodemus, two members of the Sanhedrin, they ask Pontius Pilate for the body of Jesus. They have to go quickly. He has to be buried before sundown. It's a high Sabbath the next day. They wrap Jesus's body and they place it in a tomb approximately pierced 200 feet from where he would have been crucified just outside the city. And then it is at that point, 39 hours later, that a radiation event occurs. And we believe that the best explanation, remember, David Hume says wise men choose probabilities. The best explanation after 102 scientific disciplines have spent 600,000 hours studying this is that at the moment of Jesus's physical bodily resurrection, a radiation event occurs that leaves this incredible image on the cloth at the moment of Jesus's resurrection. So we're really not talking about a death cloth anymore, Pierce.
The Jesus nuke.
We're talking about a resurrection cloth.
Fascinating. Okay, let's bring in Dr. Joseph Aceta. Now, you interestingly participated in an on-site examination of the Shroud of Turin, and you believe it's of 14th century origin, which is around the time the Shroud came into...
Notice how he just rolled his eyes, and this guy seems like he has a little faith. I mean, you don't have a cross like that on your wall unless you do.
Public existence. So tell me, first of all, about your examination.
Why do all these dorks look the same, dude? Like, seriously, they all have like beady eyes that like they just stare into your soul.
Of the shroud, and why you've determined
These pastors, bad haircut, stupid suit.
That you believe it's only from the 14th century.
Well, I think my belief has to be qualified a little bit. First of all, I am a Christian. I'm a practicing Christian, so I have no axe to grind here.
See?
And
that ruined one major argument against it.
Did examine the shroud.
I can't wait to see that smirk wiped off his face.
Firsthand in 1978, I was a member of the team that was doing infrared spectroscopy and infrared imaging. Okay. And my impression, of course, at that time was it's truly an
This guy doesn't believe in infrared. He believes in nuclear energy,
extraordinary object. I would not disagree with anything
but
Jeremiah said here a minute ago. It is truly extraordinary. But my position, I have to clarify it, is that if the shroud is 14th century, then I think there's an explanation on how it was done. I wrote a very detailed paper on the circumstances of the 14th century, the historical and geographical circumstances, and also the optical properties of shroud all match up to a certain paradigm using wood printing.
Mm-hmm.
And the recent paper by Cicero kind of underscores that. It's complementary in a sense. Now remember what I said. If it's 14th century, I will leave the controversy about the date to the current discussion that's going on between a number of members of this community regarding its authenticity. I think that there are some issues associated with the date. I think they're legitimate issues, but in my view, at the current time,
keep nodding because you're just like, yeah, see?
The evidence of the shroud's authenticity doesn't really meet the rigorous standards of scientific inquiry. That's basically where I stand right now.
Okay, Jeremiah, I suppose the obvious question for me is, why did it only emerge in the 14th century? Why, if it's so obviously historically important, why did it not emerge earlier? And given the enormous time scale between the event and the discovery of this shroud, do you understand why people are so skeptical?
Oh, 100%. I understand why I used to be a skeptic myself. And by the way, I have incredible respect for Dr. Joe Setta on this wonderful panel with us. He also served in the armed forces and has a Defense Department clearance. I mean, he is a very well-respected scholar. And Joe, I appreciate you so much. I think Joe and Pierce, you and I, all three of us agree on a lot more than we may think that we do. But for the benefit of the audience, because when you get shroud red pilled like I've been, because I've gone from this is a complete, a very Oxford highbrow response to I deal with evidence, this, keep me away from that weird relic, to now becoming this defender based on the evidence. One of the key indicators of why some people are skeptical of the shroud is based on a 1988 radiocarbon dating that was very famous. Piers, you probably remember this from your journalism.
This has been also updated again.
Career. It was on the front of every newspaper 37 years ago that they wrote on a chalkboard that based on the radiocarbon dating they had done, and remember it was supposed to be 7 labs, only 3 labs, more about that in a second, that the shroud dated from 1260 to 1390. They wrote that down on the chalkboard and they sat down, they crossed their arms, and that was that.
Are you ready to experience the best steak you've ever had? I know I am. That's
Drumsticks?
exactly what you'll get with uncensored sponsor Riverbend Ranch.
Oh, fuck off.
I just spoke at the International Shroud of Turin.
Hold on. Come on, buddy. Pierce. You know that the best steaks are drumsticks. Sir, they don't have those anymore. Come on, Pierce.
At the St. Augustine Institute in St. Louis, and I met a French scholar by the name of Tristan. And get this, Piers, this is what's fascinating to me, and what I love about your program, Uncensored, because we have to get to the truth. We have to be truth addicts. And what I learned from Tristan is he did the equivalent of a...
Yet you search for lies all the fucking time and then defend those, and fuck you.
Freedom of Information Act. It took him 8 years. He told me all about this. And after 8 years of trying, in 2017, The British Library finally released the raw data of that carbon dating from 1988. And this is what Dr. Aceta has rightly pointed out. This has thrown into question this entire radiocarbon dating, so much so I actually brought the Oxford article from 2019. This is the Journal of Archaeometry from Oxford University, where these scholars point out that the sample that they used, Piers, which is the top left of the shroud, they didn't use the middle of the shroud, they didn't use the middle of the heart or the body. They took the fringe. They took the one spot that the STURP team members encouraged them not to test. And that this article shows that the sample is not representative of the entire shroud. It's not a homogeneous sample. And so therefore, they're saying those results need to be thrown out. In other words, if you're skeptical about the shroud, we understand that's okay to be skeptical, because if this is what we think it is, it should stand up to the greatest scrutiny. But don't base your skepticism on the radiocarbon dating from 1980.
That's not what he was saying. He literally said that they looked at it through infrared and they found that it was wood printed. Like they took a statue that was wood and wrapped the shroud around it, and that's how they did it.
We have a lot better ways of dating the shroud now, such as the waxes.
Like, he's not even arguing what he was just saying. That's the problem. Like, he came here ready to debunk something else.
It's the wide angle.
That's why he had that little packet there, and that's why this guy's just like, that's not what I was saying.
X-ray scattering, Piers, which showed that the shroud has been getting old for 2,000 years.
I love how pastors are also simultaneously scientific experts. You know how that works.
From the Institute of Crystallography.
I bet he had opinions about COVID.
There are other fascinating things that I'd love to get to if we have time. So the shroud does appear before Leary, France. To answer your direct question, Piers, sorry, I wanted to give context to that. The shroud was not always known as the Shroud of Turin, though. So my area of specialty, remember, Piers, a PhD knows a lot about a little. The little I know a lot about as a Christian historian is the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, okay? And I understand how historical documentation works.
No, apparently you don't.
All right. And one thing about the shroud, and I always use this analogy because we're in football season now, American football, that is. I'm a huge Kansas City Chiefs fan, but they were not always known as the Kansas City Chiefs. They were first known, where I live, as the Dallas Texans. The Shroud of Turin has been known historically as other things. After all, it didn't even end up in Turin until 1578.
That doesn't
which was
matter.
a political maneuver, make no mistake, by the Savoy family to centralize their power.
Doesn't fucking matter. This isn't like debunking the scrutiny. This is just
Italy and
being like, oh, did you know that this was called something else? It's like, yeah, but it doesn't really prove that it was part of. Did you know that it was called something else?
It was known as the Mandylion, the image of Edessa. Eusebius discusses it in 325.
Great.
As with a letter to the king of Agbar. I mean, think about that. Eusebius, who's at the Council of Nicaea in 325, that great Christian historian who had...
Right. And at the Council of Nicaea, what else happened? I don't know. Did you do this thing where you... It's like you edited the book that was divinely ordained.
Had amazing sources at his disposal. Also predating, or for the scholars watching, anti-dating, the carbon dating, we have the Hungarian...
What the fuck? Fiction to fact check fiction?
Yeah,
no.
Codex.
This guy might as well be fucking saying, and in the Da Vinci Code, did you know that they said that Jesus actually had an heir?
And Piers, this is an area that I love studying, is ancient manuscripts. 250 years before the carbon dating, in the Hungarian Pre-Codex, there is an...
This is the problem. Again, it's the fact that he speaks with such authority on the subject, but it's like he's daring you to challenge him on it. I'm just waiting for this guy to just be like, okay.
That is obviously handwritten, that matches point for point, one for one, the Shroud of Turin, down to the anatomical condition of the body and even the herringbone weave. Can you believe that? It's fascinating.
No, I can't.
Fascinating.
It's fascinating. No, I can't believe that.
Okay. Joseph, your response to that?
Well, admittedly, some of the circumstances around the carbon-14 dating cast a little bit of a cloud over it, specifically because, as already been pointed out,
see that little nod there? Like, honestly, he seems like, why do all these motherfuckers look so demonic?
It was taken from, which was a very bad
Like, that's the weird part. They have these soft voices, but they all look like demons.
choice. And
I don't know. Maybe if y'all looked a little working class and actually look like you actually gave back to the communities and didn't just hoard all the money and then fucking practice this bullshit of prosperity gospel, gimme, gimme, gimme.
And secondly, some so-called logistical mishandling. It wasn't
If I meet one pastor that's like that, maybe, just maybe.
quite handed off to right. All of this has casted a cloud, okay, on the data. But I will go on to say that there are very few people around that are competent enough to question the competency of these laboratories. So we have to get back to the question of what was handed to the labs to test, okay? And that's a legitimate concern. One of the astonishing things about all of this is that if you look for explanations on why the date came out what it did, okay, you could look to what was handed to the labs was in fact a 14th century piece of cloth from the patch area or some reweaving that might have taken place. Or secondly, it was randomly contaminated. Now, all the dates that came up from these three labs are roughly the same, they're 14th century. What is astonishing to me is that given this random contamination, the radiocarbon date turned out to be coincident with the historical date. Now that, to me, is almost a miraculous event, okay? How this random contamination gave rise to a date that's almost totally coincident with its historical date. And for that reason, I have some skepticism about the legitimacy of this cloth. And we could go on and discuss this in great detail. I don't think we have time for it, frankly.
Oh, we got as much time as you like. Don't worry about that. Let me come back to Jeremiah. The forensic evidence of it includes wounds consistent with Roman crucifixion practices, including puncture marks in the wrists and heels, hundreds of scourge marks from lead-tipped whips, and more than 50 punctures from a brutal crown of thorns. Now, the figure on the shroud has numerous anatomical abnormalities, people have pointed out. The arms, for example, seem freakishly long. The fingers are longer on one hand than the other. The supposition being the figure would have been considered a giant at the time. Men were typically averaging around 5'3" The figure measures 5'10" on one side, 6 feet on the other. Another weird discrepancy. What do you say to that? So clearly there's a lot of compelling evidence it was of a crucifixed man, and we can debate about the timing of the shroud and the history, and we've discussed that. But in terms of these abnormalities, what do you say to that?
Absolutely. Pierce, hold my ice cold Coke Zero while I answer these, will you? I love this because this is my area of specialty. First, I want to show you something, Pierce. I've never shown this on any interview I've done. I just got this from the land of Israel. You just pointed out the fascinating correspondence of the wound marks in the man of the shroud. I'm holding in my hand, Pierce. This is not a replica, Pierce and Dr. Aceta. This is an actual Roman crucifixion spike that was from the Syrian province. I do a lot of work in archaeology, Pierce. I've been in more first century tombs than any guest you've ever interviewed. And this is 6 inches long. It's an iron spike. And for the benefit of our audience, this is what's so cool about Christianity.
This is the weirdest, again, this is what has always bothered me about Christians, is the fact that they will always use archaeology and then they will just denounce it the second that they have, they're just like, yeah, but this is actually not proof of anything. Yes, Roman crucifixion was like a thing. But you know what wasn't?
Christianity's closest cousin is actually archaeology and history. Other religions can't say that. What's fascinating...
What? Yeah, actually Islam can, and even better than you. Like your religion. These guys, this dingus actually thinks that he's descended from the chosen of Christ. Like, I guarantee it. Like this motherfucker, he is one of the grossest types of Christians.
About this crucifixion spike is it's actually bent and curved. If you can see that clearly, it's bent, it's curved.
Yeah, it's almost like it was used on a human being, that should just that should kind of disturb you a little bit. Sure.
Crucifixion spikes were used again and again on different victims, and to minimize movement and maximize torment, if you can imagine, Piers, the crucifixion spike would actually be adjusted while the victim was dying of Roman crucifixion, and that's what we see right here reflected in this crucifixion.
You do understand that crucifixion was something that was used like by multiple fucking cultures. Like the fact that these dorks seriously constantly and they constantly do this shit.
It reminds me of what David wrote in the Psalms 1,000 years earlier, Psalm 22:16. They pierce my hands and my feet. It's interesting. He says that 700 years before crucifixion is invented. When you look at the anatomical questions, and again, this is where
I'm pretty sure that crucifixion, again, different than piercing one's hands and feet. You know, I don't know. They could have just been torturing them, which was a known practice.
And my students and my 4 boys think it's really cool that I'm an expert in execution of the 1st century, by the way. When we crucified people...
that you do understand that you might have a little problem there.
Under the Roman empires. First off, the shoulders would always be separated.
Oh, his kids are the edgy Christians. Ooh, boy. I bet they're real fun.
And we see that there are abrasions on the shoulder of the crucified man. I don't think you pointed that out yet, Pierce, but when you look at the rear image, there's actual abrasions. Jesus is asked to carry what's called the patibulum. Just to correct, he's not carrying the whole cross. It's just the crossbeam called the patibulum. It would have weighed 125 pounds. Think about this, though. As you rightly pointed out, all the scourge marks. We count.
Oh shit! This guy has kids.
372.
This is why I'm glad I have none, so I never have to interact with a dipshit like this. Out of oops, my kid just became friends with the pastor's kid.
2 scourge marks. That's front and back on the image.
God, as a parent, that's got to be one of the number one things that sucks about parenting.
Crucified man.
It's just being forced to be friends with your shithead, or well, not your kids. Your kids aren't the shithead. The shithead friends' kids.
We can approximate because
parents.
There's no lateral images that there's over 700 wounds.
Why is he smiling so much? Because he has absolutely no belief. He doesn't actually he doesn't have confidence in his belief. This is what happens. You become smug and you do this is why I hate pastors. Honestly, I don't trust them. Also, you don't see you don't see the fact that these dudes could easily become the biggest fucking groomers like they usually do.
On the crucified man of the cross, or man
fucking
of the
A,
stone.
man.
And what's interesting, he's then asked, this is when
Jesus looking like, what the fuck, man?
Pilate brings him before the mob, before the Jewish mob especially, and he says, "Ecce homo," in Latin, behold the man. And then the Jewish leadership who hated Jesus say, crucify him, crucify him. It's documented, and there's actually some phenomenal hematological studies, Pierce, on the blood.
Earlier this year, a Minnesota state representative was tragically murdered in her home along with her family.
Human blood, and there's some very...
Yeah, you actually right there just reported on it more than anybody else, and you did more than Donald Trump did. Good job, Pierce.
Fascinating work from an immunologist who I just spoke with last week at this conference, Kelly Kurse. It's human blood, it's type AB blood, it's Semitic blood. The arms are so long, and it does look like they're very long, Pierce, because when Jesus falls to the ground, do you remember, Pierce, from your gospel reading that Jesus collapses under the weight of the cross? He can't even get to Calvary. Simon of Cyrene is tasked to carry the crossbeam. And do you know why? We believe that Jesus had lost 1/3 of his blood volume during the scourging. Let that sit in for a minute. He was dying of dehydration, high levels of ferritin, creatinine, based on the blood samples that we have on the shroud. He would eventually die of a massive heart attack on the cross. The reason his arms, though, are so strangely long on the cross is because his shoulders were separated during the crucifixion, and that's what makes the arms look so long. That's the fascinating part about it.
That is a fact, yes. I will say that crucifixion does do that to your body.
Again, the deeper you go into
this doesn't do... Okay, this is the problem. He's not giving you the full context that this was a common fucking practice. He is doing this on purpose. He's trying to dilute the fact that, again, Romans did this all the time. So, like the three, like Jesus being sentenced with the other three criminals, Christians love for you to think that that was it. That was it.
This. It might sound good in a soundbite,
but then they'll admit, like, oh yeah, it was common practice, but it's like, no.
That, well, no, this actually smacks of authenticity of what we know of.
No, did you actually read about like what happened with the Nazi occupation in Poland and how they took the phone poles because they were already in crucifix position and they crucified people on them? Did you know about that?
Roman crucifixion in the first century world.
Sorry, like I can't stand assholes like this.
The thing that's fascinating me, if I may, Pierce.
I know that I keep making that point, but for real, like everybody that also goes to church, if you meet a pastor like this, don't trust them. Like, seriously, this guy gives me fucking really, like, he gives me Predator vibes.
The amount of energy. This is what I want to get to, because this is the latest science and truly breaking news on this program. I just interviewed Paulo de Lazzaro. And what's cool about Dr. Aceta and the original STIRP team, peers, that I respect about these men and women, Dr. Aceta was one of 26 scholar scientists who went to Turin, Italy to study this. They're not pastors with a theological axe to grind. They were not privileging this. Even though Dr. Aceta is a believer, they were applying the scientific method. Ray Rogers, who died a great defender of the shroud, famously said, "Give me 15 minutes in the scientific record, and I'm going to prove this is a complete forgery."
Yeah, and then he died before he could. Yeah, that's not exactly the W you think it is, dude.
Wasn't saying that a few minutes later after studying it, which is really fascinating to think about. When I look at the power, though, Paulo de Lazzaro...
God, what point was that?
Lazzaro is doing some amazing work out of ENIA Laboratories. He's a physicist who works with lasers. And this is something that's gone viral when we've shared it. He has postulated the amount of energy it would take to make a chemical change in the flax, in the linen fibrils, because remember the image, Pierce, it does.
Again, I love how you say the fibrils, right? Even that right there. He loves using science. Again, it's science when it works for you.
Doesn't absorb like the blood does. The blood fully absorbs into the shroud. The image is just 2 microns. Piers, if you took a razor, you could literally shave off the image on the shroud. It's that thin. It's almost unbelievably thin. And this is what science cannot replicate. And
do you also notice how wooden it looks and how it doesn't actually look like a face and how there isn't any like skeletal structure to it? You ever, I don't know.
So Paulo de Lazzaro at ENIA Laboratories outside of Rome, the physicist.
It almost looks like, that parchment thing that he was talking about.
Spent 5 years and his academic reputation to say he estimates the amount.
Yeah, like, shouldn't a true believer be solemn talking about the crucifixion not bleed? That reminds me of the famous Sam Kinison joke where he's just like, yeah, I was a pastor and I always did wonder when Jesus ever came back, where it's just like, he comes back and it's like, oh, my children, and he sees a Christian come up to him and it's like, Jesus, and they're wearing a cross necklace and he's like, oh, oh, oh.
Amount of radiation energy it took. And to bring the audience along by the hand, at the moment of Jesus' resurrection, we believe this happened.
And then he also adds to it, it's like, and then they like to say, like, I wonder what Jesus would have said while he was on the cross. It's like, maybe you could give me a fucking ladder.
34.
Anybody got some pliers?
4,000 billion watts of cold radiation traveling at 1/12 of a billionth of a second. Literally so fast.
I love Sam Kinison's first special is one of the greatest things ever released.
And because if it would have been hotter, as the STIRP team pointed out, conclusively, this was no scorch.
The fucking ladder.
There is no paint. There
would
is
have
no
to be here if you had a fucking ladder.
Dye. There is no pigment. They published those findings. And in many ways, the STIRP team did not achieve their objective. The scientific objective with the shroud is the who, what, when, and how of the shroud. None of those answers have been found.
Yeah, and none of these answers have been found to prove it. Like, this is the thing. So the evidence that isn't there to prove it's fake doesn't mean that that's evidence that it's real. And that's what you're doing here. Look at his smug little smirk right here. Tell me that he's not trying to manipulate you.
We don't know who did it, how it was done. We can't explain it. We certainly
Jesus has never been proven to be real. There is as much evidence to prove that there were men named Jesus that performed actions that Jesus might have done, but there was also men like Josephus that did the same thing, Dionysius who did the same thing. So it's almost like when they did this Council of Nicaea thing, they did this thing where they took a bunch of, collaborative stories and they were like, hey, you all have this character in there, right? Well,
we don't have that amount of power radiation to change the chemicals in the shroud. What I try to answer as a historian is why it was done.
Let me
Okay, before I go,
Oh, it was Bill Hicks. No, Bill Hicks. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Tragic Mammal. Thank you for that. I conflated the two. That was the Bill Hicks bit about the cross and coming back and seeing the cross. No, Sam Kinison had the one about the ladder, though.
Go ahead.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, please do. Well, I'll tell you what, Joseph, just before you do, Joseph, just one question and a very quick response, Jeremiah. If we assume
there were documented rabble rousers, but not in the time, that's the thing. You can't look at the Gospels as anything but kind of like a maybe this happened around this time. Anytime that when he talks about carbon dating, right? They cannot prove when the Gospel of Luke was written. They say it was maybe around 30 to 60 years after Jesus died, and it might have been a second to third hand account. We don't know. They theorized that it was a dude who heard it from Peter and another dude on a boat.
Everything you say is correct. That it is dated,
but it was the inspired word of God. So God was speaking through whoever the fuck was talking to Luke.
Back to the period when Jesus Christ was.
But somehow in the Gospels, it got lost that between Mark and Matthew, that, that whole virgin birth thing, it wasn't mentioned in one of those.
Known to be on earth and alive and operating. And he was.
You'd think that the virgin birth might be important in all the books. Yeah.
Crucified and so on. If we assume it's a crucified,
it was a rabbi rouser. Yuck.
Body that was shrouded. How many people in that period would have been crucified by the Romans?
Many thousands. They were experts. So remember, the Persians invented crucifixion. Alexander the Great made it great with Hellenization. The Romans perfected it.
Made it great. This guy sucks. Oh my God. He's one of these pastors that fucking looks at Alexander the Great as like the first Christian. So he just totally ignores all of the atrocities that these people will literally cheer on genocide in the Bible just because it was done by a dude named David.
Especially in the Syrian province,
these people are fucked up.
21 different records of Roman victims being nailed to the cross, not hung to the cross. What takes it beyond all doubt for me, in 10 seconds or less, the helmet of thorns. There are 50 puncture marks on the scalp and the back of the head, and that makes it beyond all doubt that it's Jesus of Nazareth. No one was crucified the way Jesus was.
Okay, Joseph Assetzi, you want to respond to the various things you've heard?
Well, I have several responses, one of which, of course, is that nobody would deny the immense amount of detail in the cloth that matches the gospel accounts. There's no question about that.
Yeah, it's almost like you can do this thing where it gives you the account so you can, I don't know, point by point, make sure that it's there.
Getting back.
This doesn't prove anything, bro.
To the.
Oh, there it is. His smile finally faded. Like that means that right there, his faith got shook just that little bit.
I would say overarching a comment is that if God wanted an image on there, he would have just put it there, and he doesn't have to explain it to us about how it was done. I appreciate.
Woo! My man! Oh! Coming in with the elbow drop. Ooh, yeah.
The radiation comment that just made, but it turns out that there's no natural radiation mechanism that would give rise to that image. Now, so if it in fact was.
The bitch of this is This is all about one thing, that this guy, he kind of gave himself the little out where he's like, I was skeptical about it already.
As the scientists said it was, well, that was a miracle. There's no question about that. And you're asserting that, of course, the image
Yeah, get that uncomfortable guy off the air or off the screen there, unfortunately.
is a miracle in the first place. It turns out that the image content itself by Ray Rogers, it turns out to be oxidized cellulose, either oxidation by heat or oxidation by some other mechanism. For example, acid, okay? And that acid plays into one of my theories regarding the 14th century origins of the cloth. So there's a lot more background here in the scientific domain than can be described in this very brief interview.
Wow. I don't know who the fuck I just pissed off, but somebody was just like, nope, can't do this anymore. Let's see.
But there's a lot of factors that are associated with the cloth itself. As he pointed out, the image at the time that we did this, what we found out was basically.
I'm sorry, I will be respectful to Christians, but this is one of the things where it's like, no. If you're going to use science to reinforce your belief, you better be willing and ready to face the criticism that and the evidence that comes with it.
What it was not, okay, strangely enough.
Like I was saying, most Christians don't do that. They're only willing to accept science that proves their theory, not disproves.
It wasn't a painting. There were no brushstrokes, and we had no immediate explanation for the image. Subsequent investigation showed, as I said, that the image itself is a form of oxidized cellulose, which could have been, as was pointed out, by a blast of radiation, but it could also have been printed there with heat or with acid. And my thesis,
acid,
again going back to the 14th century origins of this, is that the ink that was
You have displeased God. Now go to your special room for discipline.
used at that time to print textiles was an iron gall ink, which is corrosive, and the document preservationists at this time, in fact, worked tirelessly to save documents from themselves, because the ink eventually eats all the way through the cloth or the material that whatever was printed on. So that plays quite readily into my theory about the possible 14th century origins of this.
Notice how, again, all that confidence, everything that he had just went poof.
Of this image, okay? It was block printed. It was block printed with iron gall ink. A form of block printing explains all its optical properties.
Thank you. And it also explains the lack of skeletal structure to the fucking, like, seriously, for how dehydrated Jesus was. You know what you don't see the fucking sunken cheekbones, but you see that fucking perfect beard, right? Little sus.
Image, of course.
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I just have fucking eyes.
High resolution, and it also explains the so-called 3D property. That's
Thank
what you
you.
get when you, with a carefully sculptured logo.
A wooden sculpture, yes.
Relief that's printed on cloth. And again, if it's printed with iron gall ink, over time, the iron gall ink would flake off, because linen is difficult to dye and to color. So ink would flake off over time and eventually corrode. And that's what we see right now in this time period. We see a corrosion of the surface of that cloth, and that is in fact what causes the image proper.
Oh man, we're almost done here. Okay, so I have to pee.
As you pointed out before, there's thousands of articles that have been written about all of this. It goes on and on forever. My position is simply try to explain how this thing was done in the 14th century. And again, if it's a 14th century,
he doesn't want to hear that. Like,
image, I think that this is a reasonable, has a lot of circumstantial evidence to show how it was accomplished. There's geographical factors. This textile printing was in great development going on just north of Lorraine in France at that time period. They were printing textiles. Somebody who had the skills could have migrated down to Lorraine and created this. There's a confession on record, which of course hasn't been corroborated. Look,
Why do they always look like they're gonna cry? Like even though he's smiling,
the four pillars of
like he doesn't have the confidence in his eyes that he had before. This one kind of looks like he's hurting.
authenticity from a rigorous scientific perspective are: one, its age. It has to be 2,000 years ago. Two, we have to show that the cloth ensconced the body of Jesus Christ. Three, there has to be some sort of chain of custody that shows that, where was it for the last 2,000 years ago? And four, there's no mention of this. There's a glaring absence in the Gospels of this image.
Mm-hmm.
And, you could rationalize all those, but those are hardcore scientific factors that have to be established before you claim.
Again, he sat there saying that if it actually held up to scientific scrutiny. But here he goes. Here's the spin. Let's hear it.
Rigorously that this is the authentic burial cloth of Christ.
Notice how this guy didn't smile once, like when he was trying to make his point. He just made his point.
That's my
And just to be
basically
clear,
my story.
Yeah, no, I understand, and you've articulated it very well. But just to be clear, if your thesis is correct, and it was from the 14th century, is your supposition in that circumstance that it was a deliberate...
Blondie doesn't look or feel real. His smile isn't helping him at all. A real life bot. Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like he doesn't understand like that he's kind of giving the game away here, where it's just like, oh no, like you want to learn how to be a pastor, like seriously. Do you understand how many people go to Bible school where all they would have to do is just go to take a stand-up comedy class or take a public speaking class, and they could literally gain the exact same thing? It's all about speaking with confidence. Like, fuck, you don't need to know shit about the Bible. You could just, again, read it once, you could read it to them and then make your case.
Forgery intended to dupe people into thinking it was the
final results clanker.
Genuine shroud of Jesus.
I love how we have now taken the term clanker from Star Wars, and that became literal slang for a AI or a robot. Like I enjoy it, but come on, now you got to give it its proper credit. The writers of Star Wars, Dave Filoni, thank you, sir.
Jesus Christ.
Well, there's several lines of thought along that question. One of which it was a artistic representation to show the crucifixion to a number of people who were quite illiterate.
Roger.
Couldn't read the Gospels at that time. That's one explanation for why. And the other one, it was a deliberate forgery that was designed to entice pilgrims to that church in France.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, as it said,
yeah, it's almost like they did it for a reason. Like that actually is more of a bastardization on like its authenticity, is because there is like historical record to show why it would have been important to use as something like as proof of this Christian figure that, at that time, there wasn't really any other method to disprove it. So why not? Why not just be like, oh, look what we have found. We have found Jesus Christ.
Confession. There was a confession on record. Somebody said, a priest wrote to the Pope.
Smells a little bit like a little bit sugary. We don't know why.
Saying that, yes, it's a forgery. The person who did it confessed to me that it was. Okay. And I think the Pope writes back and says,
that's also part of that's the main one that this guy's not saying, Mr. Pastor up here, is that there was literally there was a dude in the 14th century who confessed to doing it.
No. Okay. You can show it, but don't tell anybody it's real.
Yeah.
Well, of course that was lost. It in fact enriched the local parish a considerable amount, because all the pilgrims were traveling to that part of France at that time. So, the forgery explanation could be a possibility.
You're going to kill me. All right, I have to pee. Give me 1 second. I don't want to miss this. I'm really enjoying the discussion, so I'm going to just turn on the hold music while I go take a quick pee. Be right back. being a good girl. Pee break. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Whew.
Given its 14th century origin.
Okay. Well, look, I want to bring in another guest now because both of my experts are Christians, as am I. So, in the interest of balance,
You're
we're
not
gonna
a Christian if you're a Catholic. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You do understand how as an American ex-Christian, to hear a British Catholic say like, I'm a Christian Catholic. It's like, no, you can't be a Catholic Protestant. Fuck off.
Join now.
We kind of had a reformation over this, you douche.
The final part.
So, no, you don't get to have the fucking communion, the wafers, the wine, all that, and have the confession and all the fucking other stuff, too. No, you don't get to do that. You just want to have a pope and have a figurehead and then also go, well, I have more in common with the Christians, even though I technically believe in the apocryphal books. I would love to hear what he has to say about the apocryphal books of Christ.
Part of this debate by author Seth Andrews.
The Bible.
Who's better known as the thinking atheist. Well, Seth
I
Andrews
love this guy, by the way.
welcome to
I hate his glasses, though. His
Uncensored. You've been
glasses
listening to
scream
this.
2003.
What is your response?
Looks like fucking Horace Grant, actually. 1998 Bulls, Horace Grant.
Let me clarify. The thinking atheist is an icon. It's certainly not me. I came out of a faith culture. And so it's an icon that represents using reason.
He has also debated Andrew.
To try to figure out what's true in the world. And I'm certainly not a great thinker. But I'm an ex-evangelical. I was a Christian broadcaster for 30 years, and now I am on the other side of the faith, looking at it through the other side of the lens.
Right. So tell me about your view of the Shroud of Turin. Do you think it's real? Do you think it's fake? Do you think the whole thing is just a PR stunt? What do you feel?
What I see mostly around the Shroud is a tremendous desire to believe, to connect dots. And it's totally understandable, people who lean into the Jesus story, but, whether or not it dates to the time of Christ or to the medieval era, and I tend not to discount the carbon-14 date. I think apologists are quick to brush it aside, and then they throw out a lot of fancy letters at the end, but I don't think that we have seen a debunking of the carbon-14 dating of the fabric. But even if it did date back to that era, I mean, we're talking about a time where the Romans crucified hundreds of thousands of people. And so now we're connecting a dot and saying this looks like a crown of thorns. And so therefore it is the Christ. And we root that in the Bible itself and the Christ account in the Bible, which is hugely problematic. I heard references to Josephus. I mean, the Antiquities was what, 60, 70 years after the alleged death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Josephus was not an eyewitness, and the only reference to Christ was not about the crucifixion, the resurrection, certainly.
Dude, atheists who actually understand the context of history and not applying faith to it, I love you.
Not the Shroud of...
You have taught me well.
Turin, the Gospels, I mean, they're not reliable because I think the earliest gospel being Mark was 69, 70 something CE, long decade.
Also, the Gospels are literally placed in the Bible like a Street Fighter, like the Street Fighter lore. Did you know that Street Fighter 6 technically takes place before Street Fighter 3?
After these events were supposed to have happened.
It is very confusing, by the way.
The authorship of all four Gospels is not known. Nobody has pinned them down. Nobody can authenticate them. And beyond that, the Bible is the same book that makes all kinds of claims we might reject in another context, whether it's giants, 900-year-old people, donkeys that spoke Hebrew, and a savior baby that was born via ghost sex, if you will, to a virgin so that the offspring could grow up and sacrifice himself, blood sacrifice.
He didn't like the ghost sex because he said sex and ghost, but technically he's right.
To rescue us from the very torture chamber that God created.
It's funny how median atheists seemingly have studied the actual history of Christianity than median Christians that in their effort to falsify it.
So all of this about the Shroud, it's
prove it either true or not. Yeah. And they always put the onus on us to just to disprove it. Like, yeah, that's bullshit. I will say that much, but it is more, at least it does. I'll just say this, it feels good. Like, I do feel good when I make a Christian uncomfortable with their beliefs. I'll admit that. Like, if I make you question your belief structure because you realize that it was based on a lie, and that you walk away going, well, but I have faith, then I won.
Interesting.
I'll admit that's where I'm a little shitty in that one.
And, you know, the God who is not the author of confusion, though, I would think
our smoke superiority is justified.
Would have parted.
Yeah, again, because we realize that the book of the Bible itself is one of the worst edited books ever created. And on top of it, there's so many different versions that contradict itself within, like, literally this scripture. So you'd think that this, you know, divine book, this divine inspired book, again, would have had some form of, like, divine intervention to make sure that we didn't conflate it.
The curtain of the sky, and he would have said to all of his children, yes, it's me, or no, it's not. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay, Dr. Jeremiah Johnston, I'm going to give you the final word here, because that was a pretty compelling argument against everything you believe about this crowd. You can respond.
Absolutely. Jesus Christ, the historical record is so clear that in the 89 chapters of the gospel, they all point to that Jesus really lived, he died, and even the greatest skeptics alive of that time had experiences of seeing Jesus alive after he was dead. You can look at my book, Body of Proof, the 7 best...
I don't need to look at your book. I read the fucking Bible there, dude.
...reasons to believe in the bodily resurrection of Jesus, and you can see that
No, I don't need your analysis of it. Like, literally, divine book. You would think that I would be able to get some divine understanding from the divine book, not need your fucking, you know, your thesis on it. Okay.
Never mention the Shroud of Turin. Isn't that fascinating, Pierce? I don't believe the Shroud is authentic because I want it to be, and as followers of Jesus, we don't even need the Shroud to be authentic.
Yeah, you do.
Our best evidence of the resurrection.
Not as your best evidence, but you kind of need it to be real because that's the reason that you're even talking about this right now, my guy. Come on, dude. Like, what are you doing here?
We have so many other lines of evidence, but what's fascinating, yeah, exactly.
Oh, wait a minute. So you spent this entire hour almost talking about how this is literally, it should be viewed as a divine article of faith. But now that this guy comes in with a reasonable argument against it, that it shouldn't be viewed as an article of faith, fuck off.
It's not an article of faith. And what's
fuck off.
Fascinating to me is when you look at the historical...
Hey, do me a favor. You know that nail that you had earlier? Put it right here. And I got Thor's hammer. I need you to hold that nail, okay? Just hold on. Mjolnir's coming.
Historical records, they stand on their own. Even atheist scholars like Garrett Ludemann said, and others say, I cannot argue with the fact that the earliest followers of Jesus were first hostile to the Christian message.
This guy looks like if Adam Ruins Everything decided to, like, not ruin everything.
Had experiences of...
Except for, you know, a lot of other people's lives.
Seeing Jesus alive after he had been dead. And they say, now, what kind of experiences those were, we can't explain, but we know those experiences not only changed the lives of the followers, but also changed the world forever. And again, there's such great evidence for the authenticity of the Gospels. We know that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote the Gospels. We know that Paul writes...
No, actually. No. I thought you were a historian. Dude, I was in a Christian high school and we learned that Luke didn't write Luke. And we also learned that a dude named Mark didn't write the book of Mark. It was like many different people that might have been, you know, inspired by God, and then they did this collective works type of thing. The only gospel was the Gospel of John that was okay, John wrote that. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, this dude is he's literally like a church historian, allegedly. What?
Years before the Gospels that...
Like, again, this is rudimentary fucking Christian understanding from, like, the shit that you guys taught in in your high schools.
Incredible passage that no serious historian or scholar calls into question in 1 Corinthians 15, saying this is the gospel, that Christ died for our sins according to the scripture.
Yeah, it's literally not part of the gospels to tell you to believe in the gospels, because they're just like, yeah, it's a little wacky. You know, they kind of contradict each other, but believe in them. Just believe in him. Come on, guy.
He was buried and he rose again on the third day, according to the scriptures. A quick note about Joseph.
Yes, but you're the only, like, again, if you take away the fact that the scriptures are somehow holy, then you're reading a story that doesn't make much sense. It's literally the faith argument here, where you're just like, based on my faith, I believe this is real. I believe that this is where Jesus, like, and this is what helps me. This is where, like, honestly, I don't feel bad questioning past this and, like, questioning people's faith if they are this fucking asshole-ish about their own side of things. Like, if you just come up and say, I just need faith because life is hard, I would take that. But this asshole is literally pushing me to just be like, no, I'm going to test every aspect of your belief system.
Cephas, there's some phenomenal work being done, published by Oxford University Press, T.S. Schmidt.
That doesn't matter. Why do you use academia when it benefits you, but you denounce academia when it disproves you? Stop it. You're disingenuous, and I hate when Christians do this, especially when you use the University of Oxford.
This absolutely knew and had
Oh my
firsthand
God.
acquaintance with those who attended the
I have a PhD in something that's completely useless.
trial of Jesus. So, friends, again, you have your choice. You've got to think for yourself.
Like, it's not useless to you. You made a career off it, which you could also call grifting. Like, the fact is, you're not a good pastor. You're not a good person. You're just not. The fact is, you take benefits off of a non-taxable income from a non-taxable church, and then you go and tell people how they should complain against, paying their taxes, how they should also which is, again, against Jesus's teachings, by the way.
This is what I do at Christian Thinker Society. You've got to get beyond the sound bites. You've got to get to the substance.
You want to talk about sound bites? What you just said about the gospel is literally the soundbite-iest bullshit that you could fucking ever do. But you have every Sunday for at least an hour or two. You probably do. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you do a 10 o'clock and a 12 o'clock. So you have your 10 o'clock and your 12 o'clock fucking sermons. Here you go.
Read these things for yourself, and you'll be amazed. Christianity doesn't need to be defended. It stands up for itself.
If I may.
Well,
very
fascinating
quickly.
debate. Very quickly, yeah.
Fascinating debate. I don't want to hear anything to counteract that, because that gave me the warm and fuzzies in me tummy.
Well, I'm not sure we can quote the Bible to prove the Bible. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are written in the third person, and were not written by a Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John.
Thank you. Well, again, John is the one. I remember that John was the one where it was like, technically, he was the one that abandoned the third person.
Mark itself was actually written by 2, possibly 3 authors. And
and that is like undeniably, like, there are so many Christian scholars that will just go, yeah.
If Josephus had referenced the Christ, and
like, that's why I call this guy's bullshit on his on him being a Christian historian. It's like, okay, so you have a PhD in this, but you just negate the one thing that, like, again, a high school, a stoner who came from a fucking Christian high school can challenge you on it based on just the rudimentary bullshit that he learned in doctrine class. Come on, bro.
In the year 100 CE, it wasn't a direct reference. We're still in the arena of hearsay. This is not evidence.
Yes.
You guys are in deep theological territory here.
Yeah, this is making you uncomfortable because you're in between both.
We are, and we probably haven't got enough time to get into the entire Bible. That could be another show.
Let's go for it, dude. Go for it. I will watch the shit out of that.
Of Uncensored.
I will be on that show, Piers. Book me.
It's been a fascinating debate about the Turin Shroud. I just want to end because, Jeremiah, you created an AI image of what you believe Jesus Christ looked like based on the Shroud, which is quite fascinating. So we're showing it now to our viewers.
Bless you, my children. Bless you. And bless you. Bless you. Bless all my children.
And if that is indeed the person who is in that shroud, then many people would
I'm right here, Pierce.
argue that is pretty much exactly how they imagined
Kind of looks like Che Guevara, if you ask me.
Jesus Christ looked like. So perhaps a little bit more, meat on the bone for your argument there, Jeremiah. But I think
It's an AI image. How is that more meat on the bone? Wait the fuck on. Hold the phone. Did he just summarize this entire show by saying, yeah, it gave you some credibility, that AI image of Christ? That is the most 2025 shit to ever come out of any of this.
Look, we'll
Holy
probably
fuck.
never be able to conclusively prove this kind of thing. You either believe it or you don't in the end, but it's fascinating. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Uncensored is back.
I mean, no. No, actually, no. See, this is the difference between the Bible and, like, physical objects that you are trying to give us, like, as proof of your bullshit stories, is the burden of proof is on you. Don't you pull that bullshit that it's the burden of this proof is on us. That's not how it works. Wow. Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry if that triggered anybody. If that, I should have probably put a little warning on there because yes, I do have pretty intense feelings about religion, and I also do happen to know and go pretty into I go into depth in this stuff because yeah, this is what happens. This is what happens when you try to make a little Christian soldier who turns out to have this thing called critical thinking. You know, I asked too many questions. I'll never forget when I started failing doctrine classes, when I started asking questions. And then I read the Bible by myself. I listened to the Bible by myself, read by one James Earl Jones, Darth Vader himself. And when I found out that that was a thing, I was like, ooh, an audiobook? Dude, the tapes, they were in a stack like this big. And yes, when I say tapes, I am talking cassette tapes that I had to play in my 1990 Chevy, not Corolla, oh my God, Cavalier. Two-door. It was a two-door red Chevy Cavalier. But this is also what happens when, I remember, my teachers getting angrier and angrier the more I would just be like, why? And they would just be like, well, because the Bible says so. It's like, no, why? It's like, well, our faith says that we believe this because it's like, what? I remember that's when I first started doing it, where I was just like, this doesn't make much sense. This whole, and questioning the whole, wait, so Jews, you're telling me that Jewish people are not the actual chosen people of Christ, that somehow, some way, we are the descendants of the Jew. And we're the true chosen people, and technically by giving them Israel, they're just holding the battle, the field of Armageddon for us for whenever we need to do the rapture thing, you know, maybe, kind of, sort of. I know, dude, I am reducing it to its basis form, but whatever. That guy, dare I say, would call me, you're being anti-intellectual about this. It's like, huh? Again, I do want to preface that I do not, if you guys believe in God, this is still a safe space. And, I'm not, I'm not trying to, get you to leave your faith. That's never my goal. I don't like atheists that do that either. I've known Sam Harris and the IDW, they kind of created this whole the new atheist movement. Like, I don't like that shit. Because, like, the new atheist movement, I always, like, they were too abrasive. And, like, you know, I love some Christopher Hitchens. And, like, I liked Dawkins and pretty much all those guys. But there was always an era of, like, oh, man, like, it was like the debate bro kind of bullshit where it's like, why do you need to like get these people to feel bad about themselves? Like, you can question their belief system and like get them to think, but you don't have to insult them. Also, my mom died needing her faith. So I'm a little softer on that. Like, my mom, she was a very smart person. But she also had a lot go on in her life that her faith gave her comfort, so. And I remember when I was first becoming an atheist, I used to test her on that, and I remember one thing, like, I told her that one time, where I was just like, Mom, you're like the smartest person I know. How the hell can you believe in this? She's like, because I need it. And that resonated with me. Where I was like, well, that was some honesty, and I kind of got it, too. Where I was like, oh, as long as you're not using it in the way that it's weaponized, like currently in our political system and in America, because that's also what, like, where I saw it leading that way. Because, like, again, I was in high school, you know, early 2000s. God. 05. Fuck, I'm old. 20 years? Oh my god, I just realized that. It's fucking... Whoa! It's been 20 years since I was in high school? Holy shit. That just hit me. That aside. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. Like, somebody's about to chime in here and just be like, "Oh, that's not that yet." It's, yeah, I get it. Let me have my existential crisis, okay? Ooh, I forgot that we have this Taylor Lorenz video that I wanted to watch. If I do that, then I've actually cleared everything that I had on the agenda tonight. So I think I'm going to do that. Here, let's do that. I always appreciate me some Taylor Lorenz. Oh, here. Let's smoke too. Taking my sweet time. The nice part about doing the Pep Talks 421 thing is that I always feel like now I have an extra minute, because, yeah, if I go at 421, then it's just as good. Sorry if I hit my mic. My bad, guys. Hell yeah. Hot meat kettle. I guess I'm kettle. Oof. That was a good one. All right, let's do this Taylor Lorenz thing, and then pretty much end the show. I really appreciate you guys sticking around for the show in that segment, especially because I really enjoyed those segments. And I do apologize again if they're a little too intense for some people, but I've been thinking about doing You know, like, what's this fucking channel that I watch? Holy Kool-Aid. Yeah. There's a few Holy Kool-Aid videos that I wanted to watch, and also I'm gonna try and get him on the show. Great show. I can't wait for the next one. Oh, thank you, Etch. I really appreciate that. Oh, I'm blushing now. No, I really enjoy the fact that you guys enjoy hanging and just having a good time. Enjoying the content. Also, guys, I'm not taking off right yet. I'm gonna hang until about the 6:30 and get this Taylor. Oh no, I'm gonna go a little later than that. But like I said, I wanted to watch this Taylor Lorenz. I can speak. Video, if I can center it right. Also, just screwed up my whole thing. There we go.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday, my series covering the fight for free expression and civil. Welcome back to Free
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that the YouTube effect was not directed by her and she didn't sign her own poster, because if she did, that is profoundly weird.
Speech Friday, my series covering the fight for free expression and civil liberties online. This week, YouTube rolled out automatic age verification in the US. It forces users who the company's AI system guesstimates might be under 18 to submit their government IDs or full biometric scans just to watch certain YouTube
Why do I have this feeling that, like,
videos?
every time I watch her, I always get this, like, she definitely, like, she either went to broadcasting school or, like, communications.
YouTube is the first major tech platform to preemptively normalize invasive identity checks for everyday online activity and content consumption. This new identity verification system creates a dangerous precedent. It's building the surveillance infrastructure that normalizes the tracking of legal and previously anonymous
Maybe not. Just popping those S's pretty hard.
content consumption, all under the guise of child safety. The company made this announcement back in February when they claimed that it would soon
Literally, this thing, you see this arm here? That would take care of that.
introduce tech that would automatically distinguish between younger viewers and adults to help provide the best, most age-appropriate experiences. It follows similar moves from
I hiss my S's a little bit. Like, that's the reason I do that.
across the tech industry, from platforms like Roblox
For
to
any of my audio
Instagram. The
nerds.
company claims that its age estimation model allows them to deliver protections all while preserving user privacy. I would argue it very much does not preserve user
Also, it would probably benefit her to actually, like, do this where she, like, pivots it up and then comes like this, because it wouldn't be like picking up all that.
privacy, and we'll get into that in a minute. Now, this is the
Personally,
third time
I
I'm recording
like
this
it like
video
this.
because I messed up the first recording. The second recording had no audio, so bear with me because I don't have a script for this video like I normally do for all my Free Speech Friday episodes.
Which is ironic. Free Speech Friday should literally just be like you just riffing.
Long story short, with this automatic age verification from YouTube, if you watch
Am I the only fucking YouTuber that, like, just doesn't do scripts ever? Because I would, trust me, you guys will know when I'm reading a script.
a lot of skippity toilet videos, for instance, maybe you're a journalist writing about it, or you let your kid use your account to watch videos, you might have to
How did that become the biggest thing ever? How? Dude, Flash videos were, oh my
hand
God.
over a selfie, a credit card, a government ID.
Newgrounds never had to evolve. It could have, like, I feel bad for Newgrounds.
Just to
Show your fucking kid Charlie the Unicorn.
Continue to
Unscripted is the best part.
Today, I want to talk about why all of this
I can tell you right now, if you like Unscripted, come watch Pep Talks.
is really bad, despite the fact that it might sound good. And the first thing that I want to get into
Actually, I'll say this. AG, he has the best unscripted, like, lecture type of content out there.
is
The dude knows how to be relatable, but also sound, like, incredibly fucking educated in the topics that he's talking about, unlike me.
this idea of tech companies sort of pre-complying with censorship laws. We all know that there are really dangerous
Candy Mountain, come on,
censorship
let's go, Charlie.
laws.
We gotta go up to Candy Mountain
right now in 11
Oh, I don't know, you guys.
states. And federally, we have things like the Kids Online Safety Act, a really dangerous censorship bill that would essentially censor any sort of adult content off wide swaths of the internet. Age verification, as you probably know if you watch any of my
Wait a minute. Was the voice of Charlie or was that the dude from fucking Bob's Burgers?
previous videos, is sweeping the nation. And frankly, it shouldn't even be called age verification. I keep catching myself saying that. It should be called identity verification.
Yeah.
Because in order
Yeah.
to properly
No,
identify
and this is like I'm glad that like everybody on YouTube is just like, this is fucked.
users' ages, you actually have to identify everyone and tie everyone's online behavior to offline
Yes.
identity to know
Yep.
who is a child and who is an adult. So identity verification laws are rolling out. Obviously, we need to do everything we can to stop them in the legislative system. But what YouTube is doing scares me even more than some of these laws because YouTube is preemptively instituting these AI age verification systems without having to do so by any law. So there's no oversight. YouTube's basically pre-complying, saying, well, we think we might be regulated. We think age verification is coming. So we're just going to start complying with it already. This creates a really slippery slope where YouTube basically sets a precedent and they're going to start normalizing identity checks, monitoring all previously anonymous online activity, which creates this culture where other tech companies that also want to hoover up massive amounts of our data are going to start doing it too. Instagram has started kind of similar efforts, and we're seeing other tech companies preemptively rolling out age verification because of this public support. This, to me, is actually the scariest outcome that could have possibly happened. Because at least with laws, we can fight
Sorry for pointing out the S's to anybody that can't unhear it.
laws. We know what's in the laws. There's a level of
You get to suffer with me.
transparency to laws. When these companies
Or here.
just institute these
Suffer with me.
policies that have sort of broad-based support because again there's this moral panic about social media, so you have parents like, yay age verification, these idiot lawmakers, these idiot leftist content creators, yay child safety laws, age verification. There's this sort of public support for dystopian surveillance, and they're able to roll out this deeply problematic tech without any
See, it's being rolled out in Utah just means it's like, yo, damn Mormons.
sort of pushback and without any sort of like legislative oversight or having to operate within the bounds of any sort of specific law. And obviously, of course, rolling this stuff out comes with a lot of downsides. Identity verification, as I've talked about in my other videos, is horrible. With this new age verification system, YouTube risks blocking legitimate educational, artistic, and political content from countless young people. YouTube is radically different than most other social media apps. Most social media apps, when you think of social media, you're probably thinking of things like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok even. These apps are a lot more two-directional. So on Instagram, for instance, the primary way that
Which I'll be honest, I've been doing most of my posting on YouTube.
young people
Like literally in the posts.
spend time on there is DMing with friends.
Oh my God, I can't unhear it.
A lot,
I'm sorry.
a lot of other apps, users are
I hate when I'm so like I really do apologize for that.
more likely to
I kind of
post.
catch myself after the fact where I'm just like, oh, did I just institute my whole audio nerd like aspect to everybody else and now it's gonna ruin the entire experience? Damn.
On the apps. They're more like chat platforms and they're truly like social media. YouTube has always been very different in that the vast majority of people that use YouTube are actually consumers of content. They're not posting content themselves. YouTube has become the #1 educational platform. It's where people
Damn it,
go
both.
to learn about news and politics. It's home to tons of video footage of news programs, local news
Oh my God, she is totally using the same stock footage as a lot of other people have been using.
programs, cable news.
I think this is AI too.
Clips, etc. It's how people learn about the world. And YouTube also is something that a lot of people watch on TV. They watch actually on the big screen. They're consuming information. They're using it for learning.
Yeah, I just kind of saw. I think it's something like over 40% of my audience actually watches me on TV. I was like, whoa.
They're not using it to like
That's cool.
spam post silly like meme
Look, Mom, on TV.
content.
Hey, I got to say
The
it.
way that a lot of people are using Instagram or sharing family photos. So I would argue that YouTube is actually a lot more akin to a big educational resource. Like think of it as a library. I mean, YouTube is kind of the internet's library. It's this big place where you can go to freely access tons of informational and educational content from
That's
brilliant
true.
people all around the world. Is there garbage in there? Yes, there's garbage in the traditional library too. But if we start start age gating access to information and rolling out these identity
Garbage is great for your brain sometimes.
verification
Shut up.
systems, young
Need some junk food, everyone.
people
No,
are
come
suddenly
on.
not going to have access
God.
to a
I
lot
hate these fucking purists that are like, I have to be healthy.
of quote unquote
Be dying a jog.
adult content. We've seen these laws actually replicated in libraries where young people are not allowed to take out classic books like The Catcher in the Rye or other, classic tales that have mentions of sex or themes about LGBTQ people, things like that. Now you're seeing that sort of similar restriction come to YouTube where suddenly young people are not going to be able to view potentially a lot of content on YouTube. It's going to be age gated from them or downranked to the point that they might not encounter it at all. I think this is really dangerous, and I think it's a really concerning road to go down.
No, it's an obvious one too. It gatekeeps history from kids, which is think of what Trump's doing with the Smithsonian and all that. You don't think that he had a talk with them with that $1 million fucking dinner thing that they did?
Preparation for talking.
And it wasn't the crypto one. I'm talking about the ones that like everybody else bought into during the inauguration.
Talking about this topic, I actually went to my own YouTube analytics and I was shocked that I actually have a decent amount of my followers that are teenagers, including
Really?
some that are under 17. Under these new
How do you wait? Are you registered as like
age gating policies and systems, those young
she
people
registered?
might not have access to my videos. We know that crackdowns on adult content, as you can see with what just happened in the UK, doesn't just restrict young people from access to
Hold the fuck. Wait, she's literally registered as
porn. It restricts young people's access
not age restricted, but she's not for kids.
to journal.
Like I have to do the same thing. Like when you post your videos, you either have to like post for kids, not for kids. All my stuff is not for kids. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, obviously my channel becomes pretty problematic if I mark it for kids.
Information about war crimes, anything
Which is weird because she talks about like very adult subject matter. So like, how the fuck is that working?
to do with like
Unless
politics, especially any
That right.
information that challenges the government or systems like capitalism. Also, reproductive justice content, LGBTQ content, content about abortions, women's rights,
I think it was like 26% of my audience is around the age of 25 to 34.
social justice issues. All of this is deemed adult content under these type of laws and systems. I'm incredibly worried that as this new age verification system on YouTube matures and some of these laws start passing, younger people
we gotta
won't
stop
have
doing this.
access to LGBTQ
get away from
content
the time.
creators, female content creators talking about gender, really
Why is
any
there a-
content creator on the left that's talking about issues that challenge power. All of that is going to be censored as adult content under these potential laws. And while YouTube and other tech platforms sort of preemptively roll out this stuff in the meantime, as I mentioned previously, there's not a lot of oversight. It's super subjective and arbitrary. We have no visibility into these AI systems that they're using or their algorithms. None of this is open source. Moderators can also mislabel content, and there's just a huge potential for potentially or socially sensitive topics
Which kind of this plays into like what I was just dealing with.
to be suppressed under age restricted content.
Interesting.
Also, in order to run these age verification systems, which by the way are not even effective really, because they constantly misclassify people, unlike what a lot of maybe the public believes, don't actually age at the same rate. And even the best age verification tools have like a pretty wide range of often 3 to 5 to 7 years of how old they think you are. Like one 17-year-old does not inherently look exactly the same as another 17-year-old, and a 17-year-old does not look inherently different from an 18-year-old. For instance, you could be 17 at 11:59 p.m. and 18 at 12:01 a.m., and you're not going to meaningfully see any change in your appearance. So I just want to disabuse people of this idea that you can like scan people's faces and somehow automatically use AI to know their age. This whole system is already flawed. And of course, YouTube is going to hoover up a huge amount of other user data, user behavior, the type of content you're consuming
I hope Gen Z is getting rid of vocal fry.
to try to
That'd
make
be
these
nice.
estimations. But all of this just creates a privacy nightmare. It's a privacy nightmare from the fact that these tech companies are now going to be able to collect even more data. YouTube is basically coming out and saying, yes, we're going to seize even more data. We're going to monitor literally everything you do on this platform. And if
Literally doing with the NSA, like the whole Snowden thing where we're all like, no, it's a bridge too far. And then YouTube's like, we're doing the same thing. We're like, okay.
we deem that you're you're under 18, you're going to have to manually provide data like your government ID, etc. But it all just normalizes this unprecedented level of ongoing tracking. And of course, YouTube is going to claim, well, we don't store any of this data. We're not storing it. We're just using it for a quick ID check and so on. I have to tell you guys, please go watch my other video with Eric Goldman on age verification systems. This still creates huge data privacy risks because there is still that point of exposure. For instance, when you are taking a selfie, that data does still need to be logged somewhere and recorded somewhere. And your identity is recorded somewhere because you're not going to scan your face every single time you use YouTube. You scan your face once and
Someone's going to make content on how to make yourself look older, the AI.
and your
Yeah, literally just makeup. Yeah.
behavior is tied to that YouTube account. And if they start to think that you're under 18,
Or, I don't know, fucking go to your parents while they're
and
sleeping.
again, they might ask you to re-verify your
As I've told this story before, like back when the thumbprint thing was on the iPhone, my fucking niece, like, I don't know how she did it to this day, but she unlocked my phone like while I was making fun of the fact that it's like, oh, she can't get into my phone.
identity. And this data, if it gets hacked, which it inevitably will, can be used by the government, by bad actors, advertisers, just any malicious person seeking to
Kids are
leverage
smart,
data
man.
against you. And you might think, well, so what? I'm just watching silly YouTube videos. None of this is ever going to be used against me. I encourage you to look at what the government is doing right now with ICE and consider the fact that Donald Trump has said that he wants to go after U.S. American citizens. Look at what's happening right now in the UK under their terrorism laws, where they're prosecuting people for speech. People at the U.S. border are coming in and being asked about their social media accounts, why they follow specific people, why they shared specific memes, why they
Well, this is like, okay. All right. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You don't think, like, come on.
have specific memes on their phones. I made a video recently.
You know how embarrassing it would be to just be like, oh, you should be watching political content. You like Pokemon. It's like, wait,
About one traveler
why can't I like both?
who was attempting to come into the U.S. and was deported after Customs and Border Patrol found a J.D. Vance meme on his phone. Say you end up attending a completely peaceful protest, but your face is scanned there. The government sends it to one of these data hubs, and before you know it, your offline behavior is being tied to your online behavior. And if your online behavior is watching videos that maybe question the police or are progressive in some way or that challenge the government, suddenly the government might have a
The thing is, there isn't enough being done by legal advocacy groups to protect our fucking privacy. That's a big one, guys.
case against you.
Like, where are the lawyers? Huh? It's almost like they have absolutely no interest in protecting the public interest. They want to make as much money as they possibly can. It's kind of interesting. Did you know that when you, Sam Cedar said this, when you study environmental law, they will tell you that, well, here's the bitch of it. Even though you want to do better for this world, you're going to just end up working for the companies that are doing the damage. Ain't that a bitch?
Or might try to try you for terrorism. Who knows? This level of surveillance has enormous downsides. I'll give you another example of how your data can be weaponized. Say you start watching YouTube videos about some rare condition or health issues that you start to notice. Maybe that data somehow leaks. It gets in the hands of a health insurer. Now you're charged higher rates because they believe that you might have some sort of disease. You just don't know how your data can be used against you until it happens. I also think that these age verification or identity verification systems create a chilling effect. Certainly, if I know that my offline identity is suddenly tied to my YouTube account and what I'm consuming, I would be nervous to consume specific videos. I think a lot of people might not consume certain controversial content. They might be nervous to subscribe to specific creators.
So you're literally saying that this is a way to make sure that we do not consume content contrary to the authority, which the authority right now is literally a fucking Republican, like dictator. What are you talking? Taylor, I don't know. Every once in a while you do this thing where it's like you'll talk about something super serious and the subject is super serious, but also kind of miss the forest for the trees on this one. It's not even conspiratorial. Like, this is kind of like a,
And ultimately, it will just
like you're almost there, but you don't want to cross that line for reasons?
leave the public less informed. Content creators will also be incentivized to not create content that is age restricted, as in not create educational content, information about politics.
Well,
any sort of
yeah.
content, again,
I mean,
that challenges power and challenges
What sucks is
the government or could be deemed adult. All of this leads
I made way too much content that would prevent me from doing that. So
to a less informed public. I also just hate this idea that young people shouldn't be exposed
I've been explained that that's why it's like, yeah, monetization is going to be harder for you. It's like, great.
to potentially controversial
So if you guys want to help support the channel, I appreciate everybody that has become a member. Just remember, you guys can always throw super chats, or you guys can hit the link in the description and help the channel out that way.
news
Really appreciate it.
or actual information. Young people need to learn about the world.
I really do, guys. Like, I appreciate every single one of you. But if you guys cannot afford it, hit that like button.
Especially teenagers. I have no problem with children under the age of 13 being on YouTube Kids account, right? At that point, they're kids. But teenagers are entering the world and they're in this phase of life where they need to discover and learn about the world. Some of them are getting ready to vote for the first time. AI-driven age gating
Did you just, what?
systems
Wait a minute.
shouldn't hold them back from specific
I mean, you said 13. I mean, if I heard that and I just went, oh, that was, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, my brain also caught up and went, no, that's confusing, but not.
content. And it goes
That's a wooden duck. I just saw the wooden duck behind her. That's the first time I ever noticed that.
without saying that all of these changes will have a disproportionate impact on marginalized communities who rely on anonymity. As I mentioned, this YouTube age verification stuff is starting to roll out this week. So if you like my work, please support me on Patreon. The link is in my bio, or on my Substack through usermag.co. That's usermag.co.
What? So I guess I'm not going to see a big change in this because I was never registered that way to begin with. Whatever. Oh, here we finally got an update on this from the mainstream. Here, Jake Tapper and Fareed Zakaria, which you don't get more mainstream than these two dipshits. So let's see what CNN has to say about this summit.
Thanks for joining us. So, President Trump called the meeting extremely productive. He definitely tried to put a positive spin on, let's be frank, he was trying to bring peace and end a war. I mean, there's nothing wrong about his goal, but it does appear that there really wasn't anything.
Was that his... Jake. No. He wanted to make economic deals for himself that, unfortunately, there's this, like, roadblock called being the president of the United States that is kind of hindering that whole thing. Like, if he was still private, funny enough, that would have been fine.
Concrete achieved. No ceasefire, no sanctions.
No, but also weird how, like, again, any Ukrainian, representatives were part of any of these discussions.
Relief or sanctions imposed.
I'm sorry I'm pausing too much, but I will just say that this is why CNN has been they've been taken as a joke lately.
We don't really know where we are other than Putin got himself a summit in Alaska. What do you make of what we just saw?
I'm glad that at least Taper's trying to say it.
Yeah, I think you have it right, Jake. Look, the atmospherics of the entire summit was somewhat cringeworthy. The fact that Putin was being welcomed on American soil, the fact that Trump gave him literally a red carpet treatment, the kind he has rarely given to any, Democratic ally of the United States. You can tell that Trump thinks Putin is an equal, is this big shot on the world stage, and he's been treated by the rest of the West as a kind of pariah. I mean, he can't go to Europe because he'd be arrested. And so there was a lot of the atmospherics that were cringeworthy. But I will say, on the most important thing, at least for me, it was positive that there was no deal. I think everyone was worried that there was going to be a deal in which Trump was going to make major concessions. I don't think anyone thought Putin was going to make any concessions. The fear was that Donald Trump was going to cave in various ways, sell out Ukraine, sell out the Europeans, and he didn't do that. And so I think, I'm at least relieved. Now, when you watch it, what you saw was Putin had clearly decided his strategy was he was going to make no substantive concessions of any kind, but he was going to...
He literally did a fucking... All right, Putin. All right, cool.
Really amp up the flattery of Trump. So he says if Trump had been president, there would have been no war, which is easy for him to say now. Trump should get the Nobel Prize.
Just so you guys know, after this video, I will be wrapping up show.
He's amazing. All that, is cheap and easy rhetoric for Putin, but he...
No! That's one of the awkward handshakes. Oh, no! What's more awkward, him holding the Bible or this?
He laid that on thick. But at the end of the day, he made no concessions.
Oh, and he walked, yeah, he did. He walked behind Putin.
So,
stare at his ass, bitch.
Trump comes back empty-handed, but, in a way...
Was watching Geeks and Gamers guys saying that this was a big dub for Trump. Too much gluck gluck.
Better to come back empty-handed than to have given away, a quarter of Ukraine.
Right, and I'm sure that there are a lot of people breathing easy in Ukraine because of that. I wonder if you think, with no apparent concrete progress at the summit, at least none that was announced, is there an upside for President Trump? I mean, he can say he tried for peace, and that's not nothing, but there's also the flip side of that, which is Putin might leave here bolstered, both domestically and on the international stage, no?
Well, Putin has gotten a lot in the sense...
He was watching Trump's interview with Hannity?
He got
Really?
the recognition, he got the stage, he got the invitation to the United States. He also got the delay of all kinds of new sanctions that Trump had threatened. Remember, Trump had set deadlines, and he said if there isn't a ceasefire, Putin doesn't agree to these terms, there will be consequences, there will be severe consequences. None of that appears to be happening, and in fact, Foreign Minister Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, said he expects sanctions to be lifted as a result of this. Now, he said that a little earlier, so we don't know where that is, but yeah.
Fox News was also like, what the fuck? Mockler was showing him freak out. I'm gonna, you know what? As much as I just said I was a dip in 10 minutes, I got one more video that I want to check out after this.
It's hard to spin this in a positive direction if you believe that, it is important to
Funny that you said that.
Preserve Ukraine as an independent sovereign state. But it wasn't a disaster. And again, I will give Donald Trump credit for this, that presumably Putin stuck to his guns and Trump didn't concede. It's possible that
You're a
there
machine.
is some framework that was discussed that he now needs to take to the Ukrainians and the Europeans. But Donald Trump tends to be fairly indiscreet.
Don't tell Letterhack that.
So if there is such a framework, if anything substantive
Dude's got me doing an hour on Tuesdays.
was agreed on, we will know.
He's like, I want this to go 24 hours. It's like,
in the next hour. It is inconceivable to me that Trump will be able to keep that quiet. He will feel the urge to boast. So the fact that, at least so far, we haven't heard much leads me to your conclusion that, really at the end of the day, there's nothing to show for.
Thank you. I'm glad that you find somebody's finally just saying it out and out, just like, dude, that was a big waste of time.
Right. I mean, he did say, just to quote him, many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. Well, we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I assume we all here on the panel think that one that's the most significant would be the ceasefire. But President Trump also said that he's now going to call NATO leaders and Ukrainian President Zelensky. What do you see happening?
The leg to body ratio? Well, after finding out about the stilted shoes, it makes a lot more sense.
Next, President Trump did talk about they would talk soon and probably would see each other again soon. There was some
maybe in Moscow
idea floating that the next summit might even be in Moscow, although he acknowledged he'd get a little heat on that one, although he didn't say no. What do you think happens next, and what message would it send if Trump were to go to Moscow for the next summit?
Well, that would be a terrible idea, because the entire way that Trump has handled these negotiations from the start has been to make preemptive concessions to the Russians before the negotiations began. Remember, what are Putin's main demands? He wants to keep all of Ukraine that he has conquered. In fact, he wants a bit more. Trump initially basically conceded that, Pete Hegseth as well. He wanted that NATO guarantee that Ukraine will not be a member of NATO. Trump has said that's going to happen. He wanted to be sure there would be no American troops on Ukrainian soil. Trump has said that. Then he gives him the summit in the U.S. The next thing would be to give him a summit where he can play host and peacemaker. But we've gotten nothing back from Putin. And it's been a series of unilateral concessions to Putin, and it's not clear yet what the United States, the
Y'all are still going? Dang.
West is getting.
Yeah.
So I'm all
Although I'll be
for making a deal. I'm all
going another like 10 minutes or so here.
for compromise.
I got one more video after this. I'm just getting the reactions from Fox News and everybody because it is kind of interesting. Like CNN is just like, yeah, there's nothing here. This was a giant waste of time.
I'm all for ending the war, but the strategy of preemptive concessions to Vladimir Putin has never worked in the past, and is unlikely to work now. What we need is pressure on Putin, military pressure through military aid to Ukraine. That's what will get his attention.
Fareed Zakaria, thank you so much. Anderson.
Let me get this other video. Where's my other video? That's not my other video. History. There we go.
Also, the most important.
Oh my God. Okay, I can already tell that this is going to be insufferable. I just saw like a little snippet of who is doing it. Okay, so this is the guy from Occupy Democrats, the Australian, chap. I think he's Australian. I don't know. All I know is that he's a very lazy content creator that needs to be called on his bullshit. So he's going to use 2 clips in this, and it's going to be Friday, because I'll admit, I already saw this one where it's, damn! And then he's going to use the clip from, oh my God, not Ash and the Evil Dead. Jesus Christ. The Army of Darkness. And it's going to be, oh, that's gotta hurt. Yeah, that guy.
What is also the most important aspect of this is that taking over the DC police, like what he did in Los Angeles as well, is part of this.
I also don't stand Tarlov the way that like every other lib dude that works for either Midas Touch or, Pondering Politics has like a mad crush on this girl.
Massive consolidation of power that Donald Trump has been undertaking. So when you call an emergency for everything,
lady,
and he even said today, remember
it is an emergency.
It is not. He said at first, I have 30 days. And then he said, well, I can make it a national emergency and then it would be forever. I could do it. I don't know if I will, how he plays around with that. What he's doing with redistricting mid-cycle, how he's going after universities and law firms, how he's firing people who give him information that he doesn't want, like the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
All legal.
And he puts in a guy who goes to January 6th who's going to do what he wants, and maybe we won't have a job report.
What is your alternative? Please tell us.
To have a
one.
Democratic president.
I mean, she was on fire here. She hit everything.
Oh, at least it got new lighting.
From inflation.
So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And now our inflation is down to a
She looks like she's wearing a biohazard suit. Honestly, appropriate.
perfect number, beautiful.
Yeah. This guy lives off fucking memes from the early 2000s, and it's fucking ugh. It's sad. I can't watch this dude's fucking content. I'm sorry. I was going to. I was just like, you know what? No, here, let's find another clip of Fox News freaking the fuck out about this whole thing, because they are freaking out. It is kind of funny to watch. Here.
All right, Fox News was caught entirely
Mockler.
off guard after Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin took no questions in what was supposed to be a press conference, but it was
How pissed do you think everybody there was? I mean, we saw how gussied up they all were.
not a press conference. Let's be
That one lady in red, you know what? She missed her opportunity.
very clear about that. And it seems like Fox News did not have the time to, set up the equipment necessary to do their mental gymnastics and write the talking points that they needed to spin this in favor of Donald Trump. So,
My brother in Christ, please do not wear a khaki green sweater when you have grease stains on the thing and you are filming content. Like, I don't know, man. You make way more than I do. Go buy a new sweater.
after the 9-minute presser. It's not even.
The second that I got a grease stain on one of my, like, listen, if you guys haven't noticed, I have a rotating, fit as far as like my hoodies, because it gets cold down here and I only got so many. But if there was a grease stain on them, I'm getting a new one.
Not even a presser, but after the 9-minute speech,
and I don't have what he.
They both
I'm
gave.
sorry.
They walked off.
Just
it cuts back to Fox News.
bothers me.
They were dumbfounded.
Also, how did he get another really bad haircut?
And did not.
This unfortunate kid has like the most unfortunate head shape.
Know what to say. We have no time to waste. So let's start off with this clip of Bret Baier basically just being honest for once and saying that was a weird meeting, and then we'll go.
He couldn't even fade it. He was like, that was weird.
On to Fox News reporters who were in the room who say, that was weird. That was not normal. I don't know what that was. Let's start here.
President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The Russian president saying he and President Trump have reached a, quote, understanding on Ukraine, and had a warning for European leaders not to torpedo the nascent progress. President Trump called the meeting excellent, and said there would be more things to come. However, this joint news conference was anything but. It was not a news conference. There were no questions taken by either leader. There were many yelled by reporters there, but we don't have a sense of what exactly is in this agreement or this deal. It seems like it's in the early stages, and we didn't get details about that. The reporting about President
They left you at the airfield. Haha.
Trump making those calls to President Zelensky and other European leaders apparently was premature. The president saying that he will make those calls momentarily and brief them about the inner workings. But we didn't hear the definite second meeting with President Zelensky, at least not yet. But you heard at the end Vladimir Putin saying the next meeting is in Moscow. President Trump.
When do you think Adam Mockler is going to, I don't know, hit like his 30, is he going to lose the baby fat, or is he always going to just is he going to have Chris Hayes' face where he's always going to look like this? And he'll be 50 and he'll look like he's 10.
I didn't agree to that specifically, but said maybe.
I mean, Bret Baier had trouble spinning right there. There was no way to spin that as a positive or to present.
Not making fun of the guy, just saying.
Any sort of win. He said they mentioned an agreement, but there doesn't seem to be anything
He has hair on his face.
legitimate. No
I legitimately do not think that he can grow facial hair.
paperwork, nothing factual. They're not even in the
Only if he goes keto.
stages.
Dude, he's going to have mad acne if that happens.
This is where it gets even more wild.
Touching his face with all that bacon grease.
Fox News correspondent Jackie Heinrich was in the room and begins to recall how this was not like any presser she's ever been to. Sorry, not even a presser. I don't even know what to call it. It was just a weird display where they went out.
They both used the media, and this was a waste of time for everybody.
Putin steamrolled and spoke first, to which Jackie points out. She says, it's very odd when you're on U.S. soil. It's odd for Vladimir Putin to speak first. It's also insane, as Bret Baier points out, that Vladimir Putin essentially said, that NATO needs to not interfere in this. Just wild. Let's check out this clip. By the way, make sure you drop a like on the.
It's funny, I have a friend that kind of looks like him, but he has a beard, so I have a feeling though, if he shaved it, he would look just like Adam, where it's oh my god.
Channel. Make sure you subscribe to the feed, and you can find me in Omaha, Nebraska on August 23rd with Senator Elizabeth Warren. Just click the top link in the description below.
I think you and me both, Brian, and everyone else in this room was also surprised. We were told that we were going to have an opportunity to put questions to both leaders after a joint press conference in the event that the meeting went well enough that they could set the stage for a second meeting. And the President Trump said if that didn't happen, he was likely to call off the joint presser and just address the media solo and then send Putin home. Neither of those things happened. And what was really stunning to me as someone who's been in a lot of these press conferences is there were a few things that were very unusual. You had Putin come out and address the press first. We are on U.S. soil here, and that left the media scrambling to get their headsets in. Usually it is the the leader of the country, the host country of a summit, that speaks first and addresses the room in their language, but Putin started right off in Russian, and we all had to get our headsets on and listen to him rattle off this diatribe about the history of the U.S.-Russia relationship, making some allusions to something that we didn't get many details on, but also, without knowing the full background of it, there was something that he said that was a little bit alarming, I thought, that seems like some of the things that he has done in the past, setting up false flags and that kind of thing, saying that we hope that Ukraine doesn't do anything to sabotage the progress that we made today.
That is very, very odd, and there is a lot more to play from this segment and the segment after, but I just have to break a few things that she said down, because in this, she said it was never like any other quote-unquote presser that she's ever been to, in the sense that it wasn't a presser. It was anything but that. In fact, when they walked out, despite being on U.S. soil, Vladimir Putin spoke first. He literally cucked Donald Trump. I'm sorry if there are kids in the room, but he literally cucked Donald Trump.
They don't know what
Genuinely, he did
cucking
that.
is, so
he walked
just
out,
it's
he
okay.
spoke first. All the reporters had to shuffle to put their earpieces
Because
on.
the parents can
and
just
it
be
was
like cock-a-doodle-doo,
brutally
and then
embarrassing. This is after Trump literally rolled out the
they go
red
to school
carpet.
and they say that that's what
By
their
the
dad
way,
does.
I just want to go back to the headline.
And then teacher
point right
calls with
here.
an awkward
The
phone
fact
call,
that
and it's
there was
hilarious.
No deal made. Scratch that. The fact that Putin even stepped foot on U.S. soil only rewards.
She forgot
his
she was working for Fox News. I mean, she literally had to go to Alaska, sit there for hours on end to only get like embarrassed in the presser to like not get her questions. I don't know. There might be just a teeny bit of annoyance.
Aggression. His territorial ambitions are rewarded, not punished, when we roll out the red carpet for him. It sounds like I'm saying that figuratively, but I'm not. They literally rolled out the red carpet. To continue.
Knowing full well that Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire unconditionally for the last several months, and it has been Russia that has not agreed to a ceasefire. That was President Trump's main objective today. And when we did hear from the president, he said, we didn't get there, but we think that we can. So a lot of questions remaining for the president, Trump, not just about what was discussed in that room and what might be happening now, but also how that all happened back there.
All right, there are more clips to play. It gets even worse, but you know it's bad when Fox News didn't even have the time to spin. Right after this segment, Ted Cruz came on and tried to lie and say it was a win, but it doesn't really go too well. We'll get there, but really quickly, someone said on Twitter, White House officials state that the luncheon between U.S. and Russian delegations has been canceled, adding that President Trump will immediately return to Washington. And Jason Broad,
so they swapped the lunch. Got it.
kind of shoots down the right-wing argument that this went well and
Kind of feel bad for the guys that prepared that meal.
says short
Hope the media got it.
statements, no
But we got borscht. Do you not want the borscht?
questions, and a canceled lunch. Yeah, I don't think this went as well as many may have thought. Christopher Miller says, unclear what has transpired and agreed or not agreed, but a person close
Wait, what the fuck is he using where he can just pull that up? I thought he was using StreamYards.
to the Ukrainian president tells me Zelensky has not yet even heard from Trump and called the situation very weird. Another said it appears to be a nothing burger.
It's like, dang, no vodka for me.
But in
Dude.
Ukrainian. This brings me on to the next clip, but very, very quickly.
He's in the bathroom scrubbing off his fucking Trump tattoos.
Trump
I was
promised
promised vodka.
Touch Medicare. He promised that he wouldn't touch Medicaid. And with this big, ugly, disastrous bill, they have made cuts to exactly that. So I only partner with companies that I truly research.
Okay, so this is an ad read, right?
And since it's more important than ever to make sure you're getting every single plan, unbiased advice or for making these videos possible.
Okay, with all due respect, click out of your news story to do your fucking live read and then go back, okay? Just an aside, like that's just a random thing. I don't even make these types of videos anymore, but that's wild.
Republican, right-wing, and
why would? Because like you do realize what you just did. Like look at the pause face he had her on.
Investors, people who are guiding.
Like he just did a live read with her. Like
what we're able to say. I could take my shirt off and make the rest of the video shirtless if I wanted to. It doesn't matter. I do whatever the hell I want on any given day, which means I have to hold myself accountable. And there's no one to hold Fox News accountable, except for the Dominion lawsuit, maybe. But sorry, let's watch this video of Jackie Heinrich continuing.
Happened back there. It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem.
Oh my God, that was a degree of honesty you don't get from Fox News.
Like
that was not good.
Things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled.
Wow.
Got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the
It's almost like she can look at things objectively and just go, that was fucked up.
president, and then left. Of course, that is only the piece of the picture that we have right now.
Walk it back, just in case. I don't like her. Get that mint green bitch off my screen.
And certainly President Trump, who is the host and who is the president, would not want to, I think, enable something that would make him
You're one of the bad double mint twins. I'm sure there's another one where you came from.
look weak. But we are eagerly awaiting to hear the background on that. And I will also note that we didn't see any sort of scowls on the faces of the likes of Steve Witkoff.
That's how you based it.
Or Secretary Rubio or any of the other members of the U.S.
They were looking at members of his cabinet. No
delegation, and I think had it been,
that's how they were gauging how well it went. It's just like, how's Marco Rubio look?
And concerning, we might have seen something there, but just to paint a picture for you of in the room, how it felt, what we're wondering about, what we need to know to put the pieces together and fully understand what we all just witnessed.
Yeah, she seems pretty dumbfounded. Jackie Heinrich seems to be like, that was weird.
No, for real?
Energy was off. And we see similar reports from other people that were in the room. Here's where the propaganda begins. I just want to be very clear. Because here's the moment that another Fox News contributor, Jason Chaffetz, tries to spin this.
You spin me right round, baby, right round.
Tries so desperately. But the lack of substance here really gives it away. He has no actual substantive things to bring the Fox News audience, so he just uses buzzwords. Listen to the propaganda and just know that it's propaganda.
I think it's a huge win for President Trump, for the United States. There is but one superpower in this world. It's the United States of America, both militarily.
America! Fuck yeah!
And
come and save the motherfucking day, yeah.
Economically, you had the visuals on the military side, but both President Putin and President Trump talked about.
At what point are they just like they're just gonna adopt that song for like all their shows?
The economic strength. I also don't think this is all about Ukraine.
You're watching Hannity. America! Fuck yeah!
I think they probably had a discussion.
Freedom is the only way.
It was much broader than that. I think this has to do with China. I think it has to do with Israel. I think it has to do with where Vladimir Putin...
You think they talked about all that?
I think they do mention that.
Oh boy, you think they talked about all that? They accomplished so much. Oh boy, if they accomplished that much, how come they didn't come out and say so?
I don't think they go 3 hours with maps. Well, because I think they actually go through and they want to talk about all of these places on where Russia is in the world.
This is...
Shut the fuck. You just... You said nothing. You said nothing. Oh, I just think that this makes Russia look a little bit better. It's on a map, you know.
Terrifying. So they sat there with maps.
They talked about cheeseburgers.
And Donald Trump.
Hey, Pootie. What? You like a Big Mac or a Whopper? I'm kind of a Big Mac guy, but you know what? Every once in a while, flame broiled, all right?
And listen to Putin monologue.
You know my man BB, he came out as a fan of Burger King. Every once in a while, as I said, fan of a Burger King, but I'm a Big Mac guy till I die, and you know what? That's why me and BB aren't gonna fly.
I'm assuming, about his vision of the new global order, and I'm sure Putin sold it to him in a way that was like, it'll be you and I, buddy.
You know, here's the problem. I say things, and then I'm like, The fuck?
The United States will take over the global order. There's no rules. This is a terrifying, terrifying thought. And Jason Chaffetz is barely an American. People who are out there defending this, calling this a victory, barely American. Vladimir Putin just stepped foot on U.S. soil, rolled Trump, left Trump with nothing in his hands, even if he did make any concession.
I thought Adam went MAGA there for a minute because, dude.
Putin, it wouldn't be good. I mean, it would be a game, or Ukraine wasn't there to, and Ukraine not being there to have any sort of consent.
Is it because of what he said, Adam? No, it's because of how he looks. Come on.
Just makes it all an inherent loss.
He just goes full mask off.
So when he says for a second there, he may actually hit the nail on the head.
It turns out that Adam Mockler's the biggest grifter online. Oh, fuck. I don't know why that got me.
When he says there was more to this meeting than Ukraine, because there probably was. It seems like there were business deals happening, not business deals happening in the...
I'm so kidding, by the way. Like, I do not mean that about him. He is not. He's a good kid.
United States, but in the name of Donald Trump.
Man.
He brought Russian oligarchs. Putin brought Russian oligarchs to try to schmooze Donald Trump, and it seemed like it worked. They then walked off without taking any questions. They canceled the luncheon.
Oh, okay. So he got... All right. So if Trump gets to announce that he's got, like, his little... Russia, right? It's Russia, Russia, Russia. You're always talking about Russia, 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 even though I just opened up a new hotel in Russia, Russia, Russia. Come on, guys. Cut me a break. Ooh. I just cracked my neck. Didn't even mean to. That's how people end up paralyzed. You know? Speaking of, like, educational YouTube videos, earlier, I watched one of those where it's like, did you know that there was a guy who just cracked his neck and then he became a paraplegic? It's like, oh. All right. I think that I've covered everything I wanted to cover today. And I am officially in overtime. Sweet. California Democrats reveal map that could gain them 5 House seats. Playboy to move global headquarters from Los Angeles to Southern Florida. Open up club and content studio. Ew. Well, I don't know. Hope that culture got a little bit better. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Yeah. We have dealt with a lot. Whoa. Bloodstone, you'll be proud of me. I'm gonna go eat dinner. So, all right, guys. I'm gonna wrap up stream. Look out for some members-only content coming out this weekend. I'm going to be doing a few members-only shorts, and one of them's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to show you guys around the studio space a little bit more, give you a little insight into the stuff that I'm all about. Thanks for the show. Have a good night. Thank you, Etch. I really appreciate you hanging out. You pretty much hung out for the majority of the stream. Also, shout out to Pinkerbell. I feel kind of bad. You're still here? Yep. Bloodstone. You know it's always real with you. You guys are awesome. Simply Steve. He is Simply Steve. Seth Evans, thank you for hanging. Squishmallow, Meta, appreciate y'all. Like I said, we're gonna do some members only content this weekend. Hope you look out for that. Also, I'm kind of looking to do the Jubilee videos coming up here. So I'm kind of toying with doing like an early Monday stream to hit the Jubilee stuff, because it's gonna be about 2 hours on Twitch, so should be a good time. All right, y'all. I will Let's see. Make sure that I got my outro lined up here. And then, yeah. Oh, also, Tuesday. Oh, wait, shit. Wait. Do I have... Is that booked for Monday? Shit. When did I book him for? I have a guest next week that's... Tuesday. All right, Tuesday. Wait, what? Yeah, Tuesday at 4. Cool. So I'm going to open the show with a guest. It's going to be a good time. So look out for that. Monday, normal stream, 4 o'clock. And yeah, doing my Midwestern goodbye shit. So I will catch you guys on Monday, and like I said, look out for the members only content. All right, I'll catch you guys later. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.